All right. Oh, wait, 13 seconds or something like that. All right, signal seems good. Signal seems good. Okay, that was really weird. So yeah, the internet cycled or crapped out for a whole few minutes there. I apologize, folks. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. It's alive. Yeah, I don't know what happened. That was extremely strange. Good thing is we didn't lose our spot. I did lose my train of thought of what we were talking about, though. I'm gonna have to reshare the stream pretty much everywhere. Give me a moment. Apologize again, folks. Let me just share the link in all of my favorite spots. Gotta love the Wi-Fi. Yeah, my local area got hit by a nor'easter a couple days ago. I haven't yesterday I got my power back, and today we got the internet back. I thought it was all good. The company even told, like, I was worried that it would cycle, so I actually called before I started streaming the first time around. I called my local IP people and I said, "Hey, are we good? You know, like, or are they still working on the towers and it's just cycling right now?" And they went, "No, no, no, they cleared that the towers. They're fine. Your internet should be totally solid." I feel lied to. But let me reshare the stream. You guys get a two-parter accidentally. Do, 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 do. Okay. Is this tech heresy? Yeah. Maybe. I'm not sure what happened. I know I could joke and say, like, "Oh, they're out to get me. They cut off my signal. Alex Jones conspiracy theory." I don't know. It's definitely due to the storm. Hopefully that doesn't happen again and we can get through the rest of this without any problems. Hopefully. Feed the hamster. I fed him steroids. Maybe he just had a heart attack. Yeah, he was going at it. Maybe next time instead of steroids, I should do cocaine. Maybe it'd last longer, you know. Should I share it again on Twitter? I'll comment underneath the old post. I forget. For some reason, Lord Metal, your handle on Twitter doesn't let. I have to manually type in the whole thing, and even then, it doesn't show me confirmation I have the right one. But okay. All right. Boom. Yeah. So apologies about that, folks. I guess your Comstar bill was late. I don't have Comstar. I have a local IP company that have been really good to us. They are a bit questionable in some regards, but generally they're good to us. Yeah, I apologize deeply for the interaction. We're probably not going to get the full audience back again, but oh well. We'll continue with you wonderful folks who came back and are blessing me with your presence. Yeah. Who knows? Radhom might have some contacts, YouTube, and he saw my stream, and he's like, "Oh my god, this guy's ripping me to pieces. YouTube, cut him off, cut him off." But nah, it was the whole internet. Nothing was working for a whole few minutes there. Rail, people get a two-parter. I'm gonna give a couple minutes for anybody to show up. That way we don't continue without the rest. He cut down the internet. You know, I look outside like a Wendigo on like the freaking like cell tower. He's like leaps off of it. Oh man, that'd be funny. Him and his twirled mustaches just as he crawls away. You know, General Grievous style. I kind of want to see that in a meme form now, but no one's gonna do that. Oh, apparently I tagged the wrong Grim in Discord. Ah, man. Hey, Gilly Guy, welcome back. Welcome back to Rebellious Red, Adam Wolford, Matthew Gordon. How you guys doing? Crocodile Fundy. I love that name. Moderator was about to do a summary. No, don't worry. We're at the same spot. We're at the same spot. I didn't reload that page. We should be fine. Yo, Trip, welcome back. Florian, welcome. Two-parter. We didn't even finish one third of the VOD. I saw the red bar proper before. Internet is begun us. Don't worry. We're that page I didn't reload. I messed with everything else. I even opened a separate page to try and figure out what was going on. Yeah, the internet just crapped out. My assumption is either the ISP providers I have in my local area cycled it and didn't warn anybody. They didn't send a text like, hey, by the way, just after the storm, we want to do like 10-second maintenance reset of everything. I didn't get a text, so I don't think that's the case. I think might have what happened is while the guys are still working on the lines, because well over half the state were without power and most of our roads were closed down because of the nor'easter we went through. Like there's floodings, cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. Like we had an apocalyptic nor'easter. Like it was one of our worst I think we've ever had. So many trees are down, so much of the roads are completely impassable. It's slightly apocalyptic around where I live, but we're repairing and we're already cleaning up, and people are hoping to have full restoration by Christmas. Some people aren't going to have full restoration by Christmas. The local companies that run all the power lines and everything, they've already confirmed that, unfortunately, the Wi-Fi, it's not the Wi-Fi, the power, they're prioritizing right now. They're doing triage for power. They're making sure all the hospitals have power, which most of them do most of them did within 3 hours of the storm. They're making sure all of the central economic locations are set up. They're then focusing on residential, and even then they're focusing on the urban areas, the suburban areas as opposed to the urban areas, which is where I live. I live in the sticks. I'm lucky I got it back as soon as I did. I think it's because the line I'm connected to, way off down the road, eventually connects to a hospital. That's my best guess. The turn of the month to debate, yes. By the way, how do you, while we wait to see if more people can come back in, how do you guys think about my commentary so far? Entertaining, insightful, or at the very least, charming as hell? Excellent commentary. Yes. Love to hear it. Very good. Good. Love to hear it. Yeah, really good. Awesome. Everything going good, Mang. Then again, I arrived late because was suffering through High Republic. Oh, wait. You guys do that today? Crap. Oh, wait. Ace never DM'd me. I forgot. I totally forgot that was happening. Oh, well. I miss out. It's a proper ward against the mental damage. Need more cowbell. More cowbell! King. King, king. If anyone wondering what that's a reference to, that's the SNL skit with crap. I always forget his name. I don't know why. Like I remember his. Hold on. SNL cowbell actor. Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken. Will Ferrell. No. Christopher Walken. Even I know Will Ferrell's not the right guy. Okay. So I'm gonna give me another water here, and we're gonna get back into it because we're gonna be here like for the next century if I don't. Bad guy in A View to Kill. Yes. Also, bad guy in the Sleepy Hollow movie with Johnny Depp, and bad guy in the Kangaroo Jack film. Wait, no, was he in Kangaroo Jack? I might be misremembering the cast for that. I don't know. That movie was a travesty, regardless. Definitely the bad guy in not Brother Bear. Oh my god, fucking not Brother Bear, but there's another like bear movie where there's a bunch of people in costumes. I don't know. It's singing bears, like shit. I don't know. One thing on female space marines: many stick to men. Greater women argument, which I prefer to avoid rather. Wait, what? Many stick to men is greater than women argument, which I prefer to. I am women argument. I'm not sure what I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Not done. Okay. Country Bears? Yeah, I think that's the one I'm thinking of. All right. It's Archie's argument. Sorry. I don't think they haven't talked about. We'll get to that. Walking with the Emperor. Welcome there at 23. Welcome. How you doing? You weren't on the first stream, so I won't blame you if you want to hop out and like catch up where we are over there. I'm going to now continue from where we were. We should be fine with that. It's about a whole strength and general spiel. All right. We'll get to it. So let's continue from where we were. Apologies for the disconnect. Hopefully, fingers crossed, that doesn't happen again. Knock on wood. So let's continue.
Some crackle. You've turned into a crackly.
From me?
Okay,
Yep.
he's good on my end, so
okay.
it might be for you.
No, it's happening to both of you, which means it's an issue for me. Sorry, just a moment.
Yeah, what is?
I'll hold fire for a second so the editor can clip out this little lull.
I'm just going to disconnect and reconnect to the call, see if that fixes it.
Yep.
Hello, am I still crackling?
That's all better.
Better. Okay, it's just Discord.
All good.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Then I'm gonna, for the sake of the audience, I'm gonna summarize Arch real quick. I'm gonna
They didn't edit that out. Okay.
summarize Radham real quick. I'm going to point out 2 surprising areas of agreement that I found, and then I'm going to try to cut to the heart of the issue and actually try to use an example to see if we can get you guys to do it. So from Arch, I heard that gatekeeping actually does not preclude people from the hobby. I think that's a wildly interesting point because we're just talking about social pressure. The truth is, if you want to paint Space Marines, you can do so with or without Arch's or his community's approval. The left started it. They basically started boxing people out of the hobby. All is fair in love and war. Kind of got that vibe from it. Do you disavow death threats? Radham does. The modern progressive playbook is to infiltrate cultural touchstones and make them more progressive in order to affect a broader cultural change. It's intentional. That's an important thing. He also cited Marcuse, who is a student of Gramsci, which is basically leftists who believe that you couldn't just attack economics, you had to attack culture first in order to make left-wing thought more popular.
I will point out one slight adjustment there.
Sure.
A lot of this comes down to Gramsci, if you really want to dig down far enough, but it wasn't just economics. Gramsci wanted to push this in an explicitly Marxist lens, which is far more than mere economics. It is a larger social movement, but minor quibble.
Sure. And my point, just to clarify, is that my understanding is that Gramsci believed that economic revolutions in the Western world had failed because people were not sufficiently culturally primed to accept them. Diversification is a progressive concern. The 40K universe was already diverse. And then finally...
okay, so he is just summarizing... Again, I don't really agree with the moderator summarizing thoughts. It's a bad practice, in my opinion. I feel like the argument should stand on their own. If you are summarizing, you're using your words, regardless of if you're changing the essence of the argument. I just, I'm not a fan of it. But both parties in the debate are agreeing to do this, so I guess it's not really my place to have a problem with it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't recommend moderators do it, but that's personal.
Another point that I like is that the changes made to the lore should be in line with the 41st millennium, not with the 21st century or a modern day.
Yes.
When it came to Radham, summarizing his perspective, gatekeeping is being used as an excuse just to be a fucking asshole. The only people that they're okay with being assholes to are authoritarians who let their authoritarianism be known. Death threats should be banned. Academics are largely just okay with society becoming progressive more over time. Bigotry is what should be gatekept. Some creators inside the universe agree that basically diversification is something to build up the narrative, not just a progressive touchstone. And then the internet is forcing.
The problem is I'm gonna immediately throw in a wrench to that they never have a proper response to, in my opinion. Why not focus that diversification further by amplifying the Sisters of Battle? Why not make the Sisters of Silence a more significant faction instead of an add-on to Custodes? Why not make them their own thing? I would be a huge proponent of that. In fact, I am. I constantly bring that up at my local hobby store. I'm like, I think this would be a really cool thing. Absolutely. Now, I probably should start saying it more on social media and stuff, but we need more Sisters of Silence, in my opinion. It still would be cool to have them and add on as Custodes, but give them more of their own stuff. Sisters of Battle. Make different schools of them. One of the arguments I've heard is like against, or for female Space Marines is, oh, well, the Sisters of Battle are really specific. Like they're really, well, why not push for that to stop being the case? Why not be like, hey, GW, why not make the Sisters of Battle still obviously keep the essence of them? They're the militaristic arm of the ecclesiarchy. Keep that in line, but that can still be in different flavors. Why not have a Valkyrie style of them from Fenris? Why not have a Krieg variation of them? Why not push for these things? Sisters of Battle are already friendly to the setting. This would push the issue Radham claims to have with not wanting the hobby to be stagnant and want things to evolve. Okay, fine. I think certain things should be, otherwise it's not 40k anymore. But if you, in essence of what he's claims to be for, why not advocate for Sisters of Battle to be more dynamic, to give them more flavor, give new kit bashes, new variations, new model kits. That completely destroys the arguments from the outset. All this, and the part that's particularly poignant is all the energy and time that they waste arguing with the community and making a huge fucking deal about female Space Marines. If they took an ounce of that and put it into pushing GW to inflate the Sisters of Battle, to give them more flavor, to give them more variation, to give them more books, to give them more resources, to give them more everything, then not only would they receive no or very few roadblocks from the rest of the community, they would be supported by the community. The community would be right behind them the whole fucking way. Every single person they spend day in and day out fucking arguing with, sending death threats to, calling breeders, calling birthers, calling all this horrible shit, they would be on their side. They'd get their representation. We would get more Sisters of Battle. It's lore friendly, doesn't breach anything, doesn't ruin anything. But they don't do that. Why? Why? Think about that for a moment. I know the answer, but think about it for a moment. Because if they did that, they wouldn't be taking control and occupying the Space Marines, the face of the hobby. They wouldn't be taking control. They would actually be participating in the existing hobby. That's not what they want to do. That's not what any of this is about, like they claim. It's about control. It's about influence. It's about manipulation. It's about spreading a narrative. They want the fight, so they can pretend to be righteous.
People to meet more gay and trans people and more people of various diversities, which is why we've seen
not just the internet, but life in general. As more people have been open about their queerness, more people IRL have ended up with queer friends and family members.
And as a result, society has gotten more progressive over the past 20 years, which might not be to everybody's tastes. Now, two surprising areas of agreement before I try to cut to the heart of the issue. Grim Dark versus Noble Dark. It seems like both of you agree that 40K has almost had a tonal shift that's subtle, but has kind of made it less of a Grim Dark environment. And then the internet... Oh, wait. And then that another area of agreement was that y'all didn't really care what was in people's hearts as long as they were participating in the hobby. So to cut to the heart of the issue, that was my...
Which is a contradiction with his stalwart, we should gatekeep out Nazis. Just saying. Based on how he himself phrased everything.
Summary for both perspectives. To cut to the heart of the issue, I think what's going on is that what Arch was saying was that the changes that are being suggested by progressive people, female Space Marines, I think, is the most obvious one. I just think it is. It needs to be in line with the 41st millennium, not the 21st century. And you could only arrive at that idea if you were taking modern values and projecting it onto the 40K universe. And that's the beef. So I kind of want to see you guys address that. I'll shut up for the next 15 minutes.
Basically, all science fiction is speculative fiction, and 40K is that, but also science fantasy kind of. Basically, all of it does take modern values and projects it forward into the future as a hypothetical. You can see this in fucking Neuromancer in June 1984. Now, what 40K is doing is it takes primarily a bunch of bad things about humanity, parodies them in a very damning way, and projects that forward. 40K has always been making some form of political statements. There are strong satirical elements within 40K. Generally, I'd view it as a damning parody. Now, if you can introduce female Space Marines while still maintaining the tone of the setting, then I'm fine with it. I think there are good ways and bad ways to introduce female Space Marines. I don't think introducing...
Bad ways, introducing them. Good ways, not introducing them. There you go.
Them would destroy the setting.
Okay. Well, one part we do agree on is also that we are not trying to gatekeep people. We are trying to gatekeep arguments, more correctly, or political positions. In my case, of course, I am for gatekeeping, correctly, wokeist positions, whereas Radhom is for gatekeeping against, like, Nazist position, fascism, the various flavors of it, right?
Yeah, that was... I know that was a 40K. I'm not addressing it. It's been addressed a million and one fucking times. And yes, bingo. Like for the 8th time. And again, this has been reiterated a thousand times. 40K was satire. No, it wasn't. Now, I'm hoping Arch hits him with it. But I think this is one of the clips I saw where he just kind of moves past it.
Female Space Marines, which, that's a whole other can of worms. But it's an interesting one, right?
There could be an entire debate just on FSM, yes.
Yes, but to try and borrow...
Oh, God. Radhom, if you ever see this, I'd love to debate you on female Space Marines. You'd hate to debate me, but I'd love to debate you. I would make Arch look so fucking friendly, man. You have no idea. Which, to be fair, Arch is being friendly.
Go down to it a little bit. On the Swift side.
I wouldn't be.
What you're saying is entirely correct as well. You're channeling Socrates, with art being a rhetorical argument in essence. This is also one of the reasons why I don't think female Space Marines, English, can work within the setting. Because if art is a rhetorical argument, as storytelling is a rhetorical argument, just correcting myself. Sorry, my brain runs a bit faster than my mouth occasionally.
Do they get into the full female Space Marine debate? because it seemed like they were just about to shift off of it, because they even went like, oh, that'd be a whole debate in itself. The moderator even acknowledged that. Hold on.
Then you need internal consistency, something that 40k has been incredibly good at. And in a universe like the 41st Millennium,
No, 40k and internal consistency. There has been a lot of shit that has changed. Some of it quite major. The very nature of the nature of Necrons, the nature of Squat/Photan have fundamentally changed. Things like the very way that Tau propulsion systems work has been completely retconned a bunch of times. A century was wiped off the timeline in the transition from, I think, 9th to 10th edition. There's been
any examples used with 9th and 10th edition, I don't even acknowledge as 40k. At this point, they've fucked up so much with 9th and 10th. At this point, that's everything they've been adding is no.
So much change and switching and retcons. Some of it's been retcons, some of it's been evolutionary change. I'm sorry, but to argue that 40k has been an amazingly static and stable with its lore, that's not true.
It's absolutely
it's absolutely
from
true.
its
It's absolutely
more or less
true.
creation in 2nd edition to its firm foundation in 3rd edition, it remained largely static. In fact, that was
its
the
creation
primary
was Rogue
complaint.
Trader.
This guy's disingenuous as fuck. No, it was not. Rogue Trader was the prototype. Is this a guy about to genuinely try and play off that, oh, the prototype thus defines the final product? No, it doesn't. Even GW themselves have said Rogue Trader was a prototype. It was not. It was technically 1st edition 40k. Realistically, it was 0.5 at best. True 1st edition is 2nd edition 40k. And has there been retcons since then? Absolutely. Has there been retcons that the community has accepted since then? Yes. But the lore has been painfully consistent broadly. Small details, no. It never has been consistent on the tiny details. But broad strokes, there is 100% a solid canon. And there has been since the release of this book. And technically a little bit before. But since this book. Horus Rising. Which, if we go back here, came out in the early 2000s, if I recall correctly. So many years after 3rd edition even was over with. These novels that are behind me right now have been establishing and reaffirming the lore for decades. This is how GW themselves have been expressing the canonical lore. Now people would say, oh, but there's thousands of contradictions and retcons between each iteration for specific details. Again, there's no debate to be had that the lore, the canon of 40k is soft. It is malleable, but only in specifics. Only in specifics. The broad strokes, to take that leap of logic of like, oh, the specifics are really fucking vague and are malleable, therefore all of the lore is complete garbage, or all of the lore it can be changed at the drop of a hat and is inconsistent and is completely malleable from the outset. No, it is not. That is a disingenuous, flat out. It's an intellectually dishonest and disingenuous statement to make. It's one made with the intent to manipulate. It's a perspective used with the intent of obfuscating conversations around the lore and allowing things that just don't fit. Nah, because the people who make the claim that there's no, the claim that there's no canon in 40k. If that's the case, then Tau don't exist, Tyranids don't exist, Orcs don't exist, humans don't exist. None of it exists because if there's no canon, there's no story, there's no setting, there's no 40k. Canon, and I say this in my long form lore video, which I highly recommend everybody watch. I put a lot of work into it, and it's also the channel trailer if you're not subscribed. But my long form lore video on the War in Heaven, I have a spiel in there where I go over this, but the broad strokes of the lore are the canon. It's those finite small bits that are malleable so people can play around with things. But the broad strokes, there is 100% a canon. Orcs exist. That's part of the canon. Tyranids exist. Part of the canon. Drukhari, Eldar, both exist. Part of the canon. Harlequins, part of the canon, exist. Iron Warriors, part of the exist. Black Templars, Ultramarines, Blood Angels. The Horus Heresy. The War of the Beast. All of these things are canon and have been reaffirmed and reestablished again and again and again and again and again. They are the canon. Canon exists with 40k. If you claim otherwise, you are disingenuous, a liar, and you are intentionally manipulating. One or all three of those fucking things. Now, if you want to make the argument that the smaller, finer details are malleable, I agree. If you want to make the argument that it's got a soft canon, I would agree. But not so soft that those broad strokes completely fall. There is a foundational base lore that is 100% canon and that has not shifted or changed since its proper establishment. Anyone who tries to make these arguments, they are trying to manipulate and obfuscate the conversation.
Rogue Trader was the
creation was
creation,
Rogue Trader,
but that
and there are
wasn't
many
fully
fundamental
40K.
elements that remain from Rogue Trader.
Sure, but there are also a lot of crazy ones, like Robert Sherlock,
Yes,
Holmes, Judo,
also
Clouseau,
welcome back.
etc.
Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau is, I love him. I wish they'd bring him back. He was amazing.
Like, I would say that 40k
best in
became
Bingo!
identifiably
I called
40k in
that.
second, and then firmed up properly in third.
I called that.
But
It
then,
solidified a lot more over that time period.
sure, yeah. And then it stayed fairly consistent to the point where people were primarily complaining about it being stagnant up until The Gathering Storm, which was, damn, what, nearly two
So-
decades later?
Speaking of the Gathering Storm, the start of 6th edition, they
Notice he didn't acknowledge that point. He's shifting right now. He's pivoting. Right there. He's pivoting.
retconned out the entire... Speaking of the Gathering...
Which was to the point where 40k in second, and then firmed up properly in third.
He didn't
But
say
It
he says
solidified a lot more over that time period.
Sure, yeah.
all right. He just acknowledged that defined more over that time period. Now he's still not willing to concede, but he more or less just did.
And then it stayed fairly consistent to the point where people were primarily complaining about it being stagnant up until The Gathering Storm, which was, damn, what, nearly two decades later?
Then Arch makes a point that it was so consistent for 2 decades, 20 years, to the point people were complaining it was stagnant. What does he say in response? Does he refute or does he accept?
Speaking of the Gathering Storm,
He pivots. This is a regular debate tactic used by those who are disingenuous. Now, Arch should have called him on that. Now, he's done it before this point, but this is a great example of it. He immediately moves to take... The thing is, I would give him credit in this regard. I won't say expertly, but he adeptly took one of the things that Arch said to make it look like he's responding to what was said. But notice he's like, speaking of the Gathering Storm, and now he's about to establish a completely separate point and pivot the conversation to that. Now, if I were Arch, I went, no. I see what you're doing. Do not shift. Do you agree with what I just said? Or do you not? And if you do not, you need to explain why. Hold him to the point. Hold his ass to the fire.
the start of 6th edition, they retconned out the entire 13th Black Crusade.
Oh, definitely. There's been plenty of retcons.
And that was after that 20-year gap that Arch just mentioned. Now, again, he's phrasing it like he's responded to what Arch just said. He's not. He just pivoted to an unrelated point in an attempt to obfuscate and make it look like he just hit Arch with a proper response. He didn't. He addressed something that didn't relate exactly to what Arch just said. Was that intentional? Absolutely. This guy is a snake. I'm actually kind of impressed.
Because, of course, there's always
I
going to
didn't
be
retcon
change
it
in a
out.
universe
But
like
also
this.
that.
Yeah, and like you'd need to demonstrate how the introduction of female Space Marines would actually destroy what 40k is.
Oh, very
Oh, that's simple as fuck. Female Space Marines would destroy 40k because it would be a break on a piece of canon lore that has been established and long established for years and years. And in a setting with these arguments of a lack of consistency and a lack of the narrative being held account to actually last, once you start changing things that have been concrete since their establishment, you now open the door for everything else being torn asunder. If Space Marines can now be female, why can't orcs have genitals? Why can't the Drukhari actually not rape people? And they don't actually have to do anything at all to appease Slaanesh. They're totally fine. They just do it for fun. Why can't the Eldar repopulate properly anymore without the fear of the Soul Stones and everything? Why are Chaos actually, demonic looking? Why can't they look like My Little Pony avatars? Where does it end? Where does the shift? Where does the alterations of established lore end? For convenience sake. It's a complete breakdown of what little consistency we still have. Now, that's one way it destroys it. Another way it destroys it is in specific relation to the Sisters of Battle. The Sisters of Battle fill the niche of power-armored, badass female warriors in the 40k setting. You have female Space Marines, you start providing in female characters, and all of this other stuff for female Space Marines. Black Library are already terrible at giving other factions other than fucking Space Marines any kind of attention. Whether that's new models, whether that's new kit bashes and new designs and new sculpts, or most importantly, new fucking lore. If female Space Marines are introduced and now fill the niche of female badass space warriors, Sisters of Battle, at best, will be shelved within a year. Because the very purpose they serve in the function of the 40k setting has now completely been defunct. And the entire fan base that love them and follow them will lose support. And to Radham or anybody else who would claim, well, that's bullshit, that's not true, look at the other factions that aren't as loved or aren't as followed and collected as Space Marines. How long did it take us to get an update to any sculpts for Eldar or Drukhari? They have solid fan bases behind them, but they're not as collected as Space Marines. So how long did it take to get new sculpts for that shit? We only just recently, like last year, got new sculpts for Eldar. And not even all of them, just specific infantry models. How long did it take orcs to get new models? And orcs are even more popular, but they're not as popular as Space Marines. Kiss my ass with that attempt at a counter-argument. If the one niche that the Sisters of Battle fills is taken in by the Space Marines themselves, that will destroy any support the Sisters would have gotten. It will destroy any potential lateral evolution to their models, like I said, giving new variations and new chapter equivalents, like having Valkyries from Fenris, having Krieg German French trench coat wearing style Sisters of Battle. It'll ruin any new variation they could attempt on that. What little support the Sisters are getting at the moment, and they're getting more than quite a few other factions to be fair, will be destroyed. Because now, GW and its upper echelons will not be able to justify it. It's like, oh, why put all this work into Sisters when they're not selling as well as Space Marines? In Space Marines, we have girls now, so just make a new female Space Marine lieutenant. That looks exactly like the males do, but, yeah. That's how GW works. It sucks. So yes, it absolutely would destroy the Sisters of Battle if that niche is taken up by the Space Marines themselves. So on top of destroying destroying a core pillar of consistency we've had for years and years, and now opening the door for everything being changed, for any political ideology or leaning belief that is deemed the correct one, you also destroy an existing faction that their whole niche relies on the fact that they are a counterbalance to Space Marines being all male. Sisters of Battle are all female. And don't give me this shit of well, there's a specific male models in the Sisters of Battle line. First of all, no one hardly ever plays those. Second of all, they're not actual sisters. They're ecclesiarchal models added to it, and yes, they are technically part of the army, but no one plays them, and they are not the central focus or central theme focus of the army. It's disingenuous to state that. So again, Radham would not want to be in a debate with me about this. I would rip him to shreds.
It's
like
because storytelling is a
have...
rhetorical argument. That's the fundamental part of it. You need for it to be understandable. And in a universe where the Imperium is constantly beset by enemies at all ends, it is a crumbling edifice, you have the Space Marines as the absolute creme de la creme, the cutting-edge elite, the best of the best. To use the Imperium's rarest and most valuable resource, gene seed, to produce objectively inferior soldiers, which is what female Space Marines would be, completely undermines the rhetorical argument.
Wait, hold on. Also, welcome, Leonard Church. Let me go back to... I want to doubly sure I'm understanding Arch correctly.
You need for it to be understandable. And in a universe where the Imperium is constantly beset by enemies at all ends, it is a crumbling edifice, you have the Space Marines as the absolute creme de la creme, the cutting-edge elite, the best of the best. To use the Imperium's rarest and most valuable resource, gene seed, to produce objectively inferior soldiers, which is what female Space Marines would be, completely undermines the rhetorical argument. I disagree with you on that.
So...
Arch is not tackling this debate from the perspective that just women weaker. Right? Like, he's gonna go into what I just said, right? For, like, the consistency of the lore and how it would affect the sisters. He focuses on that, right? Now we get into pre-puberty, but kill me. Just kill me now. Arch, why? Why would you get into a real world, biological debate? That, first of all, that's just, I don't even agree with that. Like, I don't even agree with that. Now, granted, it's Arch's opinion on that one, but I don't agree with that opinion. I'm not going to crucify him for it, but the problem is in the form of this debate, you are going up against someone who fundamentally believes men and women are biologically the same, no difference. He's a lefty. You might as well just be saying nothing at him. But even in regards to 40K, it's a fictional universe. I don't hold real-world standards to fictional stuff. I don't think anyone should. So unless he makes, like, an in-universe argument for it and how the in-universe... Like, I could see Arch addressing this in the sense of, well, in-universe they have been established to be weaker with this stuff because it has been attempted on women in the gene seed, and it ripped their bodies apart. If he does that, then I could see his point, but he's going at it... Because biology is the core of the creation of space. Yes, it is. But the problem is long you have to focus on the in setting. Like, okay, here's in setting the establishing points of why it doesn't work on women, and why in the setting it biologically denotes the difference. Using he doesn't use. My question is, does he use real world biology, like specifically, or does he use in universe setting? Examples, because that would work. Like, I can see Arch's argument if he's using in-universe examples. Does Arch do that? Because that's my contention. He used real biology. You saw the debate here for this reason. It's not a good part of the debate. The Space Marine leads to Astartes babies, leads to Astartes viewing themselves above humans, something Emperor wanted to avoid. True, and that's not, like, that'd be a better thing to bring up than real world. Like, again, the part I have a problem with is using real world examples. It's like, oh well, men have greater physical body strength, blah blah blah. In universe, there are specific examples with how it doesn't work for women. Again, I recall, I don't have the exact source, but it's not like they're providing sources either. But there is a part of the lore where they, I think it was Fabius Bile, I think, attempted to use the gene seed on women, and it tore their bodies apart. Use that, like, in-universe examples of, they've already established, consistently speaking, it doesn't work. Now, obviously, Radhom's counter to that would be, oh, well, with the Primaris and crossing the Rubicon, it's now possible, which I find fucking hilarious when they try and make that argument. Because it's like, wait, hold on. You think it's more possible for females to become Space Marines when more organs are added, more surgery is added, and more biological shifts are added to make them even fucking bigger? More complication equals it now working. Now, that's my counter to that bullshit. That doesn't make any sense. Well, it doesn't have to make sense. It's space magic. Then you don't care about the setting because you don't care about the fucking rules. It's established. Now that, if Arch does it from that, I love this point and I love going forward. But if you stick to real world examples is the problem. That's the problem. All right, real quick, I'm going to run to the bathroom. Real quick. I will be right back. I'm drinking a lot of water. So. Apologies for the pause, but I have to hit the loo. All right, apologies for the break. Okay. Thunder Warriors cough. Crap, I don't know what that was in response to. I think it's because Call is the warp squirrel who can do anything, so why not make him able to break the male only rule? He is called the warp squirrel. Okay. Again, that goes it goes against basic conceptual logic. Like, the Primaris are more complicated genetically than base Space Marines. If a woman can't become a base Space Marine, a firstborn Marine, as we've been calling them, then even if you're not a fan of the setting, consistently and logically, that makes no sense. It's like, oh, because of space magic. It's like, okay, but the space magic has rules. You break those rules and you don't ever follow them, and you just throw them out the fucking window, then that completely ruptures the setting. And just like I said before, you break the consistency. You've now established that The setting can and will change on a fundamental logical level for ideological reasons. Therefore, anything in the setting is fair game. Anything that has been concrete and established and maintained for decades is now fair game to change due to ideology. And that completely and utterly ruins the setting. Ergo, ruins female Space Marines. That would be my argument with him, and I would leave it at that. Because nothing he said in response to that would work against it. I have a counter argument for everything you could possibly try and say. I have been in this debate about female Space Marines so fucking long. I can have it I could probably have one of these debates about it in my sleep. I've covered this ad nauseum so goddamn much. All right, let's keep going.
The Space Marine creation process begins pre-puberty, 10 to 11. Sorry, 10 to 12 generally. And it's not testosterone that makes a Space Marine. It's the weaponized hormones produced by the...
Okay, I don't want to get into real-world debates either, but I will throw this out there, because I do think it may not be said verbatim in the lore, but it's implied at the very least, that a male Space Marine, like the reason men, a part of the reason why it's only men, is because the capacity for growth. Women do grow substantially during puberty, but not in the same ways that would be useful for a Space Marine. And for men, testosterone really shifts the body where it matters, in musculature. Women, it doesn't really affect musculature as much. Like, they grow in height, and they grow in other areas. And they also gain the complication of menstruation. You know, they gain the complication of the monthly red rage. You know, that is what happens as a result. So one actually causes the body to expand in ways that would be useful for a soldier, whereas the other doesn't expand in ways that would be useful for a soldier. For one, now I'm not, you know, again, I hate getting into these real world fucking example shit, but it's been implied that that's why men were chosen. Also, there's been the argument of, yeah, it amplifies the male puberty. Exactly. Like it's everything's designed around the male shift and changes. And yeah, like those things I just mentioned are implied as part of the reasons why men are chosen as Space Marines. These topics are about 40Ks. Why 30K is starting to outsell 40K? Exactly. I'll tell you this. I love my orcs, and that's the whole reason I still play 40K. But I'll tell you this. I 30K is better. Like, it's not only is a rule system. Actually, I'm gonna go on a tangent here. Let's keep going. I'm gonna end up repeating myself a few too many times, and I'm sure you guys get what I'm saying at this point.
And the osmodula that make an Astartes into an Astartes. They're not Space Marines because they're men. They're Space Marines because they're post-human monstrosities. Now, female Space Marines, I think, would have basically the same physical structure and capacity as male-derived Space Marines. They're like a bit less beard and maybe a slightly different facial structure outside of the armor. In the armor, that's the only differences that you'd see.
The thing is, the male form simply has a greater room for growth in these cases. And so if you could...
Arch, hold his ass to the fire. You're meeting him on the field of real-world biology. Also, real quick, the moderator. Fuck this guy. Moderator, you fucking pissant. You fucking suck at your job, dude. I'm sorry. I've been trying to be nice, but you suck at this. They are getting into a female Space Marine debate. What does that have to do with gatekeeping? Now, you can make plenty of reasons why that has something to do with gatekeeping. Here's the problem. They're not. They're not debating on how it relates to gatekeeping. They're debating on how it relates to female Space Marines. and lore consistency. They are completely off topic right now. And the moderator's just fucking sitting there, listening to it. Dude, you suck at your job.
Could simply make up for that with biochemistry, theoretically, then you would already do that already to the male form. Like, if you could make up for the percentage lack in between the two, you would just add that onto the
It's not
male.
testosterone that's driving the growth. It's these fictional weaponized growth hormones.
At all. It's fictional, exactly.
Yeah, testosterone isn't the thing that makes an Astartes.
Yes, exactly. It's space magic.
So the physical it's scientific space magic, yes. And there's no reason that if a woman could be put through the same process, that they wouldn't turn out the same.
There is, because the baseline male form is going to be stronger.
Look at early transition trans guys. They turn out just as strong as cis guys. Pre-puberty,
They're not debating, even for the female space marine argument, which again, they should be talking about gatekeeping. They're talking about female space marines. Moderator, you fucking suck. But now they're talking on the basis of real-world biology. They're not using in-universe examples anymore. They're just straight off topic. They're off topic for 40K. They're off topic for gatekeeping. They're wicked in the weeds right now. Oh my god, this is painful.
boys and girls have the same physical capacity.
But males do
That's
have
why
a
when you're
greater
dealing with
range
kids
of growth.
sports, you'll often find like mixed sports as a more more common and likely thing. And again,
Well,
it's
but the
not the
ultimate potential is still
testosterone
greater
that's
for the
making the
males.
Astartes.
The ultimate potential
The
is still
potential
greater
is
for the males.
great.
They're not even talking 40K right now. They're purely talking real-world trans shit. Talk about how, like, again, the problem isn't that they're talking about like hormones and males, but they're not talking about it in relation to 40K. Like, it's painfully off topic right now.
Yes.
Because we just have testosterone and estrogen, and men have one balance of it, women have another balance. Generally, that's looking outside of things like PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, which causes higher level of testosterone in cis women. But again, the testosterone doesn't have, like, it's not what makes an Astartes into an Astartes.
No, it's the space magic. We agree on
It's
that.
the implanted organs.
Yes. But
And
again, if you
space
start
magic
out,
works on women as well.
if you start out with an inferior platform physically, you are going to end up with an inferior end result.
You're starting out with a prepubescent child. The platform is the same, my boy.
The platform is not the same, because you still have that growth. You would have to argue that males and females were to be exactly the same at the end of it, because obviously there's also growth involved in this
Okay.
process.
Hold on. Let's go 2 times until they get past this fucking shit.
There would be functionally zero difference. The variance would be about the same as the variance between different Astartes.
I don't believe so, because again, you still need to make up
You've
the
hooked yourself onto this idea.
that male and females are different, yes.
And Astartes are different to men and women. Astartes are their own thing. They are post-human.
They are, but you still need to make up the difference. And if you could simply make up the difference by extra space magic, you would just add that onto the superior platform.
You've astounded me with how dumb this argument is. Congratulations.
You both astounded me with how off topic you are. Oh my fucking god. What is the moderator doing? They're not even talking. They're not even talking 40K at this point. Like, they kind of are. They're kind of back on at least they're back on the broad topic. But they're so off topic for gatekeeping. They're just talking like biology of men and women. That's it. And Arch's points could work if he wasn't talking from real world specifically. He needs to be using in-universe examples. And every time Radhom goes into real world examples, smack him in the face. Not literally, obviously. I don't support violence, but you know, not entirely. But just be like, hey, Radhom, let's use in-universe examples. We're talking 40K. If we're going to have this debate about female space marines, let's have this debate about female space marines, but have it in setting. There are in-universe examples and arguments that totally support Arch, but he's using real fucking world examples.
what does the setting lose from having female Space Marines?
It loses, as mentioned, part of the rhetorical argument of storytelling. Furthermore, it also loses the fact that this is another...
I want you to elucidate on what that rhetorical argument of storytelling is.
Well, you just made it.
What rhetorical argument is being lost?
That's fair, Space Marine Mage. Actually, to give Radhom some credit, he's mostly focusing... He did deviate a couple times into real world, like cis-trans fucking bullshit. But he at least has mostly stayed focused in setting examples. I hate to say it, but he's being better on topic than Arch is right now. And that sucks to say because of how much I hate this guy.
The inclusion of female Space Marines. Now, by the way, personally, I don't mind whether or not there are female Space Marines. I just want gatekeepers to stop being abusive shit cunts to people who either think it would be a cool idea
Okay,
or...
hold on. Are we finally off? Are we finally getting off of it?
Or want to convert their own. But, like, what actually rhetorically changes within the setting?
You would gain inferior super soldiers.
Space magic. You can just have them not be inferior.
No,
And
because it won't make sense.
There are cis women who are absolutely stronger than cis men.
The thing is, Arch can't even argue that point, because Arch is the first one to mention it's just space magic. Way to give him that weapon.
There are certainly outliers in many cases. But you will not wish to have objectively inferior super soldiers
The
when the
Astartes
entire
aspirant
Imperium's
process
future
already
is on the
selects
line.
4 outliers within the human stock. Why the fuck would the Imperium leave half of the potential
Because you're
Space
not
Marines
going
on
to
the
waste
table?
resources looking for a 0.1% aberration. You could simply just recruit males.
We're not talking about 0.1% aberrations. Just make the space magic work on women. What is lost for the setting?
For the setting, you're losing the rhetorical argument.
What? No, Arch. Fuck. No, what is lost for the setting is you open the door for the rest of the setting to get ruined. What little consistency we have that we have accepted as canon being changed for the reasons of political ideology and representation now opens the door for anything in the setting being changed for any kind of offense or it not conforming to modern sensibilities. That is what it ruins for 40k, and it also specifically ruins for Sisters of Battle the fact that the niche that they fulfill is now being fulfilled by fucking Space Marines. So GW will not give them any kind of attention, and they will eventually peter off and be unsupported, and in the worst case scenarios, just like GW did with Firstborn Marines recently, completely nuke their line and stop supporting them. And in lore, give a bad fucking example of why. Like, oh, well, they just fucking all died, or the ecclesiarchy fell apart. That is what you should say. Just, you lose the rhetorical argument.
Because you're now using the rarest resource in the entire Imperium gene seed on producing inferior soldiers.
It's a lot less rare now, thanks to Call, but
That is true.
there's a variety of ways that you could do it in setting and make it interesting, make it work well. If say if you were to just have like a chapter of them, you can have a particular mutation that exists, like a minor mutation. I'm not talking like an abhuman or something, but a minor mutation that exists within a planetary population
Gene seed does require
that allows
extreme
women from
purity.
that population.
Like, that's why it fails all the time. It does require exceptional purity on behalf of the candidate.
So there is no such thing as purity when it comes to human genetics.
Oh my
Absolutely.
god.
There is no.
Arch. I'm mostly mad at Arch in this section, which is sad to say. Dude, shift back to gatekeeping, man. This argument is falling apart. Oh, good. Really?
No idealized single human genetic
For
template.
okay, it does.
And humanity spread
Exactly,
across the
exactly.
galaxy.
Arch, great. You're back on track. In 40k, it does. Now explain why. Because in purity, there's the chaos purity, and there is biological purity. Because there's aberrants. There are species like Ogren, which are only technically human. Adhumans. This is something you can cover. Stop meeting him in the field of real biological platforms of what works and what doesn't. Use real world. Don't use real world examples.
And has been separated for 20,000 plus years.
Mm-hmm. And the
That's
Imperium
enough
has
time
developed
for
a full
genetic
scale of what
deviation
is and
to
is not human.
arise.
That's why we have adhumans. Like, the Imperium has been known for wiping
Now,
out
as
entire
long as someone
populations
is
because
within
of
the
those.
TMI, dear Lord.
As long as someone's within the baseline of like still human, not abhuman, the process can potentially work on them.
Well, the definition of abhuman is a stable mutation that has been granted to the status of human after an investigation.
So are redheads abhumans?
No, don't be ridiculous.
So it's not just a stable mutation that's been granted the status of being human.
Dude, that's so disingenuous. Arch, jump on him. Be like, dude. Well, I guess he kind of did because he went, don't be ridiculous. But actually jump on it. Be like, no, you're being that is a completely disingenuous assertion. person. You like abhumans. You just acknowledge that you understand what we are talking about on the basis of abhuman. It's something like the Ogrins. They are abhuman. They have been investigated and they've been found to still be human stock. They are greatly and excessively so mutated and have shifted biologically to the point where they're barely human, but they still are human. Stick to that point. But then he shifts to like, oh, a red hits you. No, immediately like smack him in the face with that. No. You're being disingenuous. You're shifting. You're pivoting to a disingenuous, what you know to be a disingenuous angle to try and downplay the conversation. Hit him with that. But here's the problem. None of this has anything to do with gatekeeping. This is all still female Space Marines, and why it should be allowed because of this fucking shit here, this, that. Way off topic. Moderator, you piece of shit. He's even Oh, look at this shit. This motherfucker's smirking. He knows what he's doing. He's doing this on purpose. This is clearly a friend of Rad Homs, because this guy is a terrible fucking moderator. He's letting them be completely off topic and unrelated to the focus of the debate. The one job a fucking moderator has is to keep the conversation focused on the agreed upon debate, the topic. They are way off course, and nothing they're saying is even, they're not even mentioning gatekeeping right now. Oh my god, if I ever was about to do a debate and someone said, hey, yeah, by the way, this Counterpoints guy, he's going to be doing the moderating, I'm like, I'm out. What do you mean you're out? I'm out because he is not going to moderate. He's not a moderator. He's a space occupier. They basically never return to arguing gatekeeping. They really? Oh, come on, really?
A stable mutation
is a mutation within the human genome.
It is an Ogren and a Rattler. You obviously know what I'm talking about.
Yes, it's a mutation. I do know what you're talking about. I just wanted to make it clear that there are stable mutations within the structure of what is human and considered human by the Imperium.
Evolution is that. Don't be ridiculous.
Yes. So an abhuman isn't just there being a mutation that is stable. An abhuman is a stable strain that has evolved down another path to the point where they are no longer quite fully human, but still fit under the general bracket. It's like horses to donkeys.
Sort of, yes. And that is awarded to them special abhuman status by the administrator.
Now you can have, so what I'm saying is within the baseline of what it is to be human, you can have a population where the genetics of the women in that population make them compatible with the gene seed, such as say, if 40k is very vague as to like why gene seed only works on men. There's a possibility it could even just be down to like
Arch, hit him with that shit. No, it's not. It's not vague at all. It doesn't give you the like exact medical parameters, but it has explained in the past. It's because the male growth is already built to expand in areas that relate to Space Marines, such as musculature. Female puberty doesn't expand musculature. It does on a base level, but it doesn't to the same extent that testosterone does. The type of growth is in the wrong focus. Women typically don't grow as tall as men, and they typically don't have, and this is in universe lore, by the way, I'm referencing. Like, well, not specifically wording right. I am technically falling into the weeds of real world stuff, but it's implied that it's because of the male capacity for growth. Obviously, in real world, the male capacity growth wouldn't exactly work with all of the Space Marine stuff, but that format is what it's built off of. That's the implication. That, and quite frankly, another genuine fine point from a lore perspective is the Emperor just didn't want women to be Space Marines. Or he only wanted one gender to be Space Marines to avoid procreation problems. That can just as easily be just... Alright, there we go. Move on. This is so stupid.
Rote learning. This was, the Emperor claimed that only men would be Space Marines, and people thought, oh, it only works on men. But let's say, for example, it's chromosomes. There is a mutation within humanity, SRY androgen.
Arch did acknowledge why he should have been more combative. He might have done it at the beginning a little bit, but I did skip part of the beginning, to be fair. just so we could get into the debate portion. And he absolutely should have been. And here's the thing, like, I know I'm coming off like Arch I consider a friend. We're not close. We don't talk all the time or anything like that, but we've had good friendly conversations. Every time I've interacted with him personally has been awesome and fun. Last time I got to was during a Kib stream where we were all playing Starship Troopers Extermination together, and that was really fun. But I consider him a friend, if not just friendly terms. And Arch is a good guy, and what's going on here, I think, is Arch is trying to actually debate respectfully, whereas this guy is here for a gotcha game. He's here looking for nuggets to try and pull out of the conversation and rip Arch a new one for. He's not here for a genuine conversation. He's not willing to listen. But and a lot of my criticisms are in hindsight, right? Like do I think I would have done better than Arch in this? No. I might have done way worse. That's the thing. I fully acknowledge that. All of what I'm saying and reacting to is in hindsight with the benefit of hindsight. There are some things I stand by I would have done better. I would have been more combative, for sure. Does that mean I would have been better overall? No, I don't think so. I think someone said earlier that Arch is a bad debater. I don't agree. I think Arch is a good debater for genuine debates. He's not a good debater for what these people consider debates. What they bring to the table is garbage. So that's why it looks as bad as it does. So I do want to reinforce that yet again. I don't know if I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have done better. I certainly would have come off just as bad to their party, and I wouldn't have come off as mature at all. Because again, I turn hostile as shit when I sense someone as being disingenuous, manipulative, or snaky. Like when people start doing that, I turn hostile and I stop playing on a fair field. I start throwing some low blows. So I'm immature. That's why I do that. Good God. All right. Yeah, Arch needs some pointers from Sargon on how to deal with these people. I haven't seen Sargon debate, but I think he probably does handle it probably better than Arch does. I don't know. That is entirely like a swing out left that I'm throwing there. We have criticized Arch for years being too soft with his critics, but he believes at the end of the day he is right. He doesn't always capitalize the moments. True. And that's very evident here. There's already been numerous moments where I stopped it and said, okay, hey, I would have held him to the fire. I tend to think that what's going on is it's not that Arch necessarily doesn't see the problems in those moments. It could also be that, because to be fair, Radham is rattling shit off really quickly, and he's not really emphasizing his words too much. So it could be Arch is just missing stuff and missing some of the snaky language and the manipulation. That's probably what is happening. But it could also be that Arch just simply is trying to give the benefit of the doubt where I wouldn't. Like, I would assume the worst in a lot of this so far. So, I don't know. I'd say part of this is probably because Arch is too good of a guy, to be honest. Yeah, Leonard, don't... before I finish reading your comment, I'm not gonna... Yeah, I'm not gonna read your full comment because I don't want spoilers for how it ends. We are gonna get to the end. Charlie Frank, welcome to the stream. Radham is here to attack Arch and damage his image, not to debate. His goal was to steal clout from Arch. Yeah, I'd say that's a fair assumption as well. I mean, I don't think that's his only goal. That probably was his primary one. I'll give you that. But I think he also came not to debate, mind you, but his other goal, other than damaging Arch's image and clout stealing, was also he was trying to do gotchas. Now, obviously, you would include that with your point of he was trying to damage his image, but he's looking for a very specific gotcha. Like, he's looking for specific moments where Arch slips up, quote unquote, and says something that he can twist into something infinitely more evil than it actually is. So, I'd say those two things, like the clout chasing and the image breaking, I'd say the priority for him was clout chasing, for sure. but I would also not de-emphasize that gotcha game he was playing. The manipulative language, the shifting of the goalpost, the pivoting, like, this Radham guy is a total piece of shit. But the thing is, he wouldn't get away with half of this if the debate were properly moderated. 90% of what Radham is getting away with is the moderator's fault. 10% is Arch letting him say things and not confronting them. But 90% of it is the moderator's not doing his fucking job. Numerous times Arch has been cut off and spoken over, and the moderator said nothing. That's literally your job, dude. Like, your job is to prevent that thing from happening. It's be like, whoa, guys, hey, one at a time. And if it gets bad enough, you should be like, all right, you go first. You wait for him to stop talking. And if he drones on, I'll stop him, and then I'll let you talk. That's what you do if it starts getting heated or it starts just turning into a talking over match. Also, like what they've been doing the last 10 fucking minutes, if they go off topic completely, off of the agreed upon debate, you refocus them back on the topic of debate. Yeah, he's just sitting there twiddling his thumbs. He's useless. He's a fucking terrible mod. So in many ways, Arch was sabotaged in this debate by the moderator, by simply not fucking moderating. Yeah, and that's also true, Leonard. Like, this is a online debate via Discord. They can mute each other. So the fucking mod should have muted Radham and said, all right, Arch, make your point. Arch makes his point. He mutes Arch and says, all right, Radham, make your point. And then I'll unmute you both and keep it civil, but keep it focused on contradicting or confronting each other's points. He doesn't do that. He just sits there twiddling his fucking thumbs.
Sensitivity, whereby someone with an XY chromosome doesn't respond to testosterone and develops as a woman, as a female. They are genetically male, but biologically female. Say you have a planet where that is common, then you have a planet, if it's keyed off chromosomes, where the women are compatible. You can do similar things for hormonal balances, or you can even just say that there's a mutation in a particular chapter's gene seed that allows it to work on females.
What you're saying is, we can wave the magic wand and make it happen.
Yes.
Yes, and that is correct. But why would we want to make it happen? What is the driving reason for why we would want this? No, that's not it.
Because it's fun.
Because it was fun. We already have Sisters of Battle. Why don't we have male Sisters of Battle in that case? That would be fun too. Misters of Battle.
We've got the Fraternus Militia. We've got priests within the Sisters of Battle army. I would personally, I think that the Ecclesiarchy would further abuse the Men-at-Arms loophole and use trans Sisters of Battle as well. I think the Ecclesiarchy would have pretty top-notch gender reassignment surgery. There's
Jump
if
on
someone wants
him.
to have an army
Jump
of Sisters of
on
Battle,
him.
sure. Now, but we have Sisters of Battle arguments. Sisters of Battle are a very specific thing. They're like parodic Catholic space nuns. And they're also not superhumans. I mean, Sisters of Battle are cool.
And the contradiction to that is what I said earlier. The contradiction to that is what earlier. Yes, you're right. They are very specific. They are Catholic nuns. They're all this. Why don't we focus on giving them more variety so those who want to play female characters or play a female faction can do so? Boom. Why is the focus on Space Marines, which have in-canon lore, says they can't be female? All right, take the power armored faction that does exist and that is lore friendly, and give them more variety. That way, the people who are like, oh, well, they're very specific, and I want like this, so it has to be Space Marines. Boom, here's the confrontation to that. All right, let's expand upon the lore for Sisters of Battle. Let's give them new ordos. There's the Order of Armored Lady. Add a Valkyrie order. Add a Krieg order. Add a Maccabean Janissary order. Basically give them the same variety that fucking that the fucking Imperial Guard have. Or even some of their own unique ones. Come up with some experimental. Make it so people can homebrew it. You already can, but make it even easier. Why not n times 40k so we don't have to talk about it anymore? Dude, no, Ball. Don't surrender. Don't give up. Hey, Kakya. Space Marines are literally called warrior monks in multiple publications like Sisters or Nuns. Yes, but it's not as strong of a point as what I just said. In my opinion. Actually, no. No, I'll be bold enough. Fundamentally, what I just said is far more stronger to a point.
This is a battle. But some people also want to have female Space Marines, and that's fine and cool as well.
Sure, they can have whatever they want, but I don't think GW should be going that way. Especially as the real reason why we're talking about this is an appeal to representation, isn't it?
It makes market sense to have it.
I don't think so, because it's going to undermine the setting as a whole. What we're talking about here is this is part of
that
the
it undermines the
integration.
setting as a whole. This is an element of the law, and we've established that the law has changed in the past and will change in the future.
But this is, as I mentioned,
still
this is a
haven't
change
solved
Not fundamentally and not on the levels you want them to change.
making for the
What is
21st century,
lost?
not for the 41st
What about the themes of the setting? What about the?
I have
I
explained
told
this
you,
multiple times.
the science fiction of. I don't find your explanation to be adequate.
That's fine.
And the science fiction of today is a reflection of today.
Exactly, of
We don't
today.
have the morals of the 41st millennium, and that's a
No,
good thing.
but we
The
should be making
Imperium
the
is
41st
painted as
millennium
I've already
being
about
bad.
the 41st
Sorry, we're talking
millennium.
over each other.
I've already.
No, it's actually I want to point this conversation just a hair in a different direction. So
Oh,
we talk about
finally! Finally! Oh, the moderator exists! He exists, guys! Crazy! Now you interject! After like 20 plus fucking minutes of them being completely and utterly off fucking topic. Wow! Aren't you a good moderator? Fuck, this guy sucks.
I think Arch has asserted that there are lore logical incongruities that are not solvable, and therefore this is not an idea that he thinks should be pursued, and that this is exterior pressure being forced on the hobby. Radham has said that these are not as like large of gaps as you think they are, and they could be bridged relatively easily.
I just want to quickly point out, a lot of this is interior pressure from people who have been in the hobby for decades. This is people who are
Interior people who have been influenced by the outside force of politics. Because here's the thing, politics doesn't belong in the hobby. And don't pull me that whole, oh, well, political themes have bullet. Fuck you. Alright, fuck you. Propaganda. Propaganda has no space in 40k. Political themes? Sure. In-universe politics? Absolutely. Propaganda, or telling people how to feel via media, like these people want, fuck you. Yeah, the moderator is hardcore lore nerd like Arch is. That doesn't justify him not being a shitty moderator. You just sit there and let this shit ride out. Like, that's terrible. Like, you let them drone on. Like, I don't care if he's a huge fan of the lore. He, like, in regards to how he is supposed to be servicing as a moderator, he fucking sucks. This guy is fucking terrible. Total piece of shit moderator. Might be an awesome lore tuber. Might be a great member of the community. As a moderator, piece of shit. One of the worst moderators I've ever fucking seen. They would have been better off to having him not even be there. Because he virtually isn't the entire time. Good God, this is painful.
long-term hobbyists and are like, yeah, cool, I've got a mate who was like collecting female Marines in 2nd edition. I think it'd be really awesome. We should have them. The framing that this is an external pressure is something that I disagree with.
It is an external pressure, but not in the way of the personal. It is the political.
Well, and then Art, I want to push this your way. So, for instance, I'm a military veteran. I think a lot of the themes in 40k appeal to me as a male because Space Marines hit the peak of masculinity. They enter war service. They're self-sacrificial. They're stoic. They lose part of their humanity in order to become what they are. You know, the fraternal bonds and paternal bonds are a huge part of the setting. So, what do you think? Not what I think. What do you think we lose thematically if this has changed?
Well, to boil it down to the specifics, right? The Imperium of Man is a very right-wing organization. In fact, the entire setting of 40k is quite right-wing. If we base this on, for example, Jonathan Haidt, the Imperium values authority and sanctity and loyalty, far above care and fairness or liberty even. In this universe, introducing explicitly left-wing ideas from the 21st century, because they are left-wing ideas from the 21st century, is very obviously going to stick out, because it comes from an entirely different moral framework.
So you are projecting, Arch, I think you are projecting your 21st century your own 21st century politics when it comes to bigotry onto the setting.
No, I'm talking about
the
morality.
Imperium is let me finish. The Imperium is a horrible place, yes. And there may be individual worlds that are very bigoted places. But imperial culture and the superstructure of the Imperium is not racist, sexist, or queerphobic.
Okay,
They are literally racist. A huge tenet of the Imperium is to abhor the mutant, the witch / the psyker. But also Xenos. They fucking hate orcs. They're an abomination. The Drukhari, the Eldar, are abominations and foul Xenos that deserve to be destroyed in their entirety. So are the Tau. What the fuck are you talking about? My brain is melting. You're a tourist. You don't even know the setting you're talking about. You fucking moron.
The superstructure of the, and there may be individual worlds that are very bigoted places, but imperial culture and the superstructure of the Imperium is not racist, sexist, or queerphobic.
They literally are. They're all three, actually. What's my evidence for queerphobic? They don't exist in the setting. Unless that's in, like, some gay characters they're introducing in one of the newer books. There ain't any gay characters I can think of. Where'd they all go? Probably they were killed too. Ah. But, you know, there's no, also, like, that, the queerphobic thing aside, they're definitely sexist. The whole female Space Marine debate you just had, the whole reason it's been a thing is the Emperor himself chose it to be men only. He's absolutely a sexist. What do you mean? Oh, women aren't prevented from being in the meat grinder. No, they're forced to be in the meat grinder. As soldiers. You fucking moron. Women and men are forced via tithe to feed the Imperial war machine. It isn't their choice. Some choose to sign up, like the Krieg fucking march out ready to go. I'm flabbergasted. You moron. These fucking idiots, they don't know the lore. They're so focused on the fact that, oh, women are in the soldieries, therefore they're there aren't any sexist roles for women. There absolutely are. Now, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, are you talking about Star Trek? This is 40K.
Okay.
It's
We might have a
xenocidal,
misinformation here.
it's anti-mutation.
Are you aware of the righteous mind by Jonathan Hayth?
No.
Okay, what he's making is not a political argument, he's making a moral argument.
Okay. It's anti-mutation, but it's not racist. Okay. Let me pull an argument you pulled earlier, Mr. Radham. Like you have said, is redhead a mutation? Is black skin not a mutation? It is. It is a mutation. Now, of course, not significant enough for the Imperium to consider it different from human. Right. But it absolutely discriminates against Ogrins. Not in the sense that they butcher or kill them, no. But they do serve a specific role, don't they? How many Ogrin are encouraged to seek out administrative work in the Administratum? How many Ogrin are trained to be medics? Now, to be fair, that one actually might be possible. But how many? None. They are meat shields. They are discriminated against in the form of being used as fucking meat shields. That is discrimination on the basis of race. Are you retarded? Additionally, abhumans are fucking hated in the Imperium. Not on their own homeworlds, and not in how the system uses them, because they're useful. But certainly in how the system uses them. Emphasis on the word uses. Ogrins are used as meat shields and giant dumb fucking boulders to throw at the enemy. The fucking cat people, the felinids, they're typically used for their agility and stealth. So they're typically used as assassins. What is this shit about the Imperium not being racist? Oh, they're anti-mutation, but they're not racist. What do you call these mutated groups? Would you call the Ogrins a race? Oh, well, they're humans still. But yes, but they're identified due to their biological shift from normal humans. Normal. The fuck are you talking about? Felinids are also not allowed to migrate. I don't know what that one off the top of my head, but if that's true, yeah. Again, limitations are placed on abhumans for being abhuman. They're used in if the Imperium didn't need Ogrins in battle, do you think they would let them exist? No. No, they wouldn't. This guy is a tourist.
The moral arguments here are things that humanity seems to value. He came up with 6 core foundations, which was care, fairness, loyalty, authority, sanctity, and liberty. And he argues that the majority of human morality, and thus politics coming from that, can be based on these 6 moral foundations. And they don't mean authority as in authoritarianness. It means authority stems from humanity's needs to construct and find hierarchies for mutual benefits. Sanctity came from our ability to, our need to find food, for example, and give totemic value to certain things. Like, okay, red fruit good, yellow fruit bad, for example. So we're not talking outright politics in a modern sense here. We're not talking about 21st politics, we're talking morality.
So morality and politics, as you've acknowledged, are very interlinked things. And look, with the Imperium, they're not bigoted about these things, not because they're progressive, but because everyone suffers in the grinding oppression of the Imperium. The Imperium doesn't care what your gender is, what color your skin is, who you love. The Imperium cares how dearly it can spend your life. And honestly, I think not having female Space Marines is the less grimdark.
And it does so with the Felinids and the Ogrins and Psychers and all the lot based on their prerequisite characteristics. It judges their usefulness based on their genetic deviations and categorizes them, segregates them into specific units, and uses them as such. One would call that discrimination. You moron.
Option, because why the fuck would you spare women from that horrible fate of becoming brainwashed, genetically engineered, post-human warrior monstrosities?
Because they're going to make inferior soldiers. But if we continue down the Haitian line...
I fundamentally reject your premise there, because it is the post-human process that makes a Space Marine.
And we may disagree on
If women would make inferior soldiers within 40k, then women would not be within the Imperial Guard.
Oh, they are.
Places
They do
like
make
Cadia, with
inferior
their warrior culture, it's close to a 50-50 gender split.
Yep, because they need to throw everything they can at chaos. But in an ideal situation, you wish to have the best soldiers you can. Like, female soldiers are an example of desperation, rather than a good, stable structure. The Soviet Union, for example, used female soldiers. They failed horribly in frontline duties, but proved to be rather exceptional snipers, interestingly enough.
Also, the Night Witches did fantastic work.
Fantastic work is harsh, is a bit far, but considering the absolute garbage equipment they were granted, yeah, fair enough.
Doesn't care who you love.
But on this, what Heights further find out was that left-wing people favored care, fairness, and liberty over authority, loyalty, and sanctity. Now, the Imperium is clearly built on loyalty, authority, and sanctity. I don't think we're going to argue that the Imperium is built on care, fairness, or liberty. So by the Haitian
and the lack of those things is portrayed as a bad thing within the setting.
I would disagree. It's a bad thing in our modern sensibilities, absolutely. The Imperium's a horrible place. But the reason why it's a horrible place is because if it isn't, it's going to get eaten. It's going to get raped to death by Dark Eldar. It's going to get devoured by Tyranids. It's going to get bonked by orcs. It's going to get interrogated, turned into nothing by Necrons, etc., etc. The Imperium needs to be a bad place. Otherwise, it's not going to be a place at all.
The Imperium believes that it needs to be a bad place.
I'm with Arch on this specific point. Again, we're still completely off topic for gatekeeping. But for the topic that's being discussed, yes, the Imperium needs to be a shitty place for what it is. Is this guy legitimately about to argue that that's not the case? Hold on, what?
Going to get eaten, would disagree. It's a bad thing in our modern sensibilities, absolutely. The Imperium's a horrible place. But the reason why it's a horrible place is because if it isn't, it's going to get eaten. It's going to get raped to death by Dark Eldar. It's going to get devoured by Tyranids. It's going to get bonked by orcs. It's going to get interrogated, turned into nothing by Necrons, etc., etc. The Imperium needs to be a bad place. Otherwise, it's not going to be a place at all.
The Imperium believes that it needs to be a bad place.
Are you saying the Tyranids are going to stop eating them?
No, I'm saying that the Imperium could still survive while being less shitty. In fact, the Imperium...
False. Entirely false. You want to know why that's false, you dipshit? Remember the Horus Heresy? Yeah, the Horus Heresy. Yeah. What was going on during the Great Crusades? It was a far less oppressive time than the modern Imperium. During the Great Crusades, atheism was basically the church, if you will, of the Imperium. Worlds were destroyed if they maintained a religion. In fact, this was so stringent that even one of the Primarchs and his own fucking world were set to the flame for this. During this time, chaos still manifested. It's still corrupted. Now, you believe, Radhom, that in the 40k setting, that if everyone was treated nicely and it was all just a lovely paradise where there was minimal restriction and authority and minimal oppressiveness, that would starve chaos? I point you to the Eldar. Their society was at the zenith of creation. And they fucked a god into existence. They weren't oppressed. They weren't suffering terribly. Oh, but that's because they were degenerate and their sensory everything was over the top and they experienced things on such a severe... Yes, but here's the thing. Your argument is that if the Imperium was an oppressive place, that would not feed chaos. Chaos does not feed on just suffering. It feeds on everything. Sex. Every time you have a little bit of sex, Slaanesh likes that. Every time you have a little bit of drugs, a little bit of a, like to use a Fallout example, you take a little bit of Psycho, you know. Slaanesh likes that. Every time you get angry at a coworker, you're irritated that they got that promotion you didn't get. Khorne likes that anger. Khorne takes that little bit of frustration and he mutates it. Oh, well, I really hate him. He's such a douche. He took that, he knew I wanted that promotion. He could have rejected it and passed it along to me. Then Khorne just kind of twists the dial a little bit. I want to fucking punch that guy. I want to punch him. I want to key his car. I'm going to fuck him up. Twists that dial just a little bit more. Fuck fucking up his car. Fuck fucking up his face. I want to gut him. I want to stab him. I want to break his fucking neck. All of that manifests without an oppressive society. The whole point of chaos is there's real no way to completely starve them. It's not possible. You can certainly give them more fuel to the fire, but you can never truly cut them off unless all of creation died. In fact, one of the theories around the Tyranids is the whole point of the Tyranids is kind of an anti-chaos. In fact, they have a presence in the warp. They are anti-chaos in the sense that they're eating fucking everything and they do not feed the warp because they do not feel rage or any form of emotion. They're just an eating, biomass-absorbing machine that feeds none of the chaos gods. They're antithesis to them. So one of the theories of the Tyranids is that they are a failsafe against chaos. If everything in creation is eaten and is absorbed into just unfeeling biomass, how do you feed Nurgle? No diseases are being spread and no life is proliferating. How do you feed Slaanesh? Drugs. Excess. Sex. It's not being engaged in, so you can't feed Slaanesh. Rage. The Tyranids don't feel rage. They are driven by instinct. They are animals. So he doesn't feed them. He isn't fed on by them, no matter how much blood and destruction they cause. And Tzeentch? Tzeentch might be the only one who might benefit from them, and that's because they are changing their... But even then, he cuts them off because if all of creation is eaten, and only has the fate of being eaten, then it has no other deviations of fate that one can shift to, therefore not feeding him either. So this idea that if the Imperium was a nice, happy-go-lucky little place, that it would cut off chaos and it would starve them out is false. Chaos still manifests. And in fact, it's easier to manifest when nobody's looking out for it. Oh, people could still look out for the warp and be informed. Guess what? You don't realize you're being corrupted by it till you're already gone. And for the people trained to look for it, for them to search it out properly, they need to instigate oppressive regimes. They need to do door-to-door interrogations. They need to do checkups on people. They need to look in people's private homes or private lives for cults manifesting and formulating and worshipping one of the gods. If you just ask, hey, can I check your house? And they say, no. And you're in a non-oppressive society, does it fucking work? Please tell me Arch takes a fraction of what I just said and smacks him with it. Please.
And being less shitty to its citizens would help to starve out chaos. The suffering within the Imperium is the main thing driving the warp at the moment. It's still a I'm not saying I want the Imperium to be a good and positive and progressive place. I'm just pointing out that the negativity of the Imperium isn't a good thing.
Well, it's negative in our modern day, but again, these are moral values, like loyalty, authority, sanctity. These are virtues within the Imperium that they have built into virtues. Now, of course, there is suffering, in large parts, nearly universally, due to the incredible harshness of the universe. Like, people need to toil in the forges for endless shifts, because there is never enough weapons, there's never enough ammunition, there are never enough starships, there's never enough food.
And if the Imperium understood its technology, then people wouldn't need to toil as hard.
Sure, but again, if we wave our magic wand,
The
everything can
appeal
change.
of the setting again. Sorry, brain just stalled for a moment. Joys of ADD. Like 40k is a reflection of modern values because the things like all of these bad things within 40k are portrayed as being bad. And yeah, like the struggle against the horribleness creates these like beautiful moments of heroism in the face of grinding oppression, and that's that's beautiful. That's great. But the Imperium is a failing empire. It is on the verge of collapse. If things were working in...
All right, we're gonna take an intermission. I was gonna wait till we hit the actual hour mark, but I need to take a break. Oh my god. Oh my god. Intermission time, please. Intermission time. All right. I'm gonna start taking calls. We're not done. I'm gonna get through it, see if there's anything else there. I vowed that I would watch all of it, so we're gonna go through it. But need a break. Oh my god. Good night. All right. Have a good night, ball. I wish I could have had you on for voice calls, but I hope this didn't ruin you. I hope we got some laughs at my expense, at least. Oh my god, my brain. Good god. Okay, so if you guys would like to call in, what up here? If you guys would like to call in, there's a link in the description to the call line VC. Also, make sure to leave a like on the stream if you guys are enjoying my suffering so far. Or at the very least, enjoying my points. I will share the link in chat in just a second. Right. So, I already have some people in waiting, so I'll grab them. Excuse me, jeez. So, but if we were to wait in the general waiting room and take your turns, each in the waiting call rooms 1, 2, and 3. All right. Bartrick, thank you for being a very patient human being.
Oh, no problem.
How are you doing?
Can't complain. I've been watching your stream thing for a bit. It's interesting, so to speak.
Right.
Forgive me, I don't do these kinds of things often, considering the fact of what I do on Twitter. That.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So what is your take on the debate so far?
I mean, from what I've watched the debate from Radhump's area at first, and then switched over to Arch when he released his video. I mean, my take on it is, I felt that Arch had a lot of good points, but he hasn't taken initiative on certain things. I understand why. It's because, how should I put this? He's already been vilified by some of the woke hammer community, and for the most part, his words can be misconstrued constantly, and I mean constantly.
They are misconstrued constantly.
Hmm. I mean, for the most part, we believe he has won the debate in a sense, but the problem is both the moderator and the two arguers are unable to even stay consistent.
Yes, and I think the whole reason for moderators is because this is an element of debates that always happens.
Mm-hmm.
With conversation comes the flow of conversation, and with the flow of conversation comes deviation, tangents.
Oh,
and
yeah. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, and the point of a moderator is because this is an understood aspect of conversation. A moderator is supposed to jump in when that happens and refocus back on topic. This moderator has completely and utterly, from the ground up, failed to service this basic purpose. And that is the whole purpose of him being there, is to keep things on topic. And for the last 35 plus minutes, I'd say, they haven't been on topic. The last time gatekeeping was even mentioned was like at the 20-minute mark, I'd say, if that.
Yeah, no, it was just, I don't even know where that conversation was going afterwards, because I said in my article, which is the Imperium News on Twitter, look it up.
I follow you, don't I? I love
I
your
think
little,
so.
I love your little thing. I thought
Well, I
I hearted
appreciate
like
it.
50 of them. Yeah, by the way,
I'm sorry?
Bartrick is a great guy on Twitter. He's part of the Chudhammer community over there. That's the
Hello.
Yeah, he's awesome. He does this little like news like LARP. Is it okay for me to call it a LARP, or do you call it something else?
I don't really care about name calling at this point. It's basically just a shtick for me. I mean,
Shtick.
I originally was a meme account, and then I just transformed a bit, and I stuck with it for a bit.
But it's a great account. So if you are on Twitter and you are tired of like the nonsense of the wokos losing their shit, the Chudhammer community led by Lord Metal and Bartrick in particular are pretty cool guys. Check them out, and they keep things hobby focused, and they have fun. So
Oh yeah, totally. And if you need some honest news, Imperial News is the way to go. We're more honest. We're more honest than CNN. But yeah, for the most part, we've written an article about this, myself and Tom, and for the most part, we believe that Arch has many good points, and he won the debate squarely on the fact that he's been logical on multiple occasions. The problem is that the whole the thing shifted from gatekeeping to more of a sociological to culture war, and then, well, I'm not going to spoil much of these since you're only watching like what, an hour of this already.
I'm 58 minutes and 16 seconds in, so I'm about at
Oh,
the
you're
halfway
not
mark.
even. Whew.
We're in the
Yeah.
middle. Well, I'm not sure if it's over necessarily yet, but the female space marine debate has been moved on from, and now they're talking about the.
Yeah, it's gonna get a little fucky around the end. It's just about the Imperium and then Primaris. It deviates heavily, and you're probably gonna get an aneurysm, worse than Vegeta. But for the most part, Radham, we tried to give a benefit of the doubt. We went into this neutral with no expectations. I mean, we hate Wokehammer. Me and Tom, we hate the fuck out of them. But we did try to be, what's a word?
Fair?
Cordial. Yes, fair. Because we have to be honest. We promised our viewers and readers about this to be honest. And we honestly have to say that Radholm just spoke in like a true Wokehammer. He's spouting a lot of garbage out of the mouth that we hear mostly from Wokehammer, but like about female space marines, how gatekeepers are evil and this and that. And the problem is both sides agree to the gatekeeping. It's all about the politics. They don't agree with each other.
Well,
And
actually,
it would have
it's
been
not gatekeeping in his opinion. It's actually moderation.
Yes, controlling humanity. It's worse than the Emperor. It's garlic heresy.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I never agreed with that, and that was the first instance that we cringed on the matter. I looked through all 2 hours of this, and what I will say is that Arch he's tried to be cordial and he had many good points, but the problem really is that he's too polite for his own good, which is understandable because
he needed to be combative, and
which is difficult. Yes,
it's well, I don't know if I'd agree with the phrasing of it. It's difficult. It's difficult for Arch for sure, but
no. It's not difficult to be aggressive, to be combative.
Yes.
I mean, you got to combative these sons of bitches because
Mm.
when I first started coming into Twitter and engaging with these sociopaths, I tried to call for peace on both sides. I have. There was like a huge thread before I bought X Blue or whatever, and I realized that you cannot tolerate or what's the word? Be cordial with these people. These Wokehammer, these people. I don't want to. What's the word I'm looking for?
Oh,
You know what?
quick.
No, I will demonize them. These people are horrid, cruel people. The
Absolutely.
reason I backed away from Wokehammer in the peace department is because one of them, Noix, if you know this guy, or Noise Midas, whatever his name is nowadays, I backed away from him and muted him. I backed away from him because he was being an egregious little shit. Excuse my language. An egregious little shit to a mother on Mother's Day who lost a child because the child went from female to boy, and basically that year or I don't know how long they didn't have stop contact, and a lot of people were praising for this trans man to not be a part of the mother's life, and the mother was actually saddened that this year that she would not have a Mother's Day with her daughter. He commented on it in a negative light. I was saying, dude, you can't just bash somebody's because somebody lost their legitimate daughter for this nonsense. I mean,
Well,
I don't know what the story is. But
You
still.
you say negative light.
I'm sorry.
You said negative light. Can you expand upon that a little bit? Like, what do you mean by negative light? Did you just say,
basically,
"Oh,
you
well,
just
that's
said-
stupid," or did he
No,
go?
I'm sorry. No. You're right. What if it was back this year's Mother's Day, but if I recall, he mentioned that, oh, I'm glad that your son, quotes, is
Thank you for the
is
super chat
not
in a minute.
it doesn't have to be. I'm
I
sorry.
was just thinking the super chat real quick.
Oh no, sorry,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but yeah, basically that I'm glad that your son is not oh, I'm going to paraphrase this, not being forced into your worldview, or basically, I'm glad that he gets away from you, so to speak. I'm paraphrasing here. It's been a while since I've interacted with that sociopath.
Okay, so he was happy that he got away because the mom didn't agree with the trans status?
Apparently so.
That's, first of all, that's not your place to comment on that. Like it's none of your
really
business.
isn't.
That's a family issue.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Like that's inappropriate at best, disgusting at worst.
Oh yeah, pretty much. I mean, like I said, I paraphrase as this was a while ago, back on Mother's Day, and I told him, dude, you can't just say that shit to a literal grieving mother who is not going to see her daughter again. And then he just tried to reason it, and I realized that moment, you can't reason with wokies. You can't reason with anybody who's politically entrenched. You can't reason with people who are just full of themselves. Radhom gives me that vibe, and suddenly I'm just like, he's trying to take control of the conversation. I'm sorry, but the whole point of this, I would never trust a Wokey with anything, and I won't trust Wokehammer to be cordial at all at this point.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, when going into a debate with these people, you need to keep that in mind. Like,
of course,
that is, I don't know if you've seen my debate with. This was a while ago, to be fair. So.
Oh no. I'll be honest. This is the first time watching your stuff. First time meeting you, so to speak.
Okay.
I've seen you around, but that's about it. And the only other debate I've seen is with Bo and Shay, and that was as equal to Arch and Radhom. On that, it was originally about female Space Marines, then it just went to the lore thing. It's like it's been a common thing.
Okay. So I have had a debate in the past on stream. I had a woke person contact me via my Instagram and harass me. And in response, I invited them on the show, and I did not invite them on for a genuine debate because I don't believe that's possible with Wokos. Like, it's not like for a genuine debate to happen, both sides to be willing to listen, not necessarily be willing to change their minds, because I don't think that is a prerequisite of debate. I think what is, though, is the willingness to listen. If your mind changes and the points are poignant enough and you actually pay attention that you do change your mind, that's all the more powerful if you went in without the intention of having your mind changed. So, but you at the very least need to enter the conversation willing to listen to what the other side has said. Not listen in the way Wokos do, which is looking for gotchas, but actually listen to the substance of what they're saying. Actually give the points a chance to rest. So they don't do that. So when I brought on the Templin Institute nut job, it wasn't Templin Institute himself. It wasn't Templin Institute himself. It was one of his fans. And the guy was fucking psycho. And despite the fact that I established from the get-go, I'm not a conservative, and I'm a libertarian. For the left, I might as well be alt-right. I don't particularly care what they think, but that's what I am. And despite that, the whole time he was calling me alt-right, he was calling me a conservative. No matter how many times I told him I'm not,
essentially.
It didn't matter. He had a narrative to push. He pushed the narrative. Additionally, a lot of his points were hollow. They didn't make any sense. Everything he had, basically, he acted as the woke always do. And unlike Arch, I didn't go in trying to be respectful. I didn't go in being cordial. I went in from the get-go farming him for content and to mock him. Because in my opinion, as you just said, there's no debating them. Like, that requires the ability to listen. And they don't have that ability. So I shat down his throat. And
time and again, it's been a common, a consistent trait with people on the extreme left. It's not just left. Like, if they were a little bit on the left, but they were reasonable, fine. I got no problems with it. But the extreme side of it, I can't tolerate. Not even on the right. I can't even tolerate them sometimes.
Yeah, and the extreme side are the only ones online. Like the
Pretty much.
passive progressives and the passive, they're not on X. They're not debating any topics because they don't care enough.
Of course.
So we're only ever going to deal with the people who are, at the very least, semi-extreme. Like, they're extreme enough that they constantly voice their opinion online about it.
Right.
So that's what we're dealing with these groups. And to swing it back to kind of keep it on topic with the gatekeeping debate.
Yeah.
Arch, as we established, he didn't go in ready to bring the fight to them, and that was his biggest mistake. Now, again, I stand by that this debate still could have been better if the moderator had actually been moderating, kept things on topic, prevented them from talking over each other. That's literally the two main jobs of a moderator. In fact, they're the only jobs of a moderator. But this mod just let them talk the whole time, and even let them talk over each other. He didn't. He only curtailed the conversation twice so far, and both times it was well after the conversation had completely broken up.
Yeah, when we did that article, we did praise him for trying to be a moderator, but the thing is,
I don't think you should have praised him.
Out of fairness, we were listening on the conversation between the two, and the moderator was non-existent.
Exactly,
but for the most part, he kept trying to keep things somewhat steady, but that's only in fairness.
I don't agree he did that at all. No. He did it twice.
Yeah.
So far, and he might do it a third or fourth time, but for over the amount, again, the topic is gatekeeping specifically.
No, I agree with you there. And we've just how should I put this? When I wrote the article, for the most part, and we talked about a little bit of the debate. For the most part, we've established that we try to be fair. And for counterpoints, I mean, he may not have done a decent job at trying to moderate, but for the most part, what we've seen throughout the debate, it was just basically a topic changing clusterfuck. But
exactly. And he took on the responsibility of being a moderator, and when the topic shifts, it's time to jump in. That's what he is there for, and he has only done it twice. in over an
Oh,
hour,
yeah.
and 35 plus minutes was
Mhm.
spent on female Space Marines, and at no point did they relate that back to Gatekeeping.
Oh yeah, no, that's nothing. That's only a drop in the bucket. You should see the latter half of it. It's
Hence my point. If that's a drop in the bucket and the rest is still not on the topic, that only further proves what I'm
No,
saying, that the
I mean,
moderator
the
was
problem
terrible.
is it's. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the moderator was terrible.
Mhm.
The fact that you just said that concretely steelmans what I'm saying. It's confirmation that he did not do his job.
Oh, of course not. Yeah.
So
No.
I respect you for being nice enough to him, and I'm shitting down his throat, but
Hey,
you don't have to do that. And
hey, and as we Imperial News always says, everybody has an opinion. We're just stating what we see, and we state we state the facts of what we see. We don't try to hyperbolize or manipulate the people's views on it. We just tell them. We even gave both Radhom's Twitch and Arch's video so that people can see it for themselves. We just state what we see.
that's good on you, and I respect you for that.
Mm.
I do got other people waiting in comments.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you for having me on, Asmogan.
And thank you for coming on. I hope you have a great
Of course.
evening.
Yep. To the audience, please read Imperial News. We are honest than CNN.
Alrighty. Alright, I'm gonna pull on the next guest. I think that's Spiffier? Spiffier Mage, is that you?
No.
You.
No.
Oh. See you cut out.
Can I still be heard?
Oh, I hear you. There you go.
Alright,
Alright.
that's grand. So it's been a while. How you been?
I've been pretty good. How about you?
It's been interesting watching how you went completely red in the face throughout the entire stream.
Actually, yeah, it's that, and I'm also, I'm half ginger, so my skin like burns from the inside.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
One thing I will say though, since you're watching this, do you want to know when the video gets back to the gatekeeping topic?
I would appreciate that if you have a timestamp.
Cool. Turn off the video.
It never goes back.
They go on to talking about Disney and how certain things get cancelled for not being woke. Which is another point where Arch drops the ball because he said
No,
that shows get canceled.
that's not his ball to drop though. That again, circling
that's
back.
the fucking moderator again.
So many people are letting the moderator walk. What the fuck? That's literally his job.
Yeah,
His
it's
job
fucking it's horrible.
Oh my god, he doesn't get them ever back on track.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that's one of the last times he ever speaks up because he barely talks in the entire 2-hour thing.
Oh my god.
It might as well be like watching another video tabbed or something in the background.
Out of curiosity, do you have any links to that guy's socials? Like, is he a YouTuber? Is he like what?
I have not a clue. I've only ever heard of him, and my knowledge only extends to this debate.
What's he called? Counterpoints?
I need to double check that because like I watched it once on Archie's channel at 2 times speed, like what was it, 2 nights ago? And yeah, then I just saw you streaming about it, and I remembered one point off the top of my head, just from having watched it the first time, but watching it now again with hindsight, it's just it's a complete wreck.
Oh yeah.
Arch, my guy.
Okay, he's a YouTuber. Okay, I just found his channel, Counterpoints 40K.
Yeah, I will give Arch some bit of credit, is that his usual smugness doesn't come across when he streams.
Well, no, that's more of a, I won't call it a performance necessarily, but what Arch, the smugness we see for Arch, that's his, well, I guess there's no other way to put it. That is his performance in videos. It's his way of adding charm to the video.
The man's left eyebrow is permanently raised. His facial expression is permanently smug.
Oh.
But yeah, one of the points that he did drop that I noticed on my own before looking back on it with hindsight was when they start talking about how, when things go how wokeness has pretty much taken over everything, and that this is one of the reasons why you gotta gatekeep it all, is that shows get cancelled because they're not woke, which is not quite the right thing to say, because Rad does actually hound him on that point, going, what shows have been cancelled? That's actually not quite how it works. It's not that they're getting cancelled, it's that they're never being greenlit in the first place to even meet the public's attention.
Correct. Like, they're being prevented from existing to begin with. And that's... The thing is, Arch should have said exactly that. Now, I don't think we've gotten to that point. At least we did, I missed that.
No, that's in the future.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because once they're done with this, they'll be going on to wokeness in media.
Okay. Good God. That makes me think. Chat, give me a 1 if you guys want me to, like, finish the whole thing. Or give me a 2 if you guys want me to just wrap it up. Or to skip to the very end. I'm curious if you guys actually want me to go through the whole thing or not. I'm willing to do either. Keep in mind, like, don't worry about me. I can do either. But yeah. So Spiffier, actually, completely off topic, but I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember Spiffier, but weren't you the guy who, back when I defended Arch, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, didn't you say, like, oh, here before our Asmo stabs Arch in the back, and then I made a joke about a spoon? Was that you, or am I thinking it was somebody else?
I've only known you for, like, just under a year, so absolutely not.
Okay, so I'm thinking of someone else. I don't know. Maybe they had Spiffier in their name as well, but it's something else. Anyway.
No, I've only been on, like, 3, maybe 4 of your streams in total.
Yeah. So, in your opinion, did Arch win this debate?
Honestly, not sure, because that would be my own bias coming in. Because, like, naturally I agree with the guy. And the best I can say is Radham didn't make any sensible arguments to go with that, so I guess by that technicality, Arch won. But then again, someone who is also woke can go, yeah, no, him saying, like, cis men and trans men are the same strength. Yeah, that's totally real. He's definitely talking real shit here.
Yeah, that's where my contention on whether Arch won this or not is he was never going to convince Radham of jack shit, nor are you ever going to convince a woke person of anything on these streams. But it's the people in the margins, it's the silent majority that may or may not see it, that you should impress upon your points and everything. It's really for their sake that you have these debates, and
because it's only because I'm on Team Arch in this that I can look at it and go, I guess Arch won.
Yeah, I'm trying to take the neutral...
Which is no idea.
Yeah,
which is no indication of how it appears to the normal person.
Yeah, I'm trying to take the neutral person's perspective and think, like, okay, how did this come off? And for me, a lot of people are... Well, don't want to phrase it. I'll phrase it this way. A lot of people are stupid. They're not going to really pay attention too closely to the phrasings or the points or the specificity of, like, the way things are said. They're going to stick with the way the conversation flows. And with the number of times that Radham makes, like, very confident, very, like, flat, like, statements about things.
Can I pause you for 1 sec?
Yeah.
I just noticed something in your chat. Brother Doctor, go fuck yourself with your fucking Brit talk.
Oh, Spiffier Brit?
Yeah, I'm Irish.
Ah, okay. I'm Irish by blood, but not by nationality, so... I wear that part on my face. Anyway,
Sure, we fucking see it everywhere after 1850.
The Irish couldn't keep it in their pants anywhere.
Yeah, we have we have immigrants everywhere.
Yeah, where was I? Fuck.
We were going on how the normie sees it.
Yeah. With the normies, with the connotation of the conversation and with how many times Arch lets Radham's statements just stand without challenge, I think a lot of normies are gonna think Radham won.
Possibly. Because he does not go in for any of the really low-hanging fruit that just Radham has been putting out constantly.
Yeah, like there's countless statements that go unchallenged. That is the problem. Like if you constantly are challenging it, the normie again won't. The substance of the conversation will be lost on the normie, but that connotation, that feeling that there is back and forth, but the number of times the Arch just goes silent and lets Radham make the statements, the average person will pick up on that and think, "Oh, okay, Radham won."
Also,
he
the
shut
decorum.
Arch up.
Yeah, the decorum for the entire fucking debate was Radham talking over and cutting off Arch. Like that was just how it was going the entire way.
Yeah, he domineered the conversation, and that's another way a normie will feel like Radham won. So that's where I feel kind of nervous. Now, obviously, even with normies, there's leanings. Like you might lean left, you might lean right. So you'll be like, okay, well, yeah, Radham may have dominated the conversation, but he felt a lot more unreasonable and acted and looked a certain way, so they might lean that way. It's really hard to narrow down the normie thing, and obviously the whole point of normies is they're the most broad group of what they might take for stuff. They're the most unpredictable, so it's hard to narrow them down, but my feeling is most people will walk away thinking Radham won. If not necessarily won, they'll think it was kind of a moot debate. Like it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah. So one thing I will say about behavior is that Radham, he is obviously a woke leftist. He is even regardless of how long he was in there, he's the person being influenced by the outside politics. And that's the thing about woke people that is different from any other group of people in the world is they do not view you as a disagreement. They cannot, even so much as talk to you as a normal person, politics aside. You are just the enemy. They will treat you as that for as long as you exist. Like, I can't remember which fucking YouTuber called it, but said it, but they are worse than terrorists because they are not satisfied with you, just killing you. They want you ruined and on the street, unable to get a job and afford basic food and shelter. That's why we have the cancel culture, otherwise better called persecution culture.
Yeah, they're soldiers in a war. That's how they see themselves, and thus
they're not even soldiers.
No,
soldiers
that's how
at
they
least
see themselves.
Just go. This is the job. They are more than just your fucking radical extremist. Fucking a terrorist in the Middle East blowing himself up to go to heaven with his 70 virgins is not as dedicated as these people are.
Yes, but keep in mind, those people, though, see themselves as soldiers for God. Like, that's what I'm saying is the way they see themselves, and that's why they conduct themselves the way they do, is they see themselves as soldiers. They may not think, like, specifically soldiers. They might think warrior or hero. I mean, remember, social justice warrior was a term for the longest time.
Yeah.
That's why. They
like, even
themselves...
the word woke, for example, fucking people on the right or the center didn't make that up. That was something that they wore as a badge to say that they are aware to all the social injustices in the world.
Correct. And
fucking everyone who wasn't far left just went, "Oh, they're calling themselves woke. They are woke. We have identified the problem as what they call themselves, woke."
I got other people in the comments, but I really thank you for coming on, and you make solid points. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. I've said my piece. Have a good one.
Have a good one. I feel like I just dropped him abruptly there. I didn't mean to come off that way. I heard everything he said. Oh, I feel bad about that. Sorry. Man. God, I hate giving a time limit on like people talking, but at the same time, I'm trying to make like progress here. Karn, how you doing? Good guess. Yes, I usually have good guess. I'm pretty lucky in that regard. Karn, can you hear me?
Yep.
Ah. All right.
And I just wanted to say, man, I was right.
A lot of bingo.
Well, it looks like a fucking Tetris sheet now. The entire fucking paper disappeared.
It looks like a black void because of all the circling.
But yeah, it pretty much went how I thought it was. It was a big whoopsie on Archer's side to not be as aggressive as he should be, because you cannot really win against them and being too polite, because they will just keep on seeing you as weak, and they are going to keep on the offensive every time,
Oh yeah.
because that's how they beat you in an argument. They are not going to beat you with fair play. They usually just yell over you until you cannot talk back to them. So, like, giving them the flow of the conversation is just not going to end out the way that you want to. That's just what I think. But yeah, all in all, Arch should have been way more aggressive for
Absolutely.
this. And listening to the preamble at the beginning that he edited onto the video, I feel like he sees it himself.
He sees it himself?
Yeah, like at the beginning of the video when the Arch did his preamble, where he like said, yeah, he should have pressed the guy more on this and that topic.
Oh, okay, that's right. But yeah, but that was after the debate ended.
Yeah, that was after the debate ended. I just wanted to say with it, like, that that's his after the sorry, it's late. It's very
No,
late.
you're fine. You're fine.
He at least now knows how he fucked up. He should have done it a little bit better in the first place. But as we all know, like, if you go into a debate, you got 10 billion things going through your head. You are not going to hit every point perfectly as you wanted to.
Yeah, and that's why I said during that, like, I don't know if I would have done better in the debate. I know I would have been more combative, right? Like that for sure. I know, but would I have overall done better than Arch? I don't think so. I certainly wouldn't have come off as well. I don't think. But at the same time, I personally recognize that true debate, like in the spirit of debate, which is what Arch went in for, isn't present with these people. Like it's a game of gotchas. It's a game of I'm better than you. Let me
Yes.
present why. Like that's the essence of it, and I recognize that, so I don't go in expecting good faith, and I don't provide it. So that's kind of where we differ. He's a better man than me for sure in that regard. I won't say I'm a better debater necessarily with these people, but I'm better confronter. I'll put it like that. I'm better at confronting these people, I think, than debating them.
Yeah, then they need to be confronted. Like when they say something stupid that is, well, for the lack of better terms, actually racist, then we should like point. It should be pointed out that they are doing that. That's
Sure.
how you. Well, that's not really how you get them, because they are going to deny it and yada yada yada. But at least that's how you. This is how you bring them down a notch. That's how you make them act. How should I put? Act out even harder.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what you want. You want them to act out as brutally and as hard as possible,
Yeah,
so that they
if
just
not
look
for
insane.
yeah, if not for exposing sake, you can do it for entertainment sake.
Yeah, I will say the exposing them in that sense is very, very useful.
Yeah, but again, like from a content creator perspective, getting them to act a fool on stream is entertaining.
Not just that. That's also kind of a way how you can show your, well, I don't want to say superiority, but it is a way to win an argument by having someone just look deranged.
You're an expert on that, aren't you?
No, I wouldn't say so.
That's an in-joke, folks. Anyway,
Yep.
thank you for coming on, Karen. I got more people to pull in, but
Yep.
thank you.
I
Thank
know.
you.
No need to thank me.
I'm absolutely
gladly
need to
here,
thank
so.
you. I love you. You're amazing.
Yep. Good night, my dude.
Good night. All right, we're gonna pull on Tang. Then I have Frank. Yeah, those are the next two people to pull on, and then from there we're gonna get back on track. Since the votes earlier were for one to go through the whole thing, so I will suffer. So let me pull on Tang. Tang, my man, how you doing?
Hey, Asmo. I have honestly ranted for a long time when I first saw this video, especially to Karn. Because for me it is a losing strategy. This whole debate idea. That's how we set it up. Because honestly, you were saying you're trying to ask, you're not sure if Arch lost or won. I would say he lost because he was not playing the proper game.
Yeah, he fell into the.
No, he didn't fall into anything. He was just doing what we normally do and approach the debate from a argument point of view, which is exactly the wrong way to do it. This type of debate.
It's not really debating.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my first point, because I would say that we should refuse debates that are not specifically following the rules of debating, which are very strict and very well set. All other debates should be avoided like the plague. And yeah, that's why I got annoyed by Arch doing this debate, because honestly, the only thing that he could have done, he could have lost. He could not have won this debate in any way, shape, or form.
Well, with
let me say it like this: if you think he would have won this debate, is the same way you think that politicians actually win debates by merit.
let me ask you how you constitute winning in this case, in this specific type of debate. Like, how would you constitute winning?
Winning is manipulating the audience to think that your opponent is an idiot.
Okay, I do.
Which
think
is done by not stating facts, but by saying specific things that manipulate the audience views, which is the exact same thing that the politicians.
Yeah, I do think Arch could have done that.
He could have done that, but he never would have done that because he doesn't approach the debate line.
Correct. He's a better man than I am.
Yes, and that's why he should not debate.
Certainly not this kind.
Yes. The fact is, if we're going to do a debate, actually, should I just go really quickly on my idea of debate rules? What I understand as debating rules, regulations, just to set the stage.
How long do you think it'll take you to?
3 points.
Okay, hash it out.
First of all, you need to set up the topic. You need to the moderator needs to speak with each of the participants. They say what the topic is. They agree on the topic, and they agree on the definition of a topic. If they don't agree on the definition of a topic, then there's no debate.
Right.
Second, they agree on certain terminology. So you set up the terminology that's going to be used. You agree on the terms that you're going to use, and that's not the only terms you can use. And third, very rigid and set up times 3. There's people talk, there's stop, there's argument, there is stop. Everything is controlled by the moderator. People talk only when they're allowed to, and if they deviate on the topic, they are immediately cut off. Doesn't matter what their argument is, they are cut off by the moderator immediately, because that's how rules are set.
Right.
Anything else is just a pig fight.
I agree. And I 100% agree that's how this debate should have been conducted.
Yes, but we don't have moderators.
With
And that's
not
the
a real
biggest
one.
problem. Yeah.
Yeah, if a debate had been set up that way, I think Arch could have done a lot better. Probably still wouldn't have won by the criteria. But
well,
definitely could have been at the very least would have made a much better fight. The way this one was set up, it was very internet. I'll say it's
biggest.
It's.
I would say the biggest problem with this debate. Sorry, the biggest problem with this debate is they failed on the first idea. They did not agree what the exact definition of gatekeeping is. Yes. And if they don't agree on that definition, everything else is pointless.
Yeah, additionally, they didn't agree on the terminology of anything else, because Arch even asked him mid-debate, how would you define this, or how would you define that? They didn't have agreed upon definitions of really any of it. Like, gatekeeping, they didn't agree upon the definition. They didn't agree upon what bigotry was. They didn't agree upon abuse. Like, everything was being just charged and thrown out without any real cohesion between the two of them and how they were conversing, and that caused a lot of initial chaos in the conversation. And again, the moderator did nothing in his power to structure everything, making it far worse.
Oh yes. And to end up on my thoughts, I think I can pinpoint the exact moment that Arch lost, like properly lost the debate, is when he was asked to give examples of media that has been cancelled because of being woke, being right wing or whatever it was. At that point, when he began to, he couldn't give any examples because the premise itself was wrong. First point. At that point, an outside person would see the debater failing to give an answer to an honest question and trying to obfuscate or change the subject. Doesn't matter if the debater is wrong or right. That's how the tactics work. And at that point, Arch basically lost from a person that completely doesn't understand point of view.
Yeah, that's fair. I would agree.
And that,
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and that is why we should not do debates with leftists. Because it's fighting pigs with mud, and they're comfortable with fucking mud. So yeah.
I thank you for coming on, man, and yeah, you make very fair points.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure, man. Thank you. All right, we're gonna get Ka Frank in, and then we're gonna get back to it joyously. Ka Frank, welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Good, good. So, what are your thoughts?
Well, pretty much every thought I had's already been stated by someone else, so kind of could just reiterate. But one thing I do have to say, it's kind of funny seeing an Australian use American-style politics and culture to attack Arch and Warhammer.
It is interesting to watch, but at the same time, unfortunately, especially when it comes to woke politics, it's prevalent across all Western societies. And I know technically Australia is not necessarily properly in the West; it's way more out there. But it has a Western style culture to it, directly inherited from the Brits. So they're very much still under that umbrella.
Yeah, but when you look at Warhammer, you should look at it from a British perspective of when the lore came out. Not take, American social justice, rot of all that stuff, and then go, that's how Warhammer should be.
Right, but unfortunately, Radholm would counter with, "Oh, well, it needs to shift with a modern perspective. Like it was reflecting modern ideals then, and it's reflecting modern ideals now." That would be an argument that he would make.
Yeah, I'm not the kind of person who likes debates anyway, but watching it, I have to say, to put Arch's own words into it, Arch was acting kind of Swedish.
He was acting Swedish. For a Norwegian
Sound-
man to be labeled that is pretty bad.
Oh yeah. But I think
Oh,
Arch is just not the kind of person within his own personality to really debate.
I would agree. I mean, Arch is, as we've kind of reiterated several times, he's not hostile. Not enough.
No.
Like he's definitely hostile to their ideals. He's hostile. You know, he hates their ideology for sure, but the actual essence of hostility in the form of debate, in the form of confrontation, he's not like that. He's a softer gentleman. He's more composed. He goes at it things from the perspective of being a respectable person. And having experienced debating these types of people myself, you're not going to get anywhere with that. These people thrive off of, in fact, being a counter to respectful conduct. They thrive off of ruining a person who tries to go after them that way. So you have, if you're going to debate them, if your goal is to change minds, it's not going to happen. If your goal is to simply have a confrontation to display to others the ridiculousness of them, still probably not the best exercise to try and be as respectful as Arch was. Certainly be composed as Arch was, but be combative. Still confront them. Do, as I suggested throughout the video, and again, I have the benefit of hindsight. I'm not claiming I would have done as good, worse, better, any of that than Arch. I don't know. I've been in exactly 2 debates before. One with Arch years ago, and one by myself with the Template Institute fan, who I shredded apart. But that, I cannot say how I would have done. So this is not me criticizing Arch or saying Arch did poorly or I would have done better, I'm better, none of that. Arch did the best he could with the personality he has. Me, full honesty, I'm immature, I'm an asshole, and I go low. For me, I would have gone in with the debate of not really expecting to change minds. I would have gone in with the goal of entertaining. And hopefully through my blasé attitude, the margins of people who are, looking at this stuff and going, wow, these guys are taking it way too seriously, they would see, my side of it being, jokey, laughing at Radholm, going low, being kind of an asshole. That might push them to the other side, but it might also make our side look more comfortable. It's like, wow, that guy isn't afraid to say his mind. He isn't, tiptoeing around himself. He's hitting him back, and they would also see it as confident. And hopefully that would encourage people to maybe see this side as more inviting.
Yeah.
But
2 things about that I want to quickly say is, one, I think Arch would have done much better if it was a rehearsed, recorded thing he could do as like a reply video, not a live debate.
Oh, absolutely. But that also would be a completely different format, though.
Oh, yeah. And second would be, I think he was trying to be polite because he wanted to look as a nicer person. I don't think, not just does Arch want to be the nicer person, I think he wants to make friends, not enemies.
True.
And he went into a situation where that wasn't an option.
Correct. That is what happened for sure. And Arch is a good guy. Like, this isn't just like his posturing of trying to look good. Arch genuinely is a nicer person than a lot of these psychos would pretend, and they don't give him enough credit. From my own interactions with Arch, he is a very good dude, and he wants to be friendly. He will hold his ground. He won't be pushed on a subject. He's not a softie necessarily, but he's not combative in the direct sense.
He's not good at a live reaction.
Right. Like he's not good in that format. He's good in the format of, as you suggested, pre-rehearsed, pre-written, properly thought out responses. Debates thrive off of, as we kind of went over, debates, especially modern debates, are a shit flinging contest. It's not about listening to the other side. It's not about conversing with any kind of legitimacy to listen to the other side. It's about making the other side look worse than you do by the end, so the margins think you won. If you can do that, you'll do well. And Arch is very good at the traditional old school kind of debate, which is one of a more genuine nature. So I feel like if this debate had happened 20, 30 years ago, Arch would have been nailing it.
Yeah, gentleman's debate, not a
Yeah,
school ground brawl.
yeah, and that's what modern debates are. They're just a school ground brawl. That's all they've been for years. It's all about making the other side more covered in shit than you by the end, so you look better by default.
Yeah. And I think the moment it really devolved into just one side kind of attacking was when it went to when the female space marine topic came up.
Oh yeah, completely off
Because
the rails.
Yeah, not just was the moderator doing nothing about it, but it was completely out of left field to the topic.
Oh yeah, actually, he mentioned the fucked up part is it's not like the moderator completely missed it. The moderator mentioned that they would be going off topic if they talked about female space marines, and then let it happen.
Yeah,
like immediately after.
Yeah,
so, yeah, the moderator was completely terrible. Counterpoints 40K apparently is who the guy is. I don't know how he is on his content. I'm not gonna make any aspersions about his content. About as a creator, how is he like? I'm not outside of his character, outside of this moment. I don't know what he's like as a person, but he should never moderate another debate again. Not obviously there's room for growth and improvement, but I certainly wouldn't want to be the test guinea pig on a debate with him moderating. I would want to see him debate something else. Or moderate another debate in the future to see if he's improved. But based on his performance here, I never would want to get into a debate with him moderating. He's a terrible moderator. As of this debate. Again, I'm not going to shoot down his room for growth. But
I kind of lost the last thing I was going to say. So.
Oh, I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
That's fine. I'd rather get back to watching.
All right. Well, thank you for hopping in call, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Sorry for stealing your thunder on your last thought.
Nah, that's fine.
All right. Alrighty. Joy to the world, the Lord has come. All right. Let's do this. And we're still on ×2. Yeah, let's keep it on that. We're not on gatekeeping
different ways. If the
anymore.
Imperium was a better place that was able to better utilize the resources, including the people that it had, then it wouldn't struggle as hard. It would still be a really bad, like it would still be up against really bad things, and corners would have to be cut, and people's lives would have to be sacrificed. But the Imperium's way of functioning is not a moral necessity, even within the 41st millennium.
Is an absolute moral necessity. Like, of course, there are exceptions. There are paradise worlds, in fact, in 40K. But by and large, this is absolutely a necessity. If the Imperium starts backing off or starts trying to introduce large-scale reforms or change, unless this is done by an absolute genius, so Gilliman could maybe do it, right? It is going to cause supply problems. It's going to cause logistical problems. It is going to cause the already failing empire to start failing harder. This is what we saw.
They already have supply and logistical problems. As I mentioned before, we all know that the Administratum is a Kafkaesque nightmare, like a satire of the worst parts of bureaucracy.
And making that worse isn't going to help.
Well, okay, hold on. So this is actually an interesting thing where I think you guys have inverted points. So the Radham, you said that it would make more sense to utilize half the population in order to create Space Marines.
Hey, moderator. You know the airtime you're taking up right now to talk about how their points are inverted and try and, here's an idea. It's just a crazy idea. Counterpoints, I know, crazy idea I'm about to throw you away. Get them back on topic. Time to go. All right, guys. We stopped talking about gatekeeping about 40 minutes ago. Let's talk about that now.
Emphasized. Arch and I are more in alignment, but I like this delineation. Arch has stated that you have to have a good foundation on which to build an Astartes in order to get an Astartes, and as a result, the male is going to be the better structure on which to build. Whereas you pointed out that there are...
Now, I'm happy he agreed with Arch, because I agree with Arch, and I'm biased, but at the same time, as a moderator, you're not supposed to give your opinion. that was a bad move by Counterpoints, in my opinion. Because let's say the rest of this debate went against Radhom. Radhom could make the claim that the moderator was biased towards him now. Sorry, biased against him now. Because he just said, I agree with Arch. You've now established yourself as no longer a moderator, but as an impartial party now. Or sorry, as a partial party, actually. You're no longer impartial. A huge part of being a moderator is impartiality. Now, of course, no human being is truly impartial, but you have to put in the airs of it. You cannot lend credence to either side. Otherwise, yeah, he just fucked up. Now, granted, so far this whole thing is kind of going Radhom's direction, so I guess he wouldn't confront that and say like, oh, he was biased against me. But if, let's say, the rest of this debate went completely against Radhom and he fell on his face, the first thing he would probably do on social media is go, okay, well, the moderator was clearly biased against me and led me to my failure because he said this, and he can now link that. Yeah.
That you pointed out,
Yeah.
that there are, the Blood Angels, for instance, are renowned for basically turning genetic freaks. They were literally famous for taking techno-barbarian monsters and turning them into noble savages. So you emphasize the Astartes process. But in making that point, does it not take away from the theme of Grimdark, where you start having the Imperium trying to be better, more inclusive, more fair, and therefore
Well,
more efficient for your line?
I don't think it's about inclusivity and fairness. If the Imperium were to make these changes, then it would be for desperate and pragmatic reasons.
I don't see how...
Now, this is another moment where Radhom just fucking walked over something he said previously, because he used earlier in the debate the point that the Imperium employs women on the battlefield in the Imperial Guard as proof that the Imperium is inclusive, and then he argued against Arch, who said that was a form of desperation, and in fact, using women is impractical and all that. Like he was abhorrently disgusted by that point that Arch made. But now, listening to the beginning of his debate, his point here, he's now going to shift gears and flip a 180, and now it is grimdark to put women into a fighting position and put them through something men have to go through. Before, it was inclusive and empowering and showcased that the Imperium wasn't a racist, sexist, misogynist, etc., etc., etc. place. Way to contradict yourself yet again, my dude.
I don't understand how
I'm going to provide the best progressive argument that I have heard against female Space Marines. Because there's strong satirical elements woven throughout Warhammer 40k. One of the things that Space Marines and their creation process satirizes is the horrible things that fascism does to young boys. The way it brainwashes them, turns them into weapons.
It's authoritarian. It's not fascist. It's authoritarian. There's a severe difference between fascism. There's not a severe difference between fascism and authoritarianism, but there's a severe difference between something specifically being fascist and broadly authoritarian. 40k, the Imperium, are broadly authoritarian. Yeah, exactly. Fascism is specific. This is being too broad. Fascism is too specific for the Imperium. They are authoritarian. A lot of people have stated they're a feudalistic theocracy, I think is what it's been called before. Regardless, yeah, this guy is so disingenuous. But the fact that he contradicts himself so hard and doesn't get called on it is so frustrating.
Weapons in service of the state and the ideology. And I've come across one person who argued with me that element could be lost in bringing in female Space Marines. Now, if the change happens, I would still support the change. And I fully support people engaging in their own theory crafting, and these are ways that it could be done, doing their own conversions, making their own armies and all of that. And to bring back to, we've gotten into the weeds on 40k stuff, but bring things back to gatekeeping in general. There's...
Oh, so they do go back to it. Okay.
Bloody hell, stupid brain. Bring things back to the gatekeeping side of stuff. Thanks to this culture of gatekeeping that some people are working to foster, there is unacceptable amounts of abusive behavior being leveled towards people who are just doing
back
those
on
things.
Topic. Okay, you guys told me you didn't go back on topic.
And there's a bit of a related point that I want to bring up about gatekeeping. I mentioned it in my opening. We're
going back right off the tracks.
The gatekeepers doing what they're currently doing may lead hobbies, the people in charge of hobbies and fandoms, to do the very things that they're rallying against. So we've got an example of this in Comicsgate. Comicsgate was super against Miles Morales as Spider-Man. So, you know, in Earth 616, the main Marvel continuity, there are currently 2 people who use the moniker of Spider-Man. There's Peter Parker and there's Miles Morales. And in response to the Comicsgate people whinging and complaining about this, Marvel responded by making Miles Morales more prominent, by starting to put him on covers and with just the title Spider-Man. And that's because these people were saying, this is unacceptable, we don't want this, while being horrible, awful, and odious people. Now, with the gatekeepers, as they're currently operating, many of them have drawn a line in the sand that female Space Marines or further increased representation would be something that would make them leave the hobby. Games Workshop has
disingenuous, manipulative bullshit. Just now. He did it again. Because he started off with the point that they've drawn the line in the sand that female Space Marines, correct. He's correct with that. But then he snakes in right behind it that with representation in general. Bullshit. Again, if people wanted, he 100% watches Vosh. Oh yeah, he's a Vosh clone. This guy is definitely inspired by Vosh. Takes no convincing to teach me that. I'm aware. But that is so snaky because that is just wrong. People are not against more representation. As long as it's not forced, we're definitely against that. But natural representation, like again, you can add different sects of the Sisters of Battle and the community would only fucking support you. It's snaking in at the back there that people are against any kind of like diversity or representation. As long as it's not forced, no one cares. You want to add new Sisters of Battle orders. One might be from the same place as the Salamanders. Try to remember the name of their planet right now. I don't remember it. But you can have them from the same place. Black Sisters of Battle. Even though there's already Black Sisters of Battle. But like a whole sect of them. You want to have a Valkyrie theme and like Viking theme. Have them from Fenris, etc. There are ways to do what you are so obsessed with, which is the sexuality, race, and gender identity of people. You're obsessed with these things inherently. And you really love them. Nocturne. Is it Nocturne? Well, okay. I thought Nocturne was where Conrad Kurz is from. No, that's from Nostromo. Yeah. I want to say Nostromo. He's from Nostromo, which is an Aliens reference. But no, I had those flipped. My bad. But yeah, Nocturne. You know, there are ways to do your inclusivity bullshit that people wouldn't really give a damn about and would in fact back you up on. The whole community, including the alt-right chuds you hate so much, would have no problem. But you won't do that because if you do that, it doesn't actually give you explicit control and of the hobby, and it doesn't express your ability to manipulate it. If you are able to shift the obelisk that is Space Marines from a fundamental level and enact your control over that and shift that, then that implies your power over the hobby, and that changes the playing field. It does express your control and your ability to manipulate and alter the hobby as you see fit based on the grounds of representation, diversity, inclusion, and all that other bullshit. That's why you won't do it. If you were to push this shit in the places where the hobby would be okay with it, then it wouldn't express that control you wish to have. So, go fuck yourself. You lying, disingenuous snake.
Made it very clear that they don't want these kinds of behaviors in the hobby. So the actions of the gatekeepers may be more likely to make Games Workshop introduce female Space Marines.
Okay. Go ahead. Let's play that game of chicken because we
Arch didn't confront. Okay, well at least Arch is still standing his ground with pull the ripcord.
already see how it went with Marvel. We already see how it's going with Star Wars. The Games Workshop made the statement they did because they swim in political waters right now that are rife with progressivism, and specifically with woke ideology. They did it because they believed that was what their customers wanted to hear. I'm more than happy to put that to the test if necessary.
I mean, your corner of the fandom is, like, your corner of the hobby is tiny compared to the people who saw the statement and went, yeah, cool, that's fine, that makes sense. Now, I just want to track onto...
Arch, why are you letting him walk over you? Dude!
Now, I just want to track on, like, your corner of the hobby is tiny.
Here's how I would have confronted that, and I wouldn't have let him finish the sentence. I went, prove it to me. Prove to me it's tiny. Because I have proof to the contrary. My tiny corner of the community overloaded the email system at GW to the point they had to shut it down. That's how many people are supposedly in my tiny corner. I would also point out to the likes on that video that he got. Arch got a shit ton. I got a shit ton when I covered that situation. Not tiny my ass. Now, of course, he would counter with, oh, bot likes, or, yeah, one man can write up like 1,000 emails, blah, 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 blah. But it doesn't change the fact that you need to confront that, Arch. You can't let that slide. That right there, if nothing else before made Arch look like he lost, that right there makes Arch look like he lost this debate. Because he doesn't say anything to that. That silence is deafening. You might as well have agreed with him.
Compared to the people who...
The test, if necessary.
I mean, your corner of the fandom is... Like, your corner of the hobby is tiny compared to the people who saw the statement and went, yeah, cool, that's fine, that makes sense. Now, I just want to track onto...
And Arch just lets it stand. He just lets that comment stand. No confrontation, no ifs, ands, or buts, no nothing. Seriously, a confrontation that would have led nowhere in the conversation would have been better. Like, a confrontation of, like, nuh-uh, would have been better than just sitting there and taking that. Oh, you remember your last point? Okay. He's not pro gatekeeping, he's pro takeover, kicking out the old guard fans and replacing them with people like him. Well, part of his argument is that there are people who have been in the hobby for decades think like he does. That's part of his argument. So he actually sees it as the old guard evolving with the times and shit like that. But yeah, he is pro takeover, like, in fact, but not in terms of his arguments. But yeah, right there, that letting him stand with that statement, like, that was bad. That was bad. That was bad.
To the broader, like, cultural shifts and changes. I mentioned that there's a fundamental attribution error as to why bad media is made and what makes media bad. It's not wokeness, non-wokeness, the presence or absence of progressive themes within something. There are plenty of things that have progressive themes that have been wildly popular, that are quote-unquote woke, that have been wildly popular and successful. We've got things...
Name them.
Like the fucking Barbie movie was goddamn massive.
That was not just popular. It wasn't popular because it was woke. Let's get that straight. That was popular because it was Barbie. They could have made a movie about Barbie that was just her walking around being Barbie. No political undertones, no woke or regressive undertones. Could have been just a whole movie, a live action, of her just being Barbie. And it would have sold like hot fucking cakes. You want to know why? Because a shit ton of little girls grew up, who are now full-grown adults, grew up with Barbie. G.I. Joe didn't sell as good as Barbie back in the day. And to this day. Don't give me that shit. It wasn't about the politics at all with that. That would have sold like hotcakes no matter what. Nice try.
Panther was huge.
The Barbie
That was-
movie
Black
was
Panther was
certainly,
going to be a big
more based than woke.
go woke, go broke. I've seen your video on that. I think that you misread the Ken narrative and didn't understand how the idea that men don't need to base their sense of self-worth on whether they own or are attached to a woman
Okay, so
it is
we're
an
back off
intersectional feminist point.
gatekeeping. So let
I
me
just think
the
that you
doghouse.
misunderstood that.
Ken slept on the beach.
we're
One of the Barbies voted that Ken
completely
would keep
we're
sleeping on the
completely
beach.
back off topic. Okay.
It, so
Ken
that
still didn't have
voting-
But at least this, we did go back to gatekeeping. It wasn't the moderator who got them back on track. Literally Radhom, who it benefited least to get back on topic, put them back on topic for like 5 seconds.
keeping, so the voting for keeping sleeping on the beach, the end of it where they've got the we will eventually make men equal. That's a parody
We
of
might throw them some
like
lower
how the
positions
gender. That's a parody of our world. It's a commentary on like how change has progressed in our world. You get that, right?
It's an extraordinarily poor one,
It's not-
because right now, through intersectionality, we have systems that ban white men from applying to jobs, for example. We have arrived at the point of what the left would describe as positive discrimination in this case. In fact, we haven't arrived there. We've been there for a decade.
But the discussion, I'm not going to get into a discussion on things like diversity quotas. That is a debate unto itself. So I'm going to pop that in the box and put.
Of course, you're not going to get into that debate. You'll debate everything else around the sun that you have hollow arguments for, that are easily debunked and countered. But this one that I get the sense you don't have a counterpoint to whatsoever, because there is no counterpoint. It's racist. It's sexist. These diversity quotas are purely those things. You cannot debate that. You can pretend to debate it all day long, but at the end of the day, it is discrimination based on race, based on sexuality, based on gender identity. All the things you and your entire party supposedly despise, yet you propagate more than the right ever did.
Put it aside. I'm not aware of any instances where white men have been explicitly excluded from applying for a job. I'm sure that you can find an outlier or two to point me out. But there's
What did Art say?
things really excluded from applying for a job. I'm sure that you can find an out. I'm not aware of any instances where
Oh, let me slow it down, because I'm not sure what Art said there.
white men have been explicitly excluded from applying for a job.
The
I'm
BBC.
sure that you can find an outlier or
BBC. Okay.
two to point me out. But there's things relating specifically to. I want to talk about the fandoms. And I want to talk about the gatekeeping.
Yes,
I don't
and
mind
this-
if we get sidetracked on Warhammer stuff, but
This
it's
comes down to wokeism.
fandoms and gatekeeping that I want to.
Let me ask you, what is your definition of woke?
Because I was saying fundamental attribution error. There are many things that are considered woke, or that if they were released today would be considered woke, such as
Okay, he completely walked over that question, probably because he doesn't have an answer. He doesn't have a definer for woke. None of them do, because if they give a definition, well, the thing is, even then, like even when they give definitions, they'll shift it the next minute with no hesitation, and they won't be bothered by that at all.
is Alien and Terminator.
Sure, but you're ignoring the actual
Are
background of
fantastic
it.
and beloved. That are fantastic and beloved and popular and successful. There are progressive things that
They are progressive, yes, in traditional progressivism, in an acceptable level of progressivism. What you guys think is progressive today, they would have laughed at. It would have been a paradoxical look at what they were progressively expanding on with Sarah Connor. Are you nuts? And with Ripley. That is a disingenuous, intellectually dishonest point he just made. Pathetically and easily debunked.
fail. There are conservative things that fail. There is good media produced on both sides of that ideological aisle. What is, say, like the stuff that's fucking up the Marvel films is corporate decision making, bad script writing, overtaxed, underpaid.
Bad script writing in the form of what? Please do tell me, what about the plots and the writing within these films is bad? What elements are being introduced now in these films that isn't being accepted by the masses? It's interesting that he's perfectly willing to be extremely broad, where he knows if you get into the weeds of the specificity, it will contradict what he's saying right now, which is, it's not woke, it's just bad writing. All right, what's bad? What's the bad writing? What's the bad writing that is propelling people away? It's the forced politics within the media. That is what is pushing people away. And he knows if he allows that to get into specificity, it'll contradict what he just said. So he's rushing through it. And he's making broad statements. He's making these broad statements as if he's listing facts. And to be fair to him, why wouldn't you? He's going unconfronted about most of it.
CGI, special effects workers, not quote-unquote wokeness.
It absolutely is.
They're
Entertainment
producing-
is not separate from the political waters in which we
Thank
sit, which
you.
are suffused with the woke
Arch.
ideology.
It absolutely is.
But if it was wokeness that was destroying things, then all woke media would be bad. People generally try to produce media that lots of different...
Most of it is. That's the point being made. The media that sorry. I'm kind of reeling from that statement. It's like oh, all woke media would suck. It's like it does. It does. The media that has done best over these last few years has been the least woke. It's been the least pushy of the politicking. That's exact. Like we can literally look at this on a graph and show it to you. Let's look at the shows that correlate with the most amount of boxes being checked. Diversity cast, forced female lead. Female lead is a Mary fucking Sue. Showcasing all these things that go out of their way to be as progressive. Sorry, regressive is the true statement there. But let's use your terminology. Progressive as possible. And let's correlate that with media that is doing the worst. Now let's look at the media that's the least woke. That Radholm might still call woke, but the least woke. Now that's probably doing the best. The ones that check the least amount of boxes. Still might check some. Still would be considered woke by certainly our side of things, but do it the least. Those do the best, don't they? But let's look at the media that does the absolute most of it. It fails. There's a direct correlation you can look at on a graph. And that's what Arch should have said to him. Again, I'm doing this with the power of hindsight. I can't say that enough. I don't want anyone to get the impression I'm shitting on Arch for this, because I respect Arch a lot. But damn.
different people are going to like. Some of that media is going to be good, and some of that media is going to be bad. It is not the presence or absence of wokeness that makes media good or bad.
It absolutely can be. It also cannot. There are instances of good or woke media.
Okay, good. We're making a step in the right direction here.
But
Now,
the reason why
instances
we're saying
of
this-
good woke media are good media that happens to be woke, and instances of bad woke media is bad media that happens to be woke.
But is the push behind
Now,
it?
there's
Like, again,
Convenient
you're-
how
you're
that
removing-
works. Convenient how that works. Media that is bad cannot be bad because it is woke. It is bad and happens to be woke, but the woke has nothing to do with the badness. That is so fucking manipulative and absolutely disingenuous and intellectually dishonest. With that framing he just did, he's establishing that in no way, shape, or form can a piece of media be bad because of its woke elements. It's bad, and it can also be woke. And if it's good, it's because like those woke elements only made it better. It only improves things. It doesn't make them worse. That is exactly what he just phrased.
okay, good. We're making a step in the right direction here.
But
Now,
the
the
reason why
instances
they're
of
saying this-
good woke media are good media that happens to be woke, and instances
A good media that happens to be woke
of bad woke media is bad media that happens.
is bad media that happens to be woke. He makes sure to separate them very distinctly in that second part. But that first part, he quickly says happens to be woke, but he zips right through it. He doesn't emphasize the separation when it's good and woke, but he emphasizes the separation when it's bad and woke. The implication being the wokeness improves it if it's good already. And if it's bad, the wokeness didn't hurt it. It was outside or other elements that were bad. And the wokeness had no factor to play.
Happens to be woke.
But is the push behind
Now,
it?
there's
Like, again, you're removing the fact that we know for a fact this is being pushed for. We know there are special interest groups. We know that ESG exists. We know that DEI programs exist. Like, we can't simply just ignore all of that and take it out of the equation. Since we have, again, the playbook. They've written, like, Kimberly Crenshaw has laid this out quite precisely.
ESGs are basically a way to attempt to rebrand capitalism to make it seem nicer. That's what it is. Diversity, equity, and inclusion stuff, well, that's because there are certain fields where there is strong gender biases or other attribute biases where there really shouldn't be. I'm going to give you an example. There was, I can't remember which orchestra it was, but there was an orchestra that wanted to improve its balance of male to female people. Playing an instrument isn't something that's dependent on your gender. Now, they started doing blind hirings, where they had a curtain up between the people who were conducting the audition and the auditionee. It corrected a little bit, but not as...
If anything, the performing arts have a leaning towards women, normally. Not necessarily because women inherently are better at it, but like the structuring of it is very feminine. I say that as having been an actor. Not in Hollywood, but I did acting for like 8 years of my life, like through high school and a little bit in my adulthood at a local theater company. The structuring is very feminine. Like it's very soft. It's very, it's not definitely not a bro culture. I'd not say I felt unwelcome. I will put it like that. Like I don't want to, characterize it one way or the other. But it's certainly a more gentler environment, for better or for worse. I'm not going to comment on one way or the other of that, but I was just saying.
As much as they were expecting. What changed it to put the new hires on parity gender-wise was putting down carpeting, because women's shoes sound different to men's shoes. Now, I don't think that any of the people conducting the interview process were consciously deciding, oh, that sounds like a woman's shoe, I'm not going to hire them. But there was a subconscious
bias. Is he saying shoe or issue?
Listed within, subs. Now, I don't think that any of the people conducting the interview process were consciously deciding, oh, that sounds like a woman's shoe, I'm not going to hire them. But there was a subconscious bias that existed within, within the space that was making it more likely for one group to get selected over the other. Now, diversity, equity, and inclusion is a attempt to try and right some of that bias.
It is a
we should
discriminatory
examine
effort.
it, see how well it is working.
You guys heard that, right? Like shoe? And I can't, never mind. Let's not linger on it, but...
No.
It is. It
is an attempt to fight against discrimination. Now, we shouldn't take the current methods as gospel, but we should look at how they're working, the kinds of results that they achieve, and see how those results can be improved. We also should push to make society less bigoted in general, to try and remove those subconscious...
He's still, throughout this entire thing, not defined bigoted. The closest we got to that is when Arch said, I assume you have a left-leaning definition of that. And he went, probably, which is him again obfuscating. He said yes. So bigoted is not right. So if you are left-leaning and make things more left-leaning, it's okay. If you're right-leaning, you're bad. That's his definition. So when he says less bigoted, he means you're not allowed to have conservative point of views in the space. You are banned if you are right-leaning. Which, by the way, contradicts another thing he said during this debate, where he said he didn't care about playing against people who were fascists, who were straight up authoritarian, as long, he said, well, I don't know what's in your head. Okay, so which is it? Which is it? Is this is these bigoted ideas, which you've defined as basically, bigoted isn't anything not left-leaning and not progressive. Again, regressive is the real term. If you define that as anything right-leaning, then that means you weren't okay with playing against someone who might be right-leaning, but you didn't know about it because they don't talk about their political views. So is it an unacceptable ideology to hold in the space and a belief system to hold in the space, even though it has nothing to do with a hobby? No more so than your fucking regressive ideology does. Make up your fucking mind. Bigoted, / right-leaning perspectives are completely unacceptable in this space. But I don't care who I'm playing against. They can have whatever belief system they want. I don't know what's in their heart or in their head. He doesn't even know what he fucking believes. He's a disingenuous
The bigotry is being increased by this. Again, we know why this is happening. Like the creator of intersectionality, for example, made it quite clear that the aim towards this was to try and create further vectors of oppression, to further push forward their own agendas, in essence. This is why we now have diversity and equity inclusion initiatives that is based on race, that is based on indigenous status, that is based on sexuality, etc. This is all a push towards positive discrimination, and in my opinion, that is simply just discrimination.
It's a push to try and correct an artificial imbalance that exists within society. Some attempts to do it will be better than others.
An artificial imbalance that you guys are the only ones who see. And that you claim is being maintained and upheld. It's not. It's not. In fact, it's the exact opposite of artificial. It's a manifested system. Because in the actual system itself, and it has been written in for decades, that at least in America, I don't care about Australia and other places, but maybe that's what they're referencing, being he's Aussie and Arch is Norwegian. But here in the United States, you cannot, by any stretch of the law, discriminate off the basis of sex, race, gender identity, and sexual orientation. It is against the law. Flat out. The system directly opposes that. And most Western societies have similar writings in their codes of law. So it's not artificial in any way, shape, or form. It's natural. It's a natural system of separation that has occurred. Unfortunately, but it has. A lot of those inequities, there are other ways to solve them than simply artificially forcing people into positions simply because you're doing reverse discrimination. Actually, it's not even reverse, it's just discrimination. Like, you're discriminating, but it's good because you're discriminating and they're benefiting. Except, discrimination is bad, people, but if you discriminate against a black person and give them the job, not because they were the best person for the job, but because you needed to meet a quota, that's not racist suddenly. Denying people who are more qualified that just happen to be white, that's not discrimination. That's not sexist. That's not any of that stuff. Like, this fucking pretzel, it's not even, to call it logic would be an incredible act of generosity on my part.
Attempts to do it will be worse than others.
It is based on the idea of the unconscious bias, isn't it?
Shit, even I'm getting off fucking topic. Well, to be fair, my topic is the debate, and the debate hasn't been on topic, period, since the beginning.
One of the things at play, there's going to be workplaces where there's conscious bias as well.
Mm-hmm. Like, for example, the BBC, not hiring white people. Making obviously discriminatory systems is not a way to fix discrimination. Discriminating against one group is not going to fix the discrimination against another group. The only way we are going to fix this is going to be by simply not discriminating. We had the idea of colorblindness, which has now been turned into a negative, in large part again due to intersectionality.
So I'm just looking up the BBC thing here.
Convenient he doesn't engage in that. He's now obfuscating, manipulating, and pivoting the conversation. He's done this several times throughout. So whenever he can't shift or manipulate the conversation to be in favor, and Art should have held him to that. Art should have went, no, the BBC thing is not relevant anymore. We've moved on. Please respond to what I just said. And if the guy continued to try and pivot, say, no, I refuse to engage in any further conversation with you unless you respond to what I just said.
We can even dig it down further than that.
So it's not that they're not hiring white people. It was one particular trainee job.
That's one of them.
Again, he's obfuscating.
Yes.
Now, I think we're moving away from gatekeeping a bit here. There is another entire debate that could be had over this.
And conveniently, he recognizes that they moved away from the debate once they've reached an intersection of debate that he has no counter for. Snaky, manipulative, disingenuous tactics.
This has to do with wokeism.
I do want to make sure that we are... What?
This has to do with wokeism, is what this is. Because wokeism is a discriminatory idea, which is why it shouldn't allow it into 40K.
You created... This is why I say that you're engaging in this in a conspiracy theory kind of way. You created a grand narrative where everything fits into this. And there's
to give Arch a little bit of credit there, he tried to keep focused on that point he established and to try and get Radhom to respond to it. Radhom, yet again, though, and Arch doesn't... at least, well, let me see first.
It's like a conspiracy to push and change everything. An example of you fitting things into your...
He lets him pivot it. He was doing a little bit good there, but trying to hold him to it. But he let the line go. Radhom immediately continued on with to reframing things to a conspiracy theory.
Your grand narrative stuff. Recently you popped up a video on a particular Magic the Gathering box being, what was the term, slow-sold?
No, phased out.
There's a particular term that you were using. It's not being phased out. Where they're reducing a soft pushed.
A soft
Was that
pull,
it?
yes. A soft pull. They are pulling
Soft
the
pull, that's it.
item off the market.
Well, it's not pulling the item off the market, but just less overtly.
They are pulling the item off the
Like,
market.
you know, they're not promoting it as much.
No, they are
Now,
pulling it
you
off
made
the
the claim. You made the claim that the. Well, I've not been able to find anything confirming that, and I think you said in your video that they're pulling it off the market, but I just misremember it. So you made the claim in that the Lord of the Rings.
Like, even something as basic as that, he refuses to like meet Arch on an equal playing field. It's like he has to obfuscate. He has to, at every point, rephrase or alter or shift away from what Arch has said, even if he's basically agreeing with Arch. It's not gatekeeping. It's moderation. It's not taking it off the market. It's soft sold, or it's soft removal or whatever. It's got to be different from what Arch said. Otherwise, his own base will eat him alive. Because if they get the impression that he agreed with Arch on any way, shape, or form, then he's going to be dead, and he knows it. So he is manipulating and shifting around it to make sure he comes off as constantly against Arch at every single opportunity.
Magic the Gathering set has been unpopular and people are rejecting it because there's a bunch of characters that have been portrayed as black who weren't portrayed as black in the books.
Or black characters being portrayed as white.
Cool.
And I'm not claiming that they're rejecting it. We have the data. They have an 11.48% return rate.
On a single product, and that product is largely art cards with a couple of boosters.
Magic the Gathering.
Do you know what the second best-selling set in the entire history of Magic the Gathering is?
Oh, I would hope it is.
Magic the Gathering Lord of the Rings.
Yes, because it is one of the largest entities on the Earth. It should be crushing all
records.
records.
It's not being rejected. Like, you've taken this single data point and you've spun it into part of your grand narrative and ignored the other data that is available. This is why I label your approach as being like a conspiracy theorist.
Ironic.
You don't do a broad scale analysis of something. You don't look at all of the data points available. You just take a
The thing he's accusing Arch of doing right now is what he has done throughout this entire debate.
part of something, assume that it fits within your narrative, assume that it supports your position, and then run off with it.
You've constructed your...
As you have done throughout this entire debate, and no doubt you do on a daily basis on your Twitter account. This is, ladies and gentlemen, what we like to call projection.
...self a brilliant little straw man there. What fits in the narrative here is quite simply. It is having a over 10% return rate. Now, this can't be manufacturing
or something
errors.
that is art cards, with 2 boosters, and is a bit overpriced for what it is.
People know that.
If this was because of the rejection of wokeness, then we'd see that in poor sales reflected across the Lord of the Rings line.
We do see that in wider entertainment. We see it in Disney, we see it in Marvel. Now, this should sell well.
So with
Disney
and Marvel, again, Disney has been falling down on its production side and has been making a bunch of mediocre things. That has nothing to do with wokeness.
Of course it does.
Now, Disney happens to be somewhat progressively aligned. Nominally,
as you know, they declared war on the state of Florida over a point of progressive politics.
Exactly. Thank you, Arch. I was about to make that same point, actually.
Look, I'll take the L on that one. But they are also, so when I say nominally progressively aligned...
And he doesn't address the point. He makes sure to not address any legitimate point that contradicts or doesn't that doesn't align with his preconceived end result and belief system. This is what we call a zealot. This is a religious zealot in the modern day. Except instead of a god, he follows the faith of his political ideology. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter how you say it. It doesn't matter how factual based it is. It will be argued, contradicted, and fought against at every conceivable turn.
When they include certain kinds of progressive things in their stuff, they make sure it's small enough that they can easily remove it for the Chinese market.
That is true.
That's why I say nominally progressive aligned.
They do not meet your definition of it.
They also went and cancelled The Owl House, which was a fantastic show.
I haven't watched it, so I don't have comments.
Fair enough. Another example of good progressive media.
In your
opinion, overall, yeah, go ahead.
Again, he does this so much throughout the entire debate. He states things as fact, and it goes unchallenged. And if it goes unchallenged, subconsciously, the viewer, the watcher, the listener, absorbs that. And for, again, the margins of people who are on the fence about things or the silent majority will take that as he just won that point. Now, obviously, that's a smaller example than the one way earlier. But that to reinforce this, he does it constantly and is constantly unchallenged.
It's up to y'all. We're hitting almost the 90-minute mark. We've been going for about an hour and 20 minutes now. We kind of have shifted from gatekeeping, good or bad. I could re-summarize your guys' arguments, but I actually want to let you guys do it in the outro. Or we could just kind of go into progressive stuff. So what's kind of the vibe in the room on continuing versus limiting?
The idea is, I think we've actually agreed that we don't want to gatekeep individuals. We want to gatekeep ideology.
And then we're picking different
Except the ideology that you're trying to gatekeep is the broad idea of progressiveness.
What
And
is
I
it
think that
specifically?
gatekeeping is a tool that should actively be used as, like I've seen you phrase it as like to fight away an existential threat, and I don't think that that existential threat exists.
It absolutely does. Because again, we know, we've been told.
It does not.
I'm curious.
Again, he says it does not. What does Arch say in response?
How do
It
you
is not
define
an
racism?
existential threat.
Arch asked for a definition. What Arch should have done there is finally confront that point. Say, hey, throughout this thing, you have said things like definitive, which means you have proof. Prove to me. What you just said is the factual proof. Sorry, is the factual case of the scenario. If you say such in such confident manner, you have proof. If it's something you simply believe, you cannot state it as fact. You have to qualify it with I believe. Oh, you're going to bed, Overlord Inquisitor? Alright, have a good night. Thank you for hanging in as long as you did. Yo, Asmo, gonna check out your stream later since I gotta sleep for work tomorrow. Be well and good luck not going mental listening to Ride Home the Snake. I mean, I've debated that the Templin Institute nut job, so and plus I was a substitute teacher. I know what it's like to deal with obfuscation, lies. Oh no, not you. Okay, thank good. Okay. But yeah, I know what it's like to deal with this level of immaturity. And though Radhom is at least characterizing it and dressing it up as he's an intellectual and what the statements he's making are smart in any way, shape, or form, in fact, it is simply not. But yeah, thank you so much, Reverend Noise, for the super chat. Much appreciated generosity, and I hope you sleep well, man.
Like, they've told us, like, literally, in their own writing, they are saying that they are doing this to push absolute Marxism, socialism. That is the end goal here. All of this is merely tools on the long road to ever radicalize further leftwards. Of course, this is an existential threat.
The people who want more progressive media, who want better representation within media, aren't pushing for Marxism and socialism.
No, they're being
There
played
might
upon by the
be-
ideology.
Yes, they absolutely are. They are disguising it behind the concepts that you are propagating here. They're disguising it behind representation, diversity. They're using that as a thin veil to hide the fact that they are directly instigating and implementing Marxist and socialist ideology.
Let me finish. There might be some academics.
Ironic.
Just because you don't understand.
Let me finish, Arch. Even though I have not let you finish half of the points you fucking made, but let me finish. And again, Arch needed to confront him about that. There are so many things, so many habits this guy repeated throughout the entire fucking debate that Arch should have been like, okay, you've done this to me the entire time. You've acted like this the entire time. You've done this the entire time. You need to I need you to acknowledge that you've been doing it, and I need you to apologize to me so that we can continue this debate in better faith. And then I would have confronted the fucking moderator and said, and listen, you get the fuck out because you don't serve a purpose anyway.
Stand your ideology doesn't mean that it isn't happening.
Actually, so if both of y'all will allow me to moderate, I still think there's a little bit of heat in the room, so we're gonna burn that out.
Oh, please. Oh, you can't write better comedy than this. If you will allow me to moderate, you know that thing I'm here for. You haven't moderated shit. Oh, good God, dude. Oh. Again, like, this might be one of the coolest fucking dudes to talk to. I might be burning a bridge right now with how much I've shat on him throughout this whole thing. But dude, you are a terrible fucking moderator. You allowed these guys to waste an hour and a half plus arguing anything but the topic, to the point that one of them got back on topic and then immediately jumped back off without you jumping in and realizing that simple fact. You might as well have not been there. Oh my god.
The way that we're going to burn that out, though, is I feel like this is a separate topic. It's related, but it's separate. So if you're both
Here's another
okay,
gatekeeping specific thing that I do want to touch upon.
okay, then let's touch upon that before we.
Oh, now being not talking. Oh, now not talking about gatekeeping is a problem. Not the whole rest of the fucking debate. Yeah, but now, like, we've been off topic a little bit here. 90% of the fucking conversation. Sweet Jesus. Oh, my head, man. I feel like someone's hit me in the head with a fucking baseball bat. Oh my god.
We move to what I would like to do, and I'd like to get a vibe check on whether or not you want to do it. So what I would do is, since it feels like Arch is most concerned with progressivism, which is why he wants to gatekeep it out of the hobby.
What
whereas you
woke
don't think that's-
specifically? Like, let's be very clear on that.
I-
because
I've
it's
always
not-
been
Give me your
progressive,
Arch, can you give me your
easily.
definition of woke versus progressivism, and then we'll move on to the point on gatekeeping that I still want to discuss.
Woke.
You refuse throughout this entire debate to give a single definition to these same things. And now you demand these definitions from Arch. So he is to give you definitions, but you are free to not give them back. You snake of a human being.
Is approaching all issues through an intersectional lens.
Okay? Define an intersectional lens.
Are you not aware of
What
what
does an
intersectional?
intersectional lens mean? I'm aware of intersectionalism is. I want to know what intersectionalism means to you.
Okay. So woke, coined of course by Kimberly Crenshaw,
This is the woke mentality that is so fucking idiotic. I want to know what this means to you. Sometimes words just have definitions. Now, to be fair, it's a debate. You have to establish definitions. And again, you've provided none of your own. And you're holding Arch to the fire to provide his, but yet you have yet to provide a single definition of your own.
is a way of well, the
What
best
was
and
not
most
coined by Kimberly Crenshaw,
it was
what
actually
came from
no intersectionalism was
AAVE?
quote
Yeah.
by Kimberly Crenshaw.
Let's let Arch at least elucidate what it means to him, since he asked that question.
Yeah,
Oh,
I just wanted to clarify that, but please continue.
Okay.
Arch?
It is the idea of the intersection of oppression. So her idea, for example, to give it the most positive spin, for example, was firstly to intentionally and explicitly separate itself from second-wave feminism by expanding on its oppressor-oppressed dichotomy. Feminism would say all men are oppressors and all women are victims, whereas intersectionality would say, sure, but because we are black women, we have multiple vectors of oppression. This then becomes essentially the hierarchy of oppression, where instead of just considering gender, intersectionality now considers genders and race. And then they simply built upon that to a de facto endless numbers of vectors, including sexuality, including marital status, including obesity, etc.
So there's an important part of intersectionality that you're missing out on, and that's that intersectional feminism also looks at the ways in which men are oppressed, in which in which men
You'll notice he doesn't conform or refute what Arch just said, but yet again pivots.
suffer within the system.
Sure, but that's just another of the vector of oppressions.
So identifying that there is bad shit that different people go through, and understanding that everyone has different struggles, and we should try and make a better world for everyone. What's bad about that?
The solution is
And he's not acknowledging the hierarchy bullshit of the oppression Olympics. He just moved right past it and recontextualized and manipulated it to now be, again, the broad stroke of what's wrong with acknowledging people suffer. And
is that we should artificially advantage certain groups to eventually reach that holy grail of equality, or equity more correctly. As the C, of course, also goes on to explicitly quote Gramsci, in fact, that they need to change the overall ideological lens of America until eventually it begins favoring black people. As often, although not always, intersectionality is used as a tool to privilege a certain group.
And does it say favors black people, or is it talking about favoring black people equally?
No,
Because
explicitly
I strongly doubt that they are trying to make a
that is an oxymoron. Favor black people equally. Favor. The whole usage of that word is preferential. You can't favor equally. Because favor is a simplified version of favorite, meaning preferential, meaning held in higher regard. There is no favoring equally. That doesn't happen. That doesn't exist. You either hold people in equal regard or you favor a group. You do not favor equally. Now, you call me anal as fuck about the terminology, but that's the whole point of debates. You can't just use whatever fucking words you want without defining them. Which this guy has not defined a single fucking thing, but has yet held Arch to the flame for not defining things or forcing him to define things. It's all on Arch's end to provide any kind of structuring for this debate.
Black supremacist society.
Well, they are Marxist. She quotes Gramsci directly in The War of Position, for example, where the oppressed people, which is in this case referring to blacks, advance by creating an ideology, intersectionality, and a political crisis created by it to advance their own legitimate views in their eyes. This is directly from Kimberly Crenshaw's own writings.
And the point of intersectionality is equality and egalitarianism, not supremacy.
No, the point is to artificially advantage one group, because that is the only way they claim they can reach power.
I'll look up more Crenshaw and Gramsci later. I strongly suspect that you are misrepresenting this.
Not at all. We have, for example, people have BLM.
Again, the way this snaky son of a bitch does things, even with a piece of media and a piece of something he has not engaged in, he still restructures it in the perspective of the conversation as Arch is being disingenuous and is misrepresenting. This is what we call a perfect example of a bad faith actor. Everything in this conversation and debate has to be contextualized around Arch being the villain and doing bad things. It simply can't be an interpretive issue. It simply can't be, well, I haven't engaged with that, so I don't know. It has to be constructed and reconstructed and recontextualized to Arch is presenting a bad faith argument of a piece of media that even I haven't seen. Bad faith actor. Also
Organizers, for example. One of the most famous examples there was one that claimed that all white people are demons.
Yeah, that claim is stupid.
Yes, but it was made
Some
by
people are dumb.
one in
I
there,
can't
so-
stop them from being dumb.
There's also an example of the left, of course. Being
Exactly. Which is what you are trying to achieve. You self-contradicting asshole. You absolute numpty. He said it right there himself. I can't stop people from being stupid. That's what you are trying to achieve. That is what you are. That's the whole argument basis for the left. Pushing out bigots, gatekeeping, out bigots, fascists, neo-Nazis. Those people are stupid. And you are trying to police the stupid. Yet he just admitted he can't police the stupid. He's like, well, I can't stop him from being stupid. That's what you're trying to do. You just admitted your entire political ideology and activist grouping is pointless. All of these debates, all of these arguments, all of this nonsense, and you just admitted all of it is something you cannot achieve. God damn it. This guy's so stupid. Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom again. I'm gonna run to the bathroom again. I need like a slight breather as well for the stupidity. Alright, I'm back. I am back. Good God. Yeah, this debate was bad, but Arch was going to win. He does it on principle. This is why I look at stupidity and move past it versus the will. Bad things happen. Yeah. Oh, Arch. When you say he is broken, some things in life are bad. They can really make you mad. When chewing on life's grizzle, don't grumble, whistle, and things will all turn out for the best. And always look at the bright side of life. Not sure what that's referencing.
Bigoted, shall we say, as you accuse the right of being. This is the foundation
We are
of
moving further and
intersectionality.
further away from. I asked you for a definition of intersectionality here. We are moving further and further away from that.
This is intersectionality.
And
This is wokeism.
no,
Hypocrite.
definition is not a laundry list of all of your complaints with of everyone that you think is intersectional.
I define it as intersectionalism.
Ironic, considering that's what you identify a Nazi as.
Intersectionalism is a laundry list, by definition.
I disagree, but let's move
But
on.
also what he identifies as a bigot. It's anybody you don't agree with.
Intersectionality is just the understanding that people face different vectors of oppression and that we should try to understand that.
By
That's the
creating a
core
laundry list of
intersectionality.
identities that we can lay grievances upon.
Okay, I think I can bridge this gap real quick if you'll allow me. So what I would, because to be honest, I side more philosophically with Arch while I've enjoyed both of you guys' rhetoric so far. The issue.
Why would you say that? You are the moderator. You have given him ammunition to claim the debate was disingenuous. Why? Oh my God.
Is I agree with Radham because I've read Gramsci or read people writing about Gramsci and all that kind of stuff. The goal is egalitarianism. But what I think that Arch is criticizing, and I think a lot of right-wing people criticize, is the fact that in order to achieve equity, like equality of outcome, you have to be discriminate in ways that don't make sense, that basically screw over people in the intersectional analysis. So the reason why white men have gotten a bad rap over the past 5 or 10 years, Radham might say is incorrectly applying intersectionality, but for some of us, we think that's baked in with the ideology. I would also say that if you look at left-wingers who have been incredibly anti-Semitic since the October 7th attacks in Israel, it's because they're also misapplying intersectionality to make Israel and the Jews oppressors, and therefore deserving of horrible fates. I'll leave it there.
I think that's a very selective interpretation.
Israel has been acting very, very awfully. This is not an intrinsic thing to Jewish people.
Oh my God, the moderator. He's contributing to the chaos. Not just letting it happen, but contributing. Dude. It's about gatekeeping in 40K. I don't think he knows what a moderator is. You are literally interjecting your own shit in there. This is painful.
The state of Israel has been doing horrible things for a long time, and Hamas has done horrible things.
And again, I'm on Arch's side. And if this guy is on Arch's side, I'm on his side. But here's the thing. I believe very much in playing things correctly. You are the moderator. You do not interject your thoughts. You do not tell them your biases. You'll have them regardless, but you have to act impartial. You have to make choices via the lens of impartiality. Even if you aren't truly impartial in your heart, you must perform as such. That is the responsibility of a moderator. Now, Radham clearly believes that he won this because I haven't seen anyone on social media him making the claims that he was ganged up on by the moderator and Arch. But if, let's say Radham walked away from this debate thinking he lost, thinking he didn't do a good job, his first move would to be pull up the VOD, point to where the moderator said shit like this, and on a previous occasion, showcased his bias towards Arch and said, hey, he clearly was biased. He didn't do his job right. And completely invalidate the debate. Now, the debate is already invalidated itself, considering the fact they've spent over an hour talking about anything but gatekeeping. But this is why you don't do this. You cannot moderate if you do shit like this. But even outside of that, he's such a bad moderator because he lets them stay on these tangents into chaos. It does nothing to bring it back to the topic, nor prevent them from talking over each other.
Response. But again, this is another topic that there's an entire debate or several inside of. I want to pull things back to gatekeeping once more. And this is something that I see very commonly with people who are doing gatekeeping, which is the denial of existing progressive elements and history within the gatekept fandoms. So most of the fandoms that people are complaining have been ruined by progressiveness, by quote unquote wokeism, are things that have always been some degree of progressive or woke in their implementation. Things like Star Trek.
This is because your identification of progressive and woke is whatever the fuck you feel like at this point.
Where Uhura, which comes from the I think Swahili, Uhuru meaning freedom, her inclusion as an equal black member of the crew is, if we just got modern political.
If he's about to say that's progressive, it is 100%. That is back when progressivism made sense, because what were the progressive arguments of that time? Black people and white people are equal. They're the same. There is no inherent superiority of race. Treat black people equal to white people, and the law should reflect that. That was the arguments of those times. To conflate that and then say that the woke narrative now is the same or is at all comparable is bullshit. It's a complete obfuscation. And because he's phrasing it from that way back then, when that was a very, especially in modern day terms, a very acceptable perspective to have, it's to trick the listener and the other person you're in the debate with. That is pure manipulation right there. That is pure manipulation. That is a snaky thing he just did. He's pretending that and the current narrative are the same, when the difference is that was actually legitimate. There was no difference between a black person and a white person in any significant sense. One had more melanin. There you go. Brain capacity, the same. Physical capacity, the same. There's jokes to be had there. But physical capacity, the same. There was no reason to discriminate against black people. Then later gay people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. To claim that that's the same as a guy claiming he's no longer male, cutting off his genitalia, and not saying he's female now, but saying he's non-binary, which is an entirely mythological invention of the mind, is complete bullshit. They're complete non-equivalents. One is mental derangement. The other is just sense. There's no difference between a black person and a white person in any practical manner or in any significant manner. This conflation is so manipulative. And it's such bullshit.
Terms and projected them back to then would have been referred to as woke.
This is not woke, because woke is a specific ideology that was invented after Star Trek.
And also back then, black people were genuinely being treated badly. Like they were being abused and shit. Trans people are only abused in their mind. Back then, like laws and everything were against black people. There was still Jim Crow. What like anything like Jim Crow exists for trans people nowadays. Not just trans people, but any of the so-called minority discriminated groups. The law strictly states, in the modern day, you cannot discriminate on the basis of sexuality, gender identity, race, any of it. You cannot discriminate based on immutable characteristics. It's against the law. Back then, they were fighting for a change in the actual law. Because Jim Crow was acceptable. There's nothing like that exists today. If you are discriminated against based on your identity, you can report that to the police. It can be reported for harassment. You can report for assault if they actually did anything to you. If they trespassed, if they did literally anything they do to you negatively, just like any straight person who's being harassed or abused, you can report it, and the police, by all accounts, according to the law, are obligated to treat you the same. Nothing in the system to this day is against these groups, and they act like it is. It is not the same. To equate the Jim Crow era to the modern day, where nothing in the system is written against you, is so fucking bullshit. Jesus fucking Christ, to conflate the two and twist this conversation and to manipulate like that. That is disgusting. Jesus fucking Christ.
But the same fucking elements are there.
Yeah, the same elements are there. The end goal
Star Trek, like Bradbury, the creator of Star Trek, was specifically pushing an activist lens to try and provide a fictionalized model of how society.
Did you just say Bradbury?
He can be kind of Star Trek with the same fucking elements are there.
Yeah, the same elements are there. The end goal
Star Trek, like Bradbury, the creator of Star Trek, was specifically.
Gene Roddenberry, you fake fucking fan. You absolute fucking poser. Not Bradbury. Roddenberry. Gene Roddenberry. Roddenberry was a lefty? Yes, he was. But he was a lefty, back then anyway. He was lefty during a time where I would have been a lefty. When most of us here, I think, would have been a lefty. Fucking God. Yeah, he didn't use it as a cudgel. If you look at Star Trek, even the 90s Star Trek, nowadays it would be considered fucking not very woke. Especially Deep Space Nine. Like, nowadays, that wouldn't be considered woke at all. Oh my God. Yeah, old Star Trek was good Star Trek. It was progressivism when, again, like, in the 90s, I would have been a lefty. But nowadays, they've gone so far psycho, I'm basically alt-right by comparison. They certainly think I am. Jesus Christ.
Specifically pushing an activist lens to try and provide a fictionalized model of how society can be kinder and better.
And he ended up with a very liberal and good society. But just because he has elements that we can later identify to be part of another ideology does not make it part of that ideology.
Cool. So you've created this distinction. All progressiveness before quote-unquote wokeism is acceptable, and all progressiveness after it isn't?
Well, we're not in an absolute society here. There are things I agree with. The inclusion of Uhura, for example. Correct. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, one of my favorite shows of all time, for example. It was originally supposed to be Will Smith with an all-white family, because that was kind of the trend at the time. You throw in the black kid and have her kind of be like, have him be kind of be the weird one out, and you make comedy out of that. How do you live in a white household? Instead, they figured, okay, let's have it in a black upper-class family, and let's do that. And that was a genuine case of good progress in entertainment, as you had a positive.
If someone were to make these kinds of things today, they would get lambasted as being woke.
Not necessarily. If Uncle Phil was suddenly talking about
they absolutely would. There's this screeching, unhinged reactionariness.
Yeah,
all you need is to have a female character or a black character in a prominent position, and people start screeching about it being woke.
And the left does that as well. This is simply a part of the culture war. There are absolute instances where the right leap all over something and calling it woke, where it isn't. But there are many more instances of the left having attacked previous pieces of media and gotten them cancelled because of being racist or exclusionary or etc. etc.
Okay, since they're going off topic even more than the topic they were already fucking on, I'm going to respond to Star Trek was based on futurism, and why I reject the premise it was communism. Futurism, they moved so far past the old world due to the apocalypse. Yeah, I don't know where I stand on that debate. There's definitely things within Star Trek that is communist, but by that same token, there's plenty of things that are, there's plenty of, the main thing that Gene Roddenberry was, especially by the 90s Star Trek, not the 60s, it's not very present in the 60s, but in the 90s Star Trek era, Gene Roddenberry, towards the end of his life, was a hardcore humanist. Now, for those who don't know what humanism is, it's basically the idea that humans are the peak of creation. We are the gods, effectively speaking. We are the head of everything, and humans should be very human-centric. It's the idea we're the tippy top. Actually, let me look up the exact definition, so I'm not. Let me do this. Let me pull it over here. Humanism definition. An outlook of system or thought attaching prime importance to human rather than divine or supernatural matters. Humanists stress the potential value and goodness of human beings, emphasizing common human needs, and seek solely rational ways of solving human problems. That was what Gene Roddenberry believed in by the end of his life. He believed in humanity to its peak. We were the tippy top of everything. And you kind of see that with Star Trek. Starfleet are, in the 90s era, the optimal human beings. Like Star Trek Picard. Sorry, not Star Trek Picard, but Star Trek The Next Generation with Picard. He is kind of Gene's avatar back into the setting, well after Kirk, into that kind of idea. Like, you see it in the very first episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation, where Picard faces off against God, effectively. Gene literally added God as a character via Q, and had Picard, the ideal human, face off against him in a battle of wits and a battle of all these other things to showcase that humanity was the peak and that we weren't limited by God as a concept. Use your fucking mind. Why do you do this to yourself, Asmo? Why? Hey, hey, how you doing? I don't know. Maybe I'm a masochist, I guess. Actually, you DM'd me, didn't you? I'll check them out. I'll check them out when I get after the stream. You'll probably be asleep though, so I'll leave you a message for when you wake up. It's utopian in many ways, so there's some crossover with communism, as in its ideology, it is somewhat utopian in its thinking. Exactly. Like, that's the crossover, is the same ways the ideal of communism is utopian, the humanist utopian society of Star Trek does have some of those same carryover, but I don't necessarily believe Gene was a communist. Well, we know he wasn't. He identified as a humanist, so he believed in humanism. But yeah, anyway, let's keep going.
Do you have some examples of that?
I mean, we've got one that hits just every single point, for example, which is the BLM organizer, which defines all whiteness as
media.
evil.
Media. Examples of media that has been destroyed and cancelled by the left.
I mean, sure, Doctor Who recently has turned incredibly progressive.
No. Destroyed and cancelled by the left, calling it...
Notice how he's qualifying. Again, like, it can't be that the action towards it was to cancel it. It has to have achieved that goal. Completely ignoring the fact that the attempt to cancel it exists. Like, he doesn't acknowledge or go into or confront the attempt to cancel it. Now, it's not because he thinks that's irrelevant. He knows it's relevant. But he knows if he opens the door to that, it'll be a direct punch in his face. Because it does showcase the hostility of the fucking woke.
Racist, horrible, conservative. What reason?
They're only bad if they succeeded in canceling something. The attempt and the methods in which they attempted to cancel something don't matter if the end result is it wasn't. Therefore, they're innocent of the crime. So you see, if you attempt to murder someone, and you try to do so in one of the most nefarious ways you possibly can, as long as you didn't achieve it, you're not guilty of having attempted it. And you're not guilty of the essence of it. Even though in law there's attempted murder, and in social law there should be attempted cancellation. But again, in his pretzel fucking manipulative, disingenuous, intellectually dishonest brain, as long as he can say, hey, it didn't succeed, therefore it wasn't bad. We didn't do bad because we didn't succeed in what we tried to do. Completely ignoring the factor of they tried.
Recent media has this happened to?
Recent media? Like, we're past the recent events. This is back to 2016, where we have, for example, the guy who was cancelled for wearing a shirt. This is cancel culture in its total.
Media, not a guy wearing a shirt. Media.
Are you denying cancel culture?
No, I'm not denying cancel culture.
Well, there you go.
But what media?
Hell,
He said that there's examples.
the transformation of the
Give me
little
examples, boy.
the transformation of the Little Mermaid into a black girl, for example. The moving on of Snow White into
That's not progressive people
woke.
cancelling something because it's.
Of course,
I'm
you
not
couldn't
saying
make it
it's
today.
I'm not saying it's not woke. I'm asking you for examples
You
of
couldn't make
progressives
this today.
cancelling media projects at the same level of unhinged shrillness that the
Okay,
gatekeepers
Dave
doing.
Chappelle.
Was actively transphobic, and people said he was actively transphobic.
Sorry about that.
Exactly. Or Eddie Murphy, who has also been attempted to cancel multiple times for what they are viewed as homophobic back in his stand-up comedy sets.
Okay, so stand-up comedy, we've got that.
We've got the
Now,
change.
stand-up comedy is a bit different from most media.
We can do
Because,
comics,
it's the product
female
of a single
Thor.
person.
Miles Morales is one that had a lot of pushback from the right, and mostly because he was invented as a left-wing creation. Female Thor is probably the most obvious one. Ask Me About My Feminist Agenda t-shirt by Miss Marvel is another one. And
None
this is
of
all in
these are
response.
media projects that were cancelled by the left.
Because you can't have these things today. They would be called racist and exclusionary.
There are like fucking what Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer didn't do woke stuff. It didn't get cancelled.
Oppenheimer didn't do a whole lot of woke stuff, no. And it did not get cancelled, no.
And it
It's
didn't
not
get
universal.
cancelled. See, the absence of wokeness isn't causing the same unhinged reaction that we're seeing from the gatekeepers.
I absolutely do think it
Wait, hold on. What?
was that thing
It didn't do woke stuff. It didn't get
exclusionary.
There are like fucking
We can do
it's
comics,
the product
female
of a single
Thor.
person.
Miles Morales is one that had a lot of pushback from the right, and mostly because he was invented as a left-wing creation. Female Thor is probably the most obvious one. Ask Me About My Feminist Agenda t-shirt by Miss Marvel is another one. And
None
this is
of
all in
these are
response.
media projects that were cancelled by the left.
Because you can't have these things today. They would be called racist and exclusionary.
There are like fucking what Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer didn't do woke stuff. It didn't get cancelled.
You called him boy?
Oppenheimer didn't do a whole lot of
Yeah,
woke stuff,
you're
no.
right. I missed that. How far back was that?
Okay, so stand-up comedy, we've got that.
We've got the
Now,
change.
stand-up comedy is a bit different from most media.
We can do
Because,
comics,
it's the product
female
of a single
Thor.
person.
Miles Morales is one that had a lot of pushback from the right, and mostly because he was invented as a left-wing creation. Female Thor is probably the most obvious one. Ask Me About My Feminist Agenda t-shirt by Miss Marvel is another one. And
None
this is
of
all in
these are
response.
media projects that were cancelled by the left.
Because you can't have these things today. They would be called racist and exclusionary.
There are like fucking what Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer didn't do woke stuff. It didn't get cancelled.
Oppenheimer didn't.
The mental gymnastics this man does. Arch at no point said that it's everything not woke is getting canceled by the woke. That's not the point. The point is things that are twisted by the woke to be anti-woke are being canceled. And when I say twisted, I mean twisted. There was, with Barbie coming out simultaneously, the woke were too preoccupied with the Barbie movie to look at Oppenheimer and make any kind of narrative around it. Because as far as they were concerned, the focus was on the Barbie film, which was openly woke. So they focused on running defense for that, as opposed to running offense on Oppenheimer. You disingenuous fuck. Hell, the Barbenheimer meme should be evidence alone of just how simultaneous those two were. And the woke are very hyper-focused sometimes about what they are covering. And going after a film, especially a historical one, for not being woke versus defending a movie that is openly hyper-woke. Of course they're going to go with the movie that's hyper-woke. They're going to run defense on it. What the fuck?
Didn't do a whole lot of woke stuff, no. And it did not get cancelled, no.
And it
It's
didn't
not
get
universal.
See, the absence of wokeness isn't causing the same unhinged reaction that we're seeing from the gatekeepers.
Yeah, just don't listen at all to what is being said to you.
I absolutely do think it was. That's the
Like
entirety of
when-
cancel culture.
Cancel culture, and I have critiques of how cancel culture is utilized, and it doesn't have the effectiveness that its proponents tend to claim.
As I know several people who have been
But
actively
that's-
cancelled, I would
that's
disagree on
different.
that point.
Again, you completely failed to present me with any like media franchises.
You can look at the
thing within
transformation
this.
of all of it. The entirety of Disney having moved away from what was once a...
People have become more progressive over time.
Yes, that is the changing political waters.
And people like to see that reflected in the things they consume. This isn't some ravening horde of people who are coming in to destroy fandoms.
Of course they are.
You've already admitted that you can have good quote-unquote woke. Of course they are. No, people aren't coming into fandoms specifically to wreck your shit and
He's out and right hostile at this point. Like, if nothing else, Arch should have said, "Listen, you're out and right being hostile with me, and I've been nothing but respectful to you."
destroy them. People are coming into fandoms because they enjoy them. And many of the people who want there to be more progressive elements are people who have loved it for so fucking
Many of them
long.
have, yes, but woke is an inherently corrosive force. Because it always values the woke over whatever they are entering into. This will inevitably undermine the structure or the hobby that they have entered into.
I think what you're seeing here and misidentifying is like badly made, corporate produced, kind of designed by committee movies where they're going, okay, like let's tick the boxes so that we've got like some marketable stuff, and not actually put the effort in to make a good movie.
I already earlier, for anyone who might be joining the stream right now, I already earlier tackled this. There's a direct correlation between a level of wokeness and the amount of people panning something. Like, he's completely denying a reality that you can showcase via chart. So I already said that earlier.
And
that's what you misidentifying. Things like the 2016 Ghostbusters.
The 2016 Ghostbusters was most assuredly an attempt to appease the wokest groups.
It was utilizing a shallow understanding of demographic marketing while not producing a good product. This isn't an invading horde. If
it was trying to specifically appeal to that group.
If the cultural specifics were different and quote-unquote wokeism didn't exist, then that still would have been just as bad a movie.
It wouldn't have been created.
Because of the production process.
It was a movie created specifically to appeal to a woke audience. It wouldn't have been created without it.
Thank you.
They absolutely could have created that outside of that. It was just a shitty movie.
No. Like, why I say that like he missed it. No, he intentionally ignored it. Arch literally just said it was made off of the premise of being woke. Without wokeness, it wouldn't have been made. Whatever would have been made in its place would have been a completely different product altogether, because one of the core tenets that built it isn't there. Even if it could have been named the exact same thing, and it still would have been wholesale different, because one of the key motivators behind its construction doesn't exist. It had a completely different foundation, therefore it was a completely different structure. You absolute disingenuous fuck.
Gender flip all of the characters so that it's majority white men, and so that the himbo character is now a bimbo, and it still would have been a shit movie.
It still probably would have been a shit movie, but Ghostbusters 2016 was explicitly made
so
because it was appealing to a
wokeism doesn't
audience.
matter. It's not
It
whether or
didn't
not
come out of
something's
nowhere.
progressive.
That
The
is
didn't just
the leap of logic to say, therefore wokeism doesn't matter, is bullshit. It's a complete false equivalency. He's trying to establish a trail that doesn't lead to the destination he's overtly claiming it does. And he has completely failed to establish the disconnect that he claims is there.
Whether or not something is good.
They made it
They
because
made
they were
it to
trying
try and
to
make money off an existing franchise because market research shows that people will go back to.
Listen, I know we're going at 2 times speed, but it's very clear they're being hostile at this point. The moderator, again, who doesn't seem to exist outside of very specific key moments, just let this happen. Again, your part of your job is moderation. They're being hostile. You need to calm them down and get them to, regroup and reapproach the conversation. If they can't do so calmly, that's the end of the debate. Once you break down into borderline insults or straight up insults, it's over. At that point, it's now a shit-flinging contest. Even if you think this conversation has been a debate, which it hasn't been, it's been just an absolute shit show already. But even at that point, that is when a person should, especially the moderator, should objectively understand that it is now no longer a debate. It is fallen apart, conversation over.
To things that have titles that they recognize more easily than they will go and see a new property. I think that fucking sucks. I want to see more new properties out there. But this wasn't created to push some fucking wokest bullshit. Now, they might have smeared some progressive marketing over the top of a bad film, and they absolutely did. But
If it was just
because it was a bad film, not because it had progressive elements or a predominantly female cast.
Again,
it was made specifically to appeal to
Again, nothing is ever guilty. Nothing that is bad is allowed to be bad because it is woke. It is just happens to be bad and woke. The wokeness had nothing to do with it. That's always, like, he's stating that like it's a constant fact that is never breachable. When in fact, in every way, shape, or form it is. Gilly Guy, thank you for the $10, man. Thank you. Super generous. Conversations with these kinds of people go in circles because they use circular logic so often. P.S. Mary Sanguinala. Mary Sanguinala. Mary Sanguinala to you too, is my friend. Merry Christmas as well. And thank you for the super generous super chat, man. Thank you.
The wokeist audience. If it was simply just a, hey, let's make money out of it, they would probably have done, or attempted to do, what they did with the later Ghostbuster one with the old cast, which also wasn't very good.
Yeah, this is bad corporate management and design by committee.
But they don't do this for no reason. They don't appeal to wokeist ideology specifically for no reason.
And if reactionary ideology was culturally dominant, then they would appeal to it because it can help make them money.
Yes, they would.
I think we both agree corporations are fundamentally amoral constructs.
Corporations should not be given any moral consideration, no, and they should not try to give any either.
I disagree. I think that the people within corporations can and should have moral considerations. But
That's a false equivalency. I don't know if he did that one on purpose. It felt like it, but I also hate this guy. So, but he completely didn't understand what Arch just said. He says they were both agreeing that a corporation as an amorphous mass is apolitical. And Arch said, and I think it should be so. Now he's saying, well, I think people within the corporate, he's like, well, I disagree. I think the corporate people within the, no. You guys weren't talking about the people within it. You just established, you yourself, that a corporation as an amorphous mass, as an amorphous concept and as an entity is amoral. The moment Arch says something, though, again, this concept this guy has throughout the thing is he can't agree with Arch at any particular point. Not if Arch establishes the point. He's established points and had Arch agree with him, but he is not at any point agreed with something that came out of Arch's mouth. If it came out of Arch's mouth, it needs to be refuted and fought against on principle. It can't be agreed with, even if you then immediately repeat how you basically agreed with what he said. Jesus Christ.
corporation itself is amoral.
Well, no, because here's the thing. Wokeism, in the case of Ghostbusters 2016, was added in because they were trying to add in something progressive. If they had simply just been a corporation that didn't care about modern day morality or politics, they would simply just have tried to make a good product.
And they were trying to make a good product, and they failed spectacularly.
They were trying first and foremost to create a work product.
They were trying to make a good product.
If they were trying to make a good Ghostbusters product,
everyone who sets out to make a film or a TV series is trying to make a good product. Not everyone manages to succeed.
Yes, but what are they identifying as the principles of it being a good product now? Is it the principles of it being an entertaining product that appeals to the masses, or is it the concept of a piece of media that appeals to an ideology that the creator, writer, director, what have you, wants to appeal to? Not going to acknowledge that specific criteria, are you?
There have been plenty of films where they've gone out to make explicitly a point or a political argument. In the case of the Ghostbusters,
So
they've
try
tried
to
to
make
make
a good
marketing
product.
around that.
Yes,
Yeah,
and that was them
making a good
trying to
product is
utilize the
ancillary.
marketing framing. No, making the good product is the primary thing because the good product sells.
If the good product sells, then they would just make the good product. They would try to. Instead, they're trying to appeal to politics.
They tried to make the good product and tried to appeal to progressive values. If you take away the progressive values, they're still trying to make a good product, and they still would have failed if everything else were the same.
You would not make the same product. If you're explicitly making something political, you will not make the same product if you're not trying to make it political.
Basically,
Ghostbusters
all art
2016
has some form of
politics.
political dimension. Basically, all art has some form of political dimension.
You can extrapolate politics from anything.
Like, the intrinsic views
If Karn were still awake, I'd be like, bingo, again.
and beliefs of the
Well,
people making a thing exist in the thing that they make.
This also comes back to the who are they actually serving?
So I
Because
shouldn't say
of course,
intrinsic, the held views and beliefs, because I don't believe that views and beliefs are intrinsic.
a big part of the reason in gaming, for example, for more woke products, is because it was easier to gain investments via
Wait, what?
ESG money than it was to make it political.
Basically,
Ghostbusters
all
2016
art
sucked
has some
because
form of
of
political dimension. Basically, all art has some form of political dimension.
You can extrapolate politics from anything.
No, like, the intrinsic views and beliefs of the people making a thing exist in the thing that they make.
This also comes back to the who are they actually serving?
So I
Because
shouldn't
of
say
course,
intrinsic, the held views and beliefs, because I don't believe that views and beliefs are intrinsic.
a big part of the reason in gaming, for example, for more woke products, is because it was easier to gain investments via ESG money than it was to make a good
Hold
product.
on.
They could more easily get a payday by checking the boxes.
I agree, actually, with that, what he just said.
ESG money than it was.
Views and beliefs are intrinsic, exist in the thing that they make.
This also comes back to the who are they actually serving?
So I
Because
shouldn't
of
say
course,
intrinsic, the held views and beliefs, because I don't believe that
Yeah, held views and beliefs are not intrinsic. Correct. Exactly. Okay. Why am I saying that like it made a good point? He just said a basic reality.
views and beliefs are intrinsic.
a big part of the reason in gaming, for
I
example,
don't know.
for
This guy
more
said
woke
so
products
much
is because it was easier
bullshit
to gain
throughout
investments
this. I
via
guess
ESG
I'm
money
just
than it was to
clinging
make
for
a good
anything.
product. They could more easily get a payday by checking the boxes.
Expanding market share by appealing to broader ranges of people.
Will eventually undermine and destroy your franchise.
Bullshit.
If you unendingly expand something, you will eventually undermine it. And this
Hostility. It's just shuffling at this point. Moderator, interject. He just said bullshit. He didn't provide a counterpoint. He said bullshit. That's hostile. That is a complete breakdown of the debate process. He just called Arch a liar and didn't establish how so. He just simply said bullshit. Again, a constant thing he does through this whole thing. He states things like they are a tangible fact, and no one, including Arch, holds him to the fire and says, prove it. And here, he just got to say, bullshit, you're lying, unchallenged. By either the moderator, who's supposed to keep things civil, or at the very least on track, which he's done neither of, or Arch.
This is a fundamental principle that we see on basically every single solitary level. In government, in religion, in social groups, in hobbies, in virtually everything.
Infinite growth within a finite system is not possible, but making your product so that more people can enjoy it is. You have presented a straw man.
Not at all.
I'm not arguing for infinite growth.
Here's the thing.
Such a thing does not
Of course
exist.
not, but trying to widen it beyond the demographic. A well-functioning and healthy social structure is kept strong and vital by a shared purpose and interest. If you try to expand that to people who aren't interested, by catering to their political ideals, for example, you will bring in people that are actively
Now, here I'm not talking
destructive
political
towards
ideals. With gaming especially, we're talking them seeing themselves represented within
representation
gaming itself.
which is a political ideal.
It is a political ideal.
It's also just practical.
No,
And,
it's
like,
not.
why? Like, representation is not an ill.
I see nothing of myself in 40K. Not in the same way they would say representation needs to happen. For them, they're sexist, racist, they're all the things they call everybody else. They're sexist, they're racist. They're very hardcore in these things. And for them, everything has to look like them. Like, for them, the immutable characteristics that don't matter whatsoever need to be the form of representation. It can't be unifying and broad stroke concepts like the mentality of characters, the ideals of a character, the ideals of a faction or people within a setting. Those things that encompass all of humanity, that are all encompassing, that are forms of representation that you can get behind, that can't be the form of representation that we look upon. It has to be a immutable characteristic that doesn't matter. It has to be the most unimportant aspects of a human being. And because it is also an immutable characteristic, it excludes others. Whereas mentalities, ideologies, belief systems, or struggles, suffrage, overcoming challenges, all these things that characters go through in a good story, which can be universal and are universal, are not recognized as acceptable forms of representation by the woke. It has to be an unimportant, immutable characteristic. Otherwise, you can't possibly feel represented by a character, which in and of itself is on a concept of racism and sexism. I would love to hear his response to that one. Because I'm sure his response would be, all right, I'm going to pivot the conversation now because I'm just got hit with something I can't contradict. Or maybe he'd just say bullshit to me, and the moderator would be like, yeah, that's reasonable.
Has already been plentifully existent within gaming. When you're trying to force it in, you are appealing specifically again to the voters' agenda. And then you're bringing in people who are actively destructive
Or you're just trying to appeal to a broader audience,
because
or
they
you
have
just want
different
to see those
values.
people represented. There are also people who make games with broader representation because they themselves fit into the categories that they are representing.
Sure, and if you're making something else, go right ahead. But if you have an existing structure
And for some reason, the categories that don't make them feel represented, that are all-encompassing, that could make everyone feel represented, is given no credence by you and your ilk. Like mentality, ideology, beliefs, struggle, overcoming said struggle. All these things that are all-encompassing for humanity are not allowed to be recognized forms of representation. It has to be unimportant, physical, immutable characteristics that don't matter. That for decades, people who were progressive, true progressives that you are wearing the skin of, and idealize in your own head that you are just like them when you are nothing but a gross facsimile of the worst nightmares of what those people saw themselves as. you are a disgusting fragment of what they actually were. Real progressive people that made real tangible change where there was inequality. When Martin Luther King Jr. made his I Have a Dream speech, that my children would not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Was he not, in all essence, saying what matters most is not your immutable characteristics such as your skin color and your sex, but it is in fact who you are in here and in here. Who you are in your heart and your mind are what matter most. And those are the things that are universal in fiction that can unite all peoples into absorbing a piece of fiction and absorbing a piece and be represented by in fiction. And you are trampling on that concept and saying, in fact, wrong. It's the opposite, MLK. It's the opposite. We need to judge based on skin color. We need to judge based on immutable characteristics. And fuck all sense whatsoever of what's here and what's here. The content of your character doesn't matter if the skin color doesn't match. That is what Radham is saying. And that's what every so-called regressive, is saying whenever they do this shit.
Like this, you will be undermining it by bringing in people who may not agree with it. In 40k, this is especially obvious because, again, it is a right-wing leaning setting on its moral foundation.
Again, I strenuously reject your framing and structure there, but we've already gone over this.
Especially when you bring in again woke.
I do not think that 40k is fundamentally right-wing. No, we can get into this a bit more. So, like I said, 40k is a damning parody of some of the worst aspects of humanity. Things like authoritarianism, bureaucracy, fascism, etc.
And it would be damning in the 21st century while still making sense in the 41st millennium.
And but the humanity could exist outside of the oppressive structure of the Imperium.
Probably not. No. Not with Terminus, not with Necrons, not with everything else.
Everyone's favorite Rowboat Girly Man woke up from his poison stasis, looked at the galaxy, and said, "What the fuck have you done?"
Because after 10,000 years of misrule and continuous assault, it had been eroded.
I mean, Absolute, you were a substitute, but I don't know what area. But did you ever run into? Well, I live in Maine. Maine is a very white state. Our black population boomed like 3 years ago because we had a huge influx of Somali illegal immigrants, a huge number of them. But they're mostly in a city not too far from where I live. But, you know, we have a good mix of kids now in the school. It's still majority white. I want to say for every 6 to 7 white kids, there's 1 black kid in the school. So there's still, like, in a population of 200 kids, that's still a dozen at most black kids. That being said, no. Mainly because there weren't enough of them in each class, weirdly enough, for that to be a culture. The closest I experienced to that is a kid himself came up to me and said, "Mr. Winchester?" I'm like, yeah. I'm not too sure I should be answering like this. And I looked at the paper, and it was like, I'm not sure if it was just his bad handwriting, but he was basically mentioning, like, I'm trying to remember correctly as well because I don't want to like misquote. It was pretty bad handwriting, and not because he's black. It was bad handwriting because all the kids had bad handwriting. Like, COVID did a number on all the kids, like, period. Everybody was doing terrible, but he mentioned his skin color and not acting appropriately because of it, which is weird. But even then, I can't confidently say to you, yes, I experienced that, because again, it could have been bad writing, and what he meant was not what it came off as. I know I didn't confront him on the basis. I mostly just talked to him about his handwriting, so I don't know. I wouldn't say I have encountered that. I would say I haven't. But that's the closest I think I've seen. Always had horrid handwriting. I mean, yeah, true. Like even adults But these kids were out of school effectively for 2 years because of COVID. So their handwritings, their drawing skills, their everything is completely horrid. Their digital literacy is absolute horrendous garbage. But I'm not gonna get too much into that. I'm not a substitute anymore. I got out of that. You'll be out for it. Yeah, age doesn't necessarily fix that.
Gradation under fascioid control.
Not the fascioid control. Like, the Imperium's poor governance is not the primary reason why it's collapsing. The primary reason why it's collapsing is because it's under constant attack, including by one enormous plot device known as the
The
Big
Imperium's poor governance is a big part of why it weathers this so poorly. You get that that's part of the point of the Imperium in the setting, right?
That is a part of the erosion. Like, these things are made necessary. The Imperium would prefer to have good logistic alliance, but it can't. And since it can't supply the necessary war materials to the front line, it's going to have to get more abusive. No, you will make the 10,000 guns.
It can't because it is stymied by its ideology, by its inefficiency. The Imperium is collapsing.
It's not stymied. Like, its ideology is actively trying to keep it alive. Like, extreme authoritarianism in a position where you have to create the 10,000 lasguns is not a negative in
At
universe.
least to talk about 40k again. Finally. I feel like we just reached, like, land when we've been stuck out at sea for fucking... Thank you! You know, like, you're on the beachhead, you're just like, land! Sweet land!
Or die.
In the setting, right?
That is a part of the erosion. Like, these things are made necessary. The Imperium would prefer to have good logistic alliance, but it can't. And since it can't supply the necessary war materials to the front line, it's going to have to get more abusive. No, you will make the 10,000 guns.
It can't because it is stymied by its ideology, by its inefficiency. The Imperium is collapsing.
It's not stymied. Like, its ideology is actively trying to keep it alive. Like, extreme authoritarianism in a position where you have to create the 10,000 lasguns is not a negative in universe. It is a do it or die.
There are ways that humanity could function to allow them to make the things that they needed without going down that path.
There are ways to
There
wave
are
a
ways
magic
that
wand.
humanity
Yes,
could
that is
survive
the
and
bit.
even, as far as you can in 40k, thrive without being the Imperium.
But
The
it is the
Imperium
Imperium.
is the way it is part of the tragedy of 40k.
Sure, but it is the Imperium. This is how it exists,
Yes.
and it is due to erosion. It is due to
It is the
attack.
Imperium. The Imperium has an internal justification that it gives itself.
Yes, no, it's not
But the
internal.
Imperium
It is a justification for
bad.
itself. Yeah, it's bad by
No,
our
it
standards.
internally justifies its own existence.
It has to. Like, again, it isn't doing this because it thinks it's funny. It's doing this because the Tyranids are eating them.
We okay, I already ranted about this previously. I already did. Like, I've already established that what Arch is saying is 100% true. And this delusional perspective that Radhom has completely falls apart under basic scrutiny. Because chaos thrived even in times of peace, in times that are better than the Imperium is now. And this idea that you'll starve chaos if everything's all happy-go-lucky and rainbows and all that shit, and you remove all the oppressive elements of the Imperium, if anything, that'll help chaos thrive and fucking burn the biggest fire the galaxy has ever seen. That was weird. So, yeah.
It's doing this out of tradition. It is doing this out of social inertia.
No, you're completely ignoring all of the external factors bearing down on the Imperium.
No, I'm absolutely not.
Yes,
there
you
are
are.
ways
You
that
are
humanity could
absolutely
function
ignoring.
better and survive better. But if it were to attempt to transition to those, that transition process would cause it to collapse completely.
So there isn't a way for them to
So he just admitted it. What? Huh? Well, first of all, he's still wrong. But he admitted that if the Imperium tried to, it would fall apart. Ay, 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 this guy's a fucking tourist. He's a fucking tourist. Oh my god. He's a moron first, but a tourist second. I'm impressed. I am extremely impressed with how stupid he is. He makes 40k look consistent with how fucking contradictory he is himself. What the fuck are you talking about? So, oh, the Imperium would fall apart if it transitioned into this system that I think it would thrive under. Even if it, like, that's delusional in itself. It's like, oh, if it tried to transition to it, it would fall apart. But if it made it to it somehow successfully, it would all work out. No, it wouldn't. No, it fucking wouldn't. In times of peace, chaotic cults would manifest like crazy, and there would be no force to stop it because they'd be too busy walking over their fucking ankles trying to avoid offending anybody. It's like, hey, you guys are being kind of degenerate in there. I'm looking through the crack of this window, and I could see a sexual tentacle fetish going on in there. We think Slaanesh corruption is starting to spread around here. Here, you're just the bigot. Well, we'd like to avoid chaos manifesting here. Just the bigot. Oh, thank you for the crack, honey. You're just the bigot. Get out of here. And because they're all the softy little universe that this guy's looking for, they'd walk away. And then 2 days later, the whole planet would make the Eldar look not degenerate. Make the Jakari blush. Sweet Lord. He's so delusional. So delusional. You clearly are not a fan of 40k. You don't understand it whatsoever.
Like, yeah, there's a theoretical better way. Probably they could simply just invent a better technology, and well,
there are
funnily enough,
we could just understand the technologies that they currently have.
Funnily enough,
Which is one of the reasons that I dislike
proposing
what they're doing with Call at the moment. I think it threatens the tone of the setting.
is exactly what they did with Call. Yes, because what they did with Call was, okay, the Imperium is collapsing. I'm going to snap my fingers and create 10,000 new space marines, or fuck 10,000, hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, it's not just a hunt. Have you read Dreamfather yet?
Let me Google and see if I recognize the cover.
It's a recent book.
If it's recent, probably not.
Okay.
Can I
Call
point out
is
that
straight
this is
up.
I want to point out that this is actually a different subject that I would actually love to hear you guys debate, which
Actually.
is the Imperium the way that it is as a satire on the folly of humanity, or is it the way that it is because of in-universe justifiable reasons that actually make sense?
Both, but if
Oh, look, the moderator exists again. Somewhere. I guess in between his really lengthy text sessions when there's a bit of a gap, he finally fucking remembers to moderate. Jesus Christ.
if you
I
will
think
give me a
it was
second,
I think it was constructed as the first.
And even
sorry,
then,
Arch might be stepping away from
no, he's failing to moderate because he's now shifted them to yet again another goddamn topic instead of gatekeeping.
me. Little dance. I have had a redeem though, which I'm going to do now while Arch has stepped away.
Started as the first and became the second.
Hello, viewers. Are you thirsty? Well, there's a solution for that with this stream's permanent sponsor of Big Water. It's available from a tap near you. You can use it to make your
Yeah, Arch, please,
We've
please
also had a
continue.
redeem
And we
for
got,
orbs that I'm going to do.
let's run it for 5 more minutes and then we'll do outros.
Sure thing. What do we want to discuss specifically, Arch?
I don't know, for 5 minutes. I mean, I'm almost tempted to end this up in a bonding moment of just complaining about Call.
Oh, look, the only thing he actually has talent in. Being a clown.
Do it.
Yeah, look, he's a straight up heretic. He is engaging in xenotech, abominable intelligence, science and invention. You haven't read Dreamfather yet, so I don't want to give spoilers as to how it plays out, but this could undermine aspects of the setting that I really enjoy.
Call fundamentally is a terrible addition to the 41st universe, and the entire Gathering Storm was unfathomably undercooked.
Okay, so now to be fair, now they're getting into a conversation that might make Radholm actually come off as a fan, but he's already established so thoroughly before this that he's a fucking tourist that even if there's like these little things that no. Dude, you live in the delusion that if the Imperium were to clean up its act, that would actually solve anything. It would do the opposite. The Chaos would not starve if the Imperium stopped being an oppressive force. It would fucking thrive. Because there'd be no force to impede it. To genuinely misunderstand that in the setting, I'm sorry. Whatever they're about to converse about, it's just bullshit.
The fall of Cadia should have been epic, not a 3-page, oh, it's gone now. Poorly thought through from beginning to end, almost.
I liked the fall of Acadia and the Cicatrix Maledictum. I like that the galaxy is like more riven and split and the time has become more fucked.
Again, has to disagree with Arch on every single thing. It can't be agreed upon.
What I would really like to see them do, and there's indications that they might be building towards this, is having the Imperium once again riven by civil war and having different Imperial factions that are infighting, because that would, Call would have fed into that with the Primaris Marines, a bunch of which would be...
I actually agree with this. First thing he said that I firmly agree with, I think the Imperium should be struck with civil war again. That would for me not contradict, but it would counterbalance the fact that 2 Primarchs have been brought back in the grimdark 40k setting. There should be repercussions between the Lion and Gilliman. Because Gilliman has done some shit with the Imperium that the Lion will not approve of. Also, with what Gilliman decided to set in store and how it's affected the Imperium since both of them have been out of commission, that should lead to the Lion having some feelings about maybe Gilliman, maybe trusting him is a bad call based on what his policies led to in our absence. That is absolutely something they should do, but they're not going to do it.
Be fighting on various sides of this who is the true Imperium kind of thing. And that would deal with the problem of the Imperium advancing too much. Now, we already have like internecine conflicts within the Imperium, but they tend to be quite small.
Potentially, like a civil war seems to be on the steps regardless, because eventually they're going to need to make Chaos Primaris Marines. Simply because a large part of the
Gene Father covers that.
Yeah, because I've kind of been calling that from the beginning. You can tell me, did they rule against it, or is it yet another Republic going to do it?
It's probably going to do it. Bile gets his hands on something.
Yeah, because a large part of why they did Primaris Marines was the cold and uncaring calculus of, we'd like to sell you the Space Marines again.
Yep. Look, I wish they had just done them as true scale.
Yes, God help me. The thing is, I don't mind a lot of the technical.
Oh my god, you like if you were to take this segment out of everything else, you would think this guy's a cool fucking dude. Like all the manipulation, all the fucking disingenuous, contradictory, brain dead shit he's done throughout this. If you were to cut all that out and just focus on this end clip here, he actually comes off as a cool dude because he's making some stuff. He's making some claims that I agree with. It makes him actually kind of come off two-faced as shit.
Multiple advancements, so long as it's done tastefully. Like the repulsor, is the repulsor tank the hover tank thing? Fine, okay, giving them slightly cooler looking armor. Okay, fine, but no, they had to take it 10 steps further. Like, the very fact that Cole has, I think this was in one of the earlier books where he was with the Emperor's Sides, I forget the name, where he basically said that he had emptied one Gene Vault, and that was the entire Indomitus Crusade, and he had dozens more to go. So there are millions of Space Marines just frozen all across the galaxy. Like, ugh.
No.
Well, I think we're kind of coming to the end. Which, by the way, y'all are more than welcome to hang out with each other, BS over lore, all that kind of stuff. But I do want to put a nice little bow on the subject. So we're gonna do outros if you guys are keen. What I would say is the introduction is if we're making like a nice clean segment, this is where people can shout themselves out. So Radham, if you want to tell the people at home who you are, what you're about, et cetera, where they can find you, blah blah blah. Do that as well as tell us your summary on gatekeeping. I don't feel like we really changed each other's minds, but if you want to hit your highlights and then kind of do a general summary, that would be great. And then actually, Arch, are you ready? Because I think Radham did the. Did you go first last time, Radham? Yeah, Radham did the intro. So Arch, are you ready to do an outro and kind of a summary of your thoughts?
Okay. Well, how do I put this? My primary argument for gatekeeping is, quite simply put, that you cannot gatekeep somebody who doesn't want to be gatekept. I was gatekept from a great deal of things as a kid because I wasn't a cool kid. I never got into that clique. I liked my things. I liked gaming. I liked 40k. These were condemned hobbies. They were not popular. I didn't care. I still embraced those things because I didn't care about the cool kids circle. These things, however, were always niche things. Like all things are to a degree niche things, based upon their own internal structures. Once you start expanding upon these structures too far, you will eventually end up at a point where you are bringing in people who are not going to be interested in the thing, and will change it to suit their own goals. This is then also further reflected with the prevailing idea of woke ideology, which spreads it specifically and explicitly by its creators to undermine and change modern society. The war of position, as Gramsci would put it. Once you have these forces that will always place the ideology first before the hobby in the hobby, its demise is virtually guaranteed. It is but a question of time.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then I know that you're probably the largest creator in the room, but where can people find you?
Oh, the lore channel is Arch Warhammer or the Archcast for weekly podcasts.
Okay,
The lore channel is just Arch now.
That's right. That also was an example of the left.
You absolute dickweed. Yeah. What he just did right there, that's a dick move. He did that on purpose, by the way. That's petty. Like this is if you ever want to wonder like how to encompass the pettiness that a high school tween cheerleader can have. This encompasses that level of low.
Archcast for weekly podcasts.
Okay,
The lore channel is just Arch now.
That's right.
That's low brow, that's low class, and that's pathetic. Wow. Wow.
That also was an example of the left's propensity towards gatekeeping, of course.
Okay, well, thank you kindly. And then
disagree there. I think that was just a company protecting itself from someone who was
no,
damaging their brand.
We'll find out.
I have the email
That's
that
other
was
stuff
sent
to be discussed
by
another
a
time.
person who explicitly described himself as a Marxist.
We'll fight about that next time. Radham, summary about the scenarios.
There
and where
shouldn't
people
be a
find
next time.
Yep. Gatekeeping as it is currently practiced by reactionaries and fascistoids is a fucking gross and disgusting practice that basically boils down to a justification of abuse of people that they don't like. Hobbies are not hobbies and fandoms are
And I don't care about his fucking opinion.
that started when you started speaking. I can't hear you. That started when you started speaking. So
you. It's low, so we don't always get the bigger folks wanting to come down and mix it up. So I just want to thank you for that.
I don't think you should need to thank me for that. I think discourse is a pretty natural and should be an obvious part of this.
Okay, well, deeply appreciate it. I have to travel tomorrow, so I'm going to leave y'all two alone if you want to continue
Okay.
the bullshit. And then, of course, we've hit about the 2 hour mark. So if you're feeling tired,
yeah, rock on.
Okay.
Best of
Sincere
luck with
pleasure.
all your stuff.
Sincere pleasure. Y'all have a great night. Bye.
Oh boy. Oh my god. Wow, that guy was a piece of shit. Holy crap. What a piece of shit. God damn. Manipulative, disingenuous, intellectually dishonest. All of them. Like, this guy is the epitome of it all. He's like if you took Reddit and put it into a single human being. Good fucking god. So many times, just being a very oppressive element throughout the debate. Complete disingenuousness. Like, wow. What a absolute waste of a human being. Fuck. Okay, so now that we've been through the whole debate and I've absorbed the travesty that this was, pretty much what I said at the halfway point still holds. Like, this Radhom was a complete manipulative piece of shit throughout it. Very disingenuous. Completely vapid of a human being. Petty as shit, especially with how that ended. Gee, that was petty. And that was extremely... Like, you are an integrity-less person. You are dreadful. That is who we just witnessed. Yeah, that was pathetic. But I can't put all of the shittiness from this whole thing on him. I could put the majority of it, but the counterpoints 40k. If you see this, here's my summation of you. Throughout this, I was extremely harsh, and my wording was definitely hostile towards you. And I apologize if it, I'm a very rambunctious person, so I apologize if it came off like I hated you by the end. I don't know you as a person. I don't know what you're like as a person. And as a content creator, you might be absolutely fucking mind-blowingly excellent. Doesn't really matter, because in regards to being the essence of what I said, I stand by from how you moderated. You just didn't. Is really the truth. Like, you didn't moderate. You didn't keep them on track with the topic. You completely allowed things to be derailed into unrelated topics. You allowed things to get hostile, and you didn't prevent it from being so. You didn't help them maintain definitions. You didn't keep both sides consistent in that regard. You mentioned your biases, which, weirdly enough, the person you said you were biased towards, you let get trampled on throughout this. And it is just, the end result is me with a giant question mark over my head, wondering what in the hell you were there to do. Like, you screwed up moderating. Now, would I have done better? To be quite frank, yes. I won't say if I would have done better than Arch at the actual debate aspect, but quite frankly, I would have done better than you at moderating. No hate, no hostility, even though if it comes off that way, again, I just word things the way I word them. Hopefully you improve as a moderator. Hopefully, I'd like to see you moderate in the future and learn from your mistakes here. But you made mistakes here, and they need to be noted. And that contributed to the complete chaos of this debate. It was a shit show. It was an absolute shit show. So yeah, Radhom and the moderator didn't. Radhom was actually an objectively negative force, whereas I'd say Radhom is an example of a shitty, terrible person, whereas the moderator counterpoints is more of an example of a sloth kind of person. He just wasn't doing his job. But he wasn't like a malicious force. He just failed to adhere to his responsibilities. As for Arch, I'm sorry, man, you can't escape some of my criticisms here either, because you let Radhom walk all the fuck over you. You let him get away with constant statements of fact that weren't fact. You didn't make him quantify himself. You didn't hold him to when he tried to pivot conversation. You did once, you tried, but then you still let him shift and then call you a conspiracy theorist. You got walked on pretty hard here, and it's bad. Yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's bad. I still think you're a better man than Radham, obviously. You made good points here and there, but unfortunately you let him pivot when he couldn't properly counterpoint you. It's sad that that's the case, but it is the case. This is a bad debate for you. I wouldn't say Radham looks good, but to his crowd, he absolutely looked like the winner. And unfortunately, I think to the layman watching, he also looked like the winner. Because, again, you didn't challenge him at numerous points when you should have. And, even me as one of your supporters, I walk out the other side thinking, you got walked on. He trampled your ass. It's not good. It's not good at all. But that being said, I respect you for being the bigger man, certainly bigger man than me. Like, I would not have remained civil. I would have been going at the guy's throat after the first 10 minutes. That would have been me. So you're a better man than me. And you're probably a better traditional debater than me. Absolutely. But these modern wokos, they're not here to debate in the old school manner. I don't think they could conceptually ever attempt it. They are trashy people. They're lowbrow, they're low class, and they will act as such. And even throughout this, he claimed you were bullshitting it a few times, unchallenged. He stated facts over you that you didn't confront. He conflated things. He shifted. He goalpost shifted. He pivoted conversation. He was in control the entire time. And it was a travesty to watch. That being said, even through that, though, he still came off as disingenuous as fuck if you actually paid attention to what he was saying and to his responses to what you said. And his hypocritical, contradictory statements as well. But by the end there, I was really hoping you were at the end going to just slam him with like, all right, by the way, during this whole thing, you contradicted yourself here, you contradicted yourself here, you contradicted yourself here, you contradicted yourself here. What do you have to say about that? Also, since you held my ass to the fire for defining things, I want you to right now define all these things that I asked you multiple times throughout this to define, and you refused to and failed to. But you didn't do that at the end. At the end, it just kind of petered out. So yeah, not gonna lie, not a good look. Not a good look at all. I don't know, Arch, if you feel like I'm being too harsh or feel like I'm being an ass, feel free to tell me. I might very well be. I might not be being fair, but I'm being honest with what I saw. And I haven't lost any respect for you. Hopefully you respect me for being honest here, but I don't know. Yeah, this is rough. Very fucking rough. All right, I'm going to take a max of 3 callers, and I'm going to keep the conversation short. Not super short. Like, if you want to make a point, I'll let you make your point. But I will take up to 3 callers who may want to come in and give any closing thoughts. So, keep in mind in the link in the chat. I'll share it. I'll share the link. But in the description, there is a call-in Discord link if you are not already on there. But want to give your thoughts. I will share the link in chat right now. So feel free to click on that, join the Discord, jump into waiting call room 1, 2, or 3. 1 is the first one getting pulled from, 2 is the second, 3 is the and general waiting room is for anybody that fits outside that. But again, I'm only taking first 3. Max. Oof. God damn, this was rough. This was extremely rough. And painful. Like, not just painful because of the actual, experience was rough, but painful because it doesn't feel good to, shit on Arch a little bit here, and I don't want to. The thing is, again, Arch is a good person, I think, throughout this, and his intentions were honest and legitimate. It's the problem is he went up against somebody who, in no way, shape, or form, was willing to meet him on those grounds. Now, he was up against a disingenuous person, and thus resulting in disingenuous interactions. I would have entirely researched the dude's channel to see how he debates or even just converses to try and get an edge up when his garbage started spilling out of his mouth. To be honest, yeah, that's probably the wise thing to do. All right, Pyrrhus is wanting to call in. Let's just call it what it is, Scummy. Yeah, it's Scummy. Pyrrhus, how you doing, man?
Good. How about you? Other than the aneurysm.
I'm good other than the aneurysm. So, what did you think of this nightmare?
My take on it is just like I was saying in the comments is that I don't think anyone came out of this. I know like that the Radhom guys, people will see it as a win, but I see that nobody got out of this without egg on their face. You know, like we said earlier, it was basically just wrestling with the pig.
Yeah, it was.
Everyone
it
got
was
covered in shit. Yeah, everyone got covered in shit. I think, like I said, it was the case that debate requires a certain tactical kind of viewpoint of a certain level of ruthlessness that I don't think Arch has. Like, I think he's going into it with the idea of it's getting into a discussion of ideas with other quote-unquote fans or people in the hobby when it's something else entirely. So
Yeah.
it was a case of he was playing a different game than the other guy was.
Exactly. Like I said, Arch went into it with the old school, traditional form of debate, which is honest confrontation and a willingness to listen to the other party. Radhom went in with the modern woke version of debate, which is shitfling. Look for opportunities to get a gotcha on the other person. That's
and it's which, you know, in most cases is with this guy. I think if Arch had been a bit more aggressive at points, could have turned it around on him to make him look stupid.
Yeah.
But the fact that he didn't, like you said, it made him look like he was sort of acceding to points rather than not engaging certain points.
Yeah,
he was surrendering points.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it came off. He was when you don't respond to statements like, for example, when he said your corner of the community is tiny. When you say nothing to that, that is as good as saying, "Yeah, you're right. We are a tiny party. Like there's hardly any of us." You might as well have said that.
Yeah, the response to that would be, okay, receipts. Exactly. How do you know this?
Prove it.
What? It's any of these statements that you make that are opinion statements as if being stated by fact. The easy response is even when he tries to deflect is, how? Why?
Unironically, if Arch had said "nuh-uh," would have been better than silence. Because at least "nuh-uh," as mature as it is, as laughable as it is, it's at least a refusal to accept that.
Or silence, at least, like a statement of like, you know, if you say so, or like, you know, it's just saying something to the contrary.
Yeah, just confront it in some capacity. Saying nothing in response to something like that might as well be surrender. And that's what really crippled part of, if not all of, Arch's debate with this guy.
Or it's a case of like turned around, it's like, okay, well, how do you know that your side isn't actually the small one, that you're stuck in an echo chamber that makes you think that you're the majority?
Exactly. And that'd be another good approach, is twist it on him. Like, if he's going to manipulate the conversation, manipulate it back.
Yeah, it's a game. It's like you're playing by their tactics, and it requires a certain level of dirty kind of. It's basically, you have to think of it almost on a level of like Sun Tzu, like the art of war is don't be moved by the opponent, always be the one that's the mover, is how you come off as winning a debate. It's like, even if you're factually not necessarily like on point, or you don't have it all straight, if you look like you're the one manipulating and pushing the other one around or making them chase you, you look like you're the one who's dominated the debate. And
Exactly.
that's fundamentally
and that
what
is
this...
what Radhom did the entire fucking debate.
Yeah, he was running around in circles and making Arch look like he was struggling to sort of keep position and follow.
Yep, he was the one to always pivot the conversation. He was the one to always start new topics. He was the one to always recontextualize what Arch had to say. He was the one who always brought up new shit. He was the one who made Arch define things to him. He didn't define things to Arch. Literally exactly what you just said from Sun Tzu's book. Always be the mover, not the one being moved. And that is exactly what happened. And that is why, for me, in an unfortunate sense, especially when we're looking at the silent majority who might see this, Radhom looked like he was winning. Even though I spent my entire, technically 2 streams, it was meant to be 1, breaking down how he is a manipulative, snaky person and how everything he said should have been confronted. You know, I covered all that in hindsight. But unfortunately, for the layman who just saw this debate, Arch looked like he got dragged.
Yeah, he looked like he came off weak, and that's the thing. Is like you have to. The Radhom guy came off with an illusion of strength. Like I said, I don't honestly think that I would not even say Radhom won as much as it was more so that that Arch let himself lose. Like I said, nobody came out of this without egg on their face, particularly the moderator, who didn't do much of anything. And you know, half of the time when he did do something, he contributed to the problem.
Oh yeah, massively. Like, again, I don't know counterpoints 40k. I don't know what he's like as a dude. Might be really cool, and I hope he is. And I hope he's not pissed by how hostile I was throughout this. That's just how I am as a person conducting myself. But dude was terrible as a moderator. Just absolutely
it's
terrible.
Fair criticism.
I think so, but if he's a cool dude, I don't want to. I don't want to be too abrasive to him.
Yeah, at least the case of just letting him know like you didn't do your job. It's like no offense to you like personally, but it's just sort of. I think it's important that you know.
Yeah.
But also like I said, in the silver lining of all of this, at the very least, to people of our sort of line of thinking, at least on the fan base and fandom, at the very least, Radhom is identified more broadly as one to not be trusted or not followed or not listened to. At least for us. Sad if anybody who is kind of like the more casual fan, and in a sense, I kind of consider myself a casual 40k fan. It's not my first big love or fan thing, but I stand on the same side as as you guys on the topic.
And I love having you on our side. Yeah. 40k is one of my big loves, which is why it's painful to watch shit like this.
Yeah, but I can sympathize because there are like other fandoms. Like I was, Lord of the Rings and Star Wars fan before, 40k like was always kind of on the periphery until I kind of joined your like Discord community and that stuff. But yeah, it's the similar case. Although I would say Lord of the Rings has managed to be somewhat more resilient to it so far.
Yeah, their only big ding to it was the Rings of Power. Some would say the Hobbit movies. I don't think they're that bad, but
the Hobbit movies. It wasn't the Hobbit movies was more quality and not like ideological infection.
Yeah, it was a product of bad direction and management. So is there anything else you want to say about the debate?
Not that I can think of. I'm just mostly reiterating most of like the points we've kind of covered generally.
All right. Thank you for watching, by the way. And thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
It popped in like at the last, like right at the end of my work, and then listened through while I was, driving home. Then sat down, finished it out. So I probably caught like the second half of the second video that you released, like when you started streaming. So I came in probably when you were about at the halfway point.
Yeah. Just, if you caught the last half, you got the essence of the first half. I do think I made some pretty baller, like, observations through the first half, though, if you want to check that out. And if anyone wants to check that one out, I think the VOD of that's worth checking out.
All right.
But thank you for coming on, man. I'm going to pull in train.
Cool. See ya.
See ya. All right. And Train, how you doing?
Right, hang on. Let me mute the live stream. Okay. Oh man, how you been? How your day been?
It was cool getting internet back. I wasn't expecting that till tomorrow, so upset
Okay,
to it
that's
there.
good. Yeah. Yeah. So like, when it comes to this, like that debate is like, I agree with a lot of you said basically. Like I kind of agree. Like nobody came out of that thing clean, and I do agree. Arts just it felt like Arts was just getting just run over. Like one part I remember when watching the debate myself was when you're talking about Space Marine and how it kind of break the lore. Like Art like Roundham just he Arts bringing up like, oh, it breaks the lore this way, but Roundham kept like dodging it, but Arts never just like hold him to it. He kept shifting the goalpost a little bit there, if I recall. Like, and Arts never just kept him to the fire.
Yeah,
If I recall from that one.
Yeah, he let Arch let Radholm dictate the flow of the conversation. And as Pierce just mentioned with the Sun Tzu part is always be the mover, not the one being moved. Arch let himself be moved the entire time. He didn't take control. And here's the thing, it's fine if Arch for part of it, like he wasn't sure how to he was feeling the guy out and he wasn't sure how much he had to be controlling of the conversation, but once the guy started dragging his ass, Arch should have immediately started pulling out some more punches.
Yeah.
Started holding him to questions he asked him, holding him to defining things when he didn't define things. Call him out when he made bad calls or when he was very clearly pivoting away from a point he didn't have a counter to. Like, there's so much, like, Arch could have... so many, like, to use, like, a kind of a metaphor, it's kind of like climbing a rock wall. And every single time Radholm did something that Arch could have used to take control of the conversation and hold his ass to the fire, that's like a single grip on the side of like the cliffside he's climbing. And basically Arch was surrounded by handholds and basically they were pointed out to him almost. But Arch, for some reason, didn't grab hold of any of them. He let himself hang. So,
like definitely. Like again, like that part right there when he just kept dodging the question. You could easily just go like, I give you an answer. Like, why aren't you why aren't you responding to that? I give you multiple times that the reason why female spacemen will break canon is this and this. You're trying to shift the goalpost. You're trying to avoid the question. Like you never, like he didn't hold him to it. Because I think that would have been a good moment of just holding him to a spot here. It's like, it's like in boxing, he let them keep, Rodham just kept throwing that left punch, like, setting the tone of the fight being. Arch never threw a counter punch, effective counter punch.
Yeah.
You're
absolutely correct. It was painful to watch. It was like watching your favorite boxer get beat the fuck up the entire time, and he never took a swing.
And we're going to the boxer. I agree with you on the moderator. He never kept any of them in line. He just let them run wild. It was like it's like you see two boxers fighting, and we're doing boxing, and they start grappling each other and doing like move that are illegal, but the ref doesn't step in. It was like, what are you doing, ref? Like, what are you doing, moderator? Like,
exactly.
You need to call someone out here. Like, especially when they start to change topic. Like, I didn't watch it on the full stream, but I caught some of your part of that debate when they talk about Israel. I'm going, wait, when that came out of nowhere?
Yeah, like they shifted aggressively. Like, I can understand the moderator not catch, like, for example, the first shift towards female space marines, although that actually, by all accounts, he caught that because he pointed out, like, hey, like, that's a debate in itself. Let's stay on topic. And then immediately they went into female space marines. So I guess a better example is when they shifted onto, like, Disney and stuff. That was a slightly more fluid transition. So I could forgive in that circumstance, like a moderator not quite catching it, because at first it did sound like it related to gatekeeping. But if you're properly paying attention within a minute, you should have been like, oh, wait, hold on. They're not, like, these points aren't associating back to gatekeeping. Now they're just talking about, like, who's woke and who's not and how it affects media and shit like that. And now they're talking about cancellation. None of that has to do with, like, that's when, as a moderator, you go, all right, enough. You guys are completely off topic. I'm taking control. Radhom, I want you to give me a point about gatekeeping and circle back to that right now. Arch, I want you to stop talking and let him make a point. Once Radhom makes a point, then I'd be like, all right, stop talking. Arch, counterpoint, please. And then let them reflow back into a back and forth. And if they get back off topic, retake control. That is your job as a moderator. You are a literal referee. And he just didn't do his job.
Yeah, especially the part when they start over talking one another. Like he didn't step in.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's that to me like a clear sign. You need to step in here and give some warnings. Like if you guys keep over talking one another, I'm going to have to basically, in a way, mute one of you and then unmute each other so you can have a conversation. Like nothing that aggressive, but step in. Like, hey, we're here to have a debate here. Not.
It's like during boxing if like one of them takes their mouth guard off and actually no, that's more personal. It's like if one of them tried to spit at the other person. It's like, whoa. Because at several times, at Radhom, Arch never did it, by the way, which is credit to Arch. But Radhom at several points basically insulted or insinuated personal negatives on Arch.
Yeah.
And it went unchallenged. Now, Arch, I don't even necessarily blame for not confronting that. That's the moderator's job to be like, all right, hold on, whoa. That is out of the lines of debate. You are now making personal insinuations about another person. That is far outside the confines of this. Back off.
Yeah. And I do agree with the other thing you mentioned about how that he just comes, even would say like he comes out a little more sign. Not saying he wins, but he does come out like a tourist, and the person doesn't trust. He just came out with that essence. It's like, yeah, I agree. He's 100% a tourist, and it's just like I'm just standing here going like the whole part was saying, oh, if the Imperium back off of being it start being nicer and less authoritarian, the thing will go good. I go, no. Like,
hold on.
I agree.
I got a super chat. Pneumatic Gaming, thank you for the $2. Much appreciated. Thank you. One last dono. Sorry for the text spam lurking at work. No, it's fine, man. And I'm gonna respond to your text after me and N-Train are done.
Yeah, it's like, because the 4K got wood there. You can even look at the one you could argue wouldn't. I say would be Korn. You might say, well, Korn is the god of anger and stuff. Like he wouldn't Florentine peace. Well, he would, because look at the Romans. They had gladiatorial arenas. You would get a cult of like gladiatorial fighters who just fight in the arenas for the glory of others. And then over time, boom, you would just get a moment when Arch all suddenly multiple worlds are just doing this massive uprising. Like what? Like in a massive scale. Like we didn't know that was happening. But you actually have the Inquisition were allowed to do their job. They'll point out, no, many of these worlds are on the borderline of just declaring full independence and heresy. We need to send in the entire Imperial Guard and the Navy to stop them now.
Exactly.
And it's and we're just talking about the 4 chaos. We're talking about chaos. This is not counting gene stealers or any other kind of subversive force, like the Tau, just wriggling their way in. Just going nap.
You are dead on. You are dead on, my friend.
Yeah, that basically my 2 cents right there, pretty much.
Hey, good 2 cents to have.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You have a lovely day.
You too. All right, and Nathan, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you. Bro, you still going? Damn, kudos, my guy. Yeah, I covered the entire debate. I covered all cancerous 2 hours of it. It was a lot. So I'm actually gonna end off on covering. No, what Pneumatic said in chat. All right, Radhom lost in multiple places. Arch failed to capitalize on. His trans men straw man, which require test after he said test isn't a factor. When he conceded on the Disney point, last is him wanting. Okay. Definitions when he won't give any solely to just twist. Yeah, like I said, there is multiple points, and you're right that those are points he would have lost. He didn't, in the sense that Arch in the debate didn't capitalize on those fuck ups. Because the thing is, it's only a loss for Radholm if he's called out on it. Now, obviously, I'm calling out on him on it. Other people would call him out on it. But what matters most is what's happening within the debate as it's happening. And what needed to happen, the most important thing that needed to happen, was Arch needed to catch those in the moment and make them an official loss. Because there's only two ways that it would have worked out for Arch. Is if he kept a mental memory of each time he contradicted himself, or each time he straight up pivoted the conversation away from it. If he kept in mind all of those manipulative tactics and when they happened, and at the very end just smacked him with each and every single one, and just dressed him down for it, then that would have been a huge victory for Arch. The other option, call him out when it happens. If you don't do either, it completely falls apart. And it's essentially a win. Even though it would be a loss if you were called out for it, it's basically a win. Because within the debate itself, it wasn't called out. And that's what needed to happen. I was back and forth from store and stuff, but so much of this was like, I basically know where he's going to take this. Yeah, that was a lot of it. As for gatekeeping, he is definitely a sig Marxist. He tried so hard to not call 40k fascist. He did, though, basically. He did. He said the Imperium is fascist. He didn't say the hobby was, but he virtually did. Then call people in the fandom fashoid and claims he wants to keep them out or kick them out, I guess. Kick them out, defeating his arguments, or keep them or kick them out, I think is what you meant to say. Yeah, like I said, contradictions left and right. Also, him telling Arch he should handle his fans more. No, sorry. He said disciples. Keep that in mind. He called Arch's followers, subscribers, what have you, his disciples, which, again, that connotation is to imply that Arch is basically manifesting a cult. That's why he chose... Don't think for a second that was just a slip of the tongue or that was a playful wording. No, he chose this disciple very intentively. Like, it had a purpose for that word, and that purpose was the direct implication that Arch is hosting a cult, that he's has a manipulative force that he's in control of, that is altering people's perspectives. Like, the connotation of that was intentional. So, don't think for a moment that wasn't the case. So, he said disciples on purpose. Influence of the purpose of controlling thought that isn't a normal mindset. Like him saying he won't blame Arch or his fans, then a second later doing it and telling Arch control your fans' thoughts and actions is insanity. Yes. And that's a hypocritical contradiction that a lot of these wokos use. It's a constant loop with them. They want rules for thee, but not for me. That's my point. He views fans and followers as people to control. Yeah. And I'm sure he views his own as that. He views everybody's as that. This whole thing for Radholm was a leech. Like, this was done for marketable purposes. Because obviously there was no attempt at a legitimate debate. There was no attempt at a legitimate argument. The conversation wasn't a factor that he actually truly wanted. Which was disappointing. But at the same time, the guy's a shitty person. So... All right, so it looks like we're going to end things there. Thank you all to everybody who came in for the call-ins and to everybody who hung out and went through this nightmare of a debate with me. Again, no hard feelings to Arch or Counterpoints. I don't know Counterpoints very well, and I'd like to say I'm friends with Arch. So I highly respect him, and it does feel painful to, say, like, dude, you messed up here, and did say it in so many ways, but I gotta be honest, and that's how things worked out. Radholm's a piece of shit. That much I can say with confidence, at least. And Counterpoints, work on your moderating skills, because they're non-existent at the moment, man. Really bad. Anyway, I'm heading out. love you guys, and it's good to be back. It's good to have power back and heating back, and it's good to have the internet back. So, catch you guys later. Bye-bye. Oh, and make sure to subscribe and leave a like. All that fun stuff. And hopefully I'll catch you guys with a long-form lore video soon. Hey, Lady Runesong. Hey, take care.